Chapter 1940. Bang. The sounds of intense fighting came from the two-star heavens suspending war chariot, making Murong Yen and the others outside nervous. Damn it. I'll go and take a look. Murong Yen cursed and wanted to charge over. However, Lu Ruyun blocked him. Lu Ruyun said, "The few of you have not recovered yet. You are not even comparable to a star venerate. What can you do in there?" Xiaochen said that he can go alone. Trust him. Murong Yen grumbled somewhat irritably. Then he looked at the demon blood vulture at the side and said, "This silly bird looks pretty strong. Why is it not going in to help Xiaochen?" Sidu Changfeng and the others sat cross-legged and cultivated, refining medicinal pills to recover their strength, ignoring him. Lu Ruyun said, "It should be staying behind to protect you. Don't worry. Just watch what Sidu Changfeng and the others are doing. Just follow." Murong Yen turned his head and discovered that Sidu Changfeng and the others were treating their injuries quickly. Murong Yen slapped his forehead and said in frustration, "I should have reacted earlier." Clearly, doing his best to recover his strength at this moment was the most important thing. Seeing Murong Yen turn obedient, Lu Ruyun relaxed slightly. However, she still felt somewhat worried. Like Murong Yen and the others, Xiaochen activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. Why is he still able to fight, even boldly charging into the two-star heavens suspending war chariot alone? What trump cards does he have? Never mind. I'll just do as he says. Lu Ruyun moved like a leaf, gently drifting down and landing above the heavens suspending war chariot. Xiaochen wanted her to guard the back door. If anyone tried to escape, she was to immediately block them. However, Lu Ruyun did not know where Xiaochen got his confidence to be so sure that he could force the other party out of the war chariot. In reality, Xiaochen's spiritual energy and veritable essence energy were already drained. However, he still had his demonic Dao veritable essence energy, which he did not use at all. His vital qi was not depleted at all. Xiaochen had not used his divine lightning eye, sharp spirit finger, Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, and many other trump cards. Naturally, he could still fight. Furthermore, the Heaven Dragon's mysteries that Xiaochen comprehended had already materialized. He could infuse it into all sorts of martial techniques and movement techniques. Inside the heavens suspending chariot, the battle was intense. Hua Qingyun led 10 people, ignoring the gray-robed old man's attempts to stop him, charging at Xiaochen. In the end, after a chaotic battle, the team of 11 people was completely unable to display their advantage in numbers against Xiaochen. Xiaochen merged the light of freedom's thunder dragon steps. His body moved like lightning, moving about freely. As for their auras, with the combination of Xiaochen's 2 greater success Dao auras and the Heaven Dragon's ultimacy, the auras of the dozen-odd people were firmly suppressed by Xiaochen from the beginning until the end. Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. Xiaochen watched as the 10 people executed their killing moves, intending to go all out. Their holy venerate wills strengthened continuously. Their auras actually temporarily surpassed his. Without even thinking, Xiaochen instantly executed Firmament's Rage. Lightning flickered on the enormous hand that supported the heavens. Its 5 fingers were like blades. With a single palm strike, it swept through everything before it. No one could stop it. Bang. Bang. The 11 people, including Hua Qingyun, were all sent flying. They vomited mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. When one looked around, the entire war chariot's interior was in tatters. Aside from the gray-clad old man, only Xiaochen remained standing. Damn it! If I had not been careless, I would have used the war chariot from the start to kill you all. This would not have happened. Hua Qingyun felt so much regret that his intestines turned green. As he looked at Xiaochen, a murderous intent blazed in his eyes. He wished that he could swallow Xiaochen alive on the spot. If you had not mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. It turns out that this is a 2-star heaven suspending war chariot. The people are gone, but the war chariot remains. This matter is over, Xiaochen said indifferently after sizing up the surroundings. Young man, don't go overboard when doing things. We only heard from Qi Yunfeng that you snatched the demonic blood thousand-winged snake from him and wanted to uphold justice. Now, it looks like there is a misunderstanding. Let's just say that our heavenly lodging palace is in the wrong. Is that all right? The gray-clad old man, who had not made a move all this while, snorted coldly. Then he unleashed his aura, and a star chart with thousands of stars moving around appeared behind him. Aside from showing off his strength, the old man placed special emphasis on the words, Heavenly Lodging Palace. The Heavenly Lodging Palace was one of the few rank 7 sects in the northern region, a super faction. Its overall strength was not much weaker than the Divine Dragon Empires. This was especially so in ancient desolate town, where the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch was stronger than the other factions. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, "Do you think that's all with just one sentence? Since you know that you are in the wrong, why are you not apologizing? However, I am a very easy person to negotiate with. There is no need for an apology. Just compensation will do." When Lu Ruyun, who was in the heavens suspending war chariot, heard this, she quivered and nearly fell over. Did I hear wrong? To think that Xiao Chen actually turned the tables and threatened the other party, even demanding compensation. The other party was from the Heavenly Lodging Palace. Furthermore, he was facing a late-stage holy venerate old man. Where did he get his confidence from? You. The gray-clad old man trembled in anger. He said furiously, "You are going too far. Don't go overboard. Old Yang, why are you wasting time with him? Just kill him and end all troubles." Hua Qingyun shouted as he struggled to get up. He had never felt so sullen before. "Just obediently lie down." Xiao Chen sent out a palm strike and smashed Hua Qingyun back down. Then he pulled over a chair with a wave of his hand. Holding the sheathed lunar shadow saber with one hand, he sat down. As the gray-clad old man stored up power and prepared to attack at any moment, he smiled and said, "Brat, it is not that you, the steward, are not willing to not attack. It is that he does not dare to. Old man, I was right? You have been observing me, trying to find openings in my fight with this trash, trying to figure out my limits. However, the more you watch, the more shocked you are, the less confident you are, right?" As he sat on the chair, Xiao Chen revealed an indistinct smile. His eyes were as sharp as swords as they pierced the gray-clad old man. The gray-clad old man was immediately stunned. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. How does he know everything? That was right. From the very start, the gray-clad old man had been observing Xiao Chen. The openings were secondary. The main thing was to figure out Xiao Chen's limits. When one grew old and could not see clearly, one would not have the courage to make a move. Since when did such an incredible youth appear in the northern region? As the gray-clad old man watched Xiao Chen calmly sit on the throne, the confidence he exuded put a mountain of pressure on the gray-clad old man. Everlasting heavenly constellation, reversing the starry heavens. Under the immense pressure, the gray-clad old man had to make a move even if he did not want to. The gray-clad old man roared ferociously. Success or failure depended on this palm strike. Then he threw a palm strike. The surroundings suddenly changed. The war chariot vanished, and everyone seemed to be in the boundless starry heavens. As the gray-clad old man threw a palm strike, the entire starry heavens spun in reverse. It was like a black hole appeared behind him, and a horrifying suction surged toward Xiao Chen. What a strong palm strike! If this old man had attacked from the very start, the situation might have changed. As for now, Xiao Chen smiled coldly, and his left hand moved, forming the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. It was like water could not be refined, like the sun and moon could not stay in the sky. Xiao Chen's killing chi increased 7-fold. His killing intent wanted to fill the boundless starry heavens, slowing the spinning starry heavens. This is... The gray-clad old man was greatly startled. Horror appeared in his eyes. He had never seen such horrifying killing chi in his life. It was not over yet. Supreme Dragon Fist, Leaderless Dragons. Xiao Chen formed the 7-kill seal with his left hand and executed the Supreme Dragon Fist with his right hand, using his overwhelming killing intent to drive this Supreme Dragon Fist. A berserk dragon roared, and killing intent soared into the clouds. When he punched, the starry heavens shattered. Xiao Chen's punch knocked the gray-clad old man into the wall of the heavens suspending war chariot. Xiao Chen hovered in the air, dragon chi surrounding him. His killing intent blazed, making him look like a murderous god. Xiao Chen had modified his supreme dragon fist, using killing chi to replace resentment with the 7-kill seal. With the 7-kill seal, the might of this punch increased sevenfold. Not only did the gray-clad old man's palm strike, but it also knocked him half dead. Horror filled his eyes. However, the gray-clad old man was incredible. The instant he retreated, he grabbed Hua Qingyun. "Let's go!" Not daring to linger, the gray-clad old man picked up Hua Yunfeng. Then his figure flashed, vanishing from Xiao Chen's sight. Xiao Chen did not find this strange. They must have used the formations in the heavens suspending war chariot to send them out. Xiao Chen swept his gaze around and fixed it on the others who remained here. Finally, he fixed his gaze on one person. He demanded coldly, "Speak. Where was your 2-star war chariot heading in the first place?" When that person saw the murderous god Xiao Chen, he immediately trembled like he had fallen into an ice cave, his entire body trembling in fear. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'll speak. I'll speak. Xiao Chen, we're here to help you." Just at this moment, Murong Yen and the others rushed over after recovering some of their strength. When they saw this scene, their jaws nearly fell off in shock. Chapter 1941. When Xiao Chen saw Murong Yen and the others enter, he nodded slightly and continued interrogating them. For a group of holy venerates to drive a 2-star war chariot into desolate God Valley, they definitely had other motives. The 2-star war chariot was extremely powerful. If this group of people had started, they would have used the 2-star war chariot to attack them. Even Xiao Chen could not deal with it. Unless he used the god Shadow Bao, he could only bring his group far away. Thankfully, Hua Qingyun had been careless and had given Xiao Chen the opportunity to charge in and finish him off. 3 days ago, Elder Su led the elites of the Heavenly Lodging Palace's branch and mysteriously charged into desolate God Valley. If there's a major discovery, ask young Master Hua to bring the 2-star chariot over to help suppress the situation and seal off the scene. Under Xiao Chen's mental pressure, the man did not dare to lie and confessed. "Elder Su? What Elder Su?" "Our Heavenly Lodging Palace branch has 2 leaders. One is Elder Su Feng, and the other is Elder Lin Quan. This time, the leader is Elder Su Feng. Almost all the elites of the branch have been mobilized, and only Elder Lin Quan is left to oversee things. How strong is this Elder Su?" Elder Su advanced to sovereign personage many years ago. Now, he is already a small perfection sovereign personage. "What did you find?" "I don't know. I really don't know. Hua Xiao doesn't know either. They only said that it was a very shocking discovery, and even Elder Lin Quan almost came. Right now, they are trying their best to seal off the news." It looks like he really does not know. Xiao Chen knocked out the other party with a palm strike. Then, Lu Ruyun led the fleeing gray-robed old man and Hua Qingyun back in. Clearly, the gray-robed old man had not expected that Xiao Chen would expect him to flee and had made arrangements in advance. Xiao Chen got Lu Ruyun, who was at her peak, to stand guard above the war chariot, ready to receive orders at any time, catching the other party off guard. "Gentlemen, we admit defeat this time. However, we are members of the Heavenly Lodging Palace, one of the 3 rank 7 sects of the northern region. There's no need to kill us all." The gray-clad old man looked at Xiao Chen and once again brought up the Heavenly Lodging Palace's name. Xiao Chen said coldly, "If the Heavenly Lodging Palace really cared about you, it would not have kept you in the branch. Furthermore, we have the Divine Dragon Empire backing us. Why would we fear your Heavenly Lodging Palace? You can only blame yourselves for being brainless, thinking that you can bully Dragon's Gate's outer palace disciples." The gray-robed old man said angrily, "Are you trying to incite a conflict between the 2 superpowers?" When Xiao Chen heard this, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This gray-robed old man was so anxious that his IQ had dropped. If there was no direct conflict of interest, why would the 2 superpowers fall out because of such a small conflict? If that were the case, the world would no longer be peaceful. Sects would be fighting each other everywhere. "I can't be bothered to argue with you." Xiao Chen gently knocked down the tyrant saber in his hand, knocking out the severely injured person. Hua Qingyun, who was at the side, was scared out of his wits. He looked at Xiao Chen, then at the people around him, feeling extremely regretful. Damn it! If I have the chance to return alive, I will definitely beat up Qi Yunfeng. What dog's hit is this? To think that I got into trouble for nothing. Boom! The heavens suspending war chariot trembled for a while before spewing out a plume of flame. Then, under Lu Ruyun's control, it soared into the sky. Aside from him, toss everyone else out. Murong Yen smiled and said, Roger that. I'll handle this matter. Ha! Everyone in the war chariot, regardless of whether they were breathing or not, threw them to the ground with a palm strike first. When Hua Qingyun saw this scene, he was startled and repeatedly begged for mercy. However, the others did not say anything to him. After placing restrictions in his body, they knocked him out with a palm strike. He obtained a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot just like that? Murong Yen felt like everything was a dream, feeling incredulous. Wei Hongfei looked at Xiao Chen and said meaningfully, Xiao Chen, how much strength did you hide from us? Right now, everyone could tell that Xiao Chen's strength was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Xiao Chen was already much stronger than them. Even though they all used their great desolate Ian bloodlines, Xiao Chen could still put up a fight. Xiao Chen barged in alone and dealt with 10-odd ordinary holy venerates. One of them was even a late-stage holy venerate expert. Xiao Chen replied honestly, it is nothing. That Su Feng should have taken away all the elites. Aside from the gray-clad old man being somewhat difficult to deal with, the others are not worth mentioning. I estimate that these are loose cultivators that the heavenly lodging palace recruited in ancient desolate town. Let's not care about that for now. Xiao Chen, what do you plan to do? Sidu Changfeng asked. Right now, there were 2 paths before the group. One was to return home. The harvest this time was already sufficiently bountiful. If they went back and sold what they obtained, they would gain a great profit. Furthermore, they obtained a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot for free, which was a pleasant surprise. The second choice was to see what exactly the heavenly lodging palace discovered for them to make such a big fuss about. The former was foolproof, but the latter was somewhat dangerous. How should they choose? Xiao Chen, you make the decision. I'll listen to you. Wei Hongfei was rather straightforward, directly letting Xiao Chen make the decision, not even bothering to discuss it. In any case, in the end, Xiao Chen would make the final decision. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, the other party should have discovered something big. Otherwise, they would not have sent out all the elites of the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch and still felt that it was not enough. Given our strength, going over to join in the excitement would just be seeking death. Sometimes, one should not join in on the excitement. If one was not careful, one might end up as cannon fodder. Are we giving up? Wei Hongfei felt somewhat dissatisfied. Xiao Chen smiled and said, naturally, that is impossible. After we return to ancient desolate town, we will spread the news. Doesn't the Heavenly Lodging Palace want to seal off the news? We will not go against their wishes. We will let the entire ancient desolate town know that their Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered a startling fortuitous encounter. Sidu Changfeng's eyes lit up. Good idea. We will have a chance only if we stir up the situation. Then, we will sell off the demonic blood thousand-winged snakes materials. We will use this opportunity to raise our strength. At that time, we will be more confident. Xiao Chen gave a simple explanation of his thoughts. Murong Yen scratched his head and asked, what if they obtain the fortuitous encounter in advance? What should we do? Xiao Chen replied calmly, that is impossible. I have a feeling that the thing that the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered cannot be dealt with in a short time. Otherwise, there would be no need to make such a big fuss. Good, it is settled then. After making up her mind, Lu Ruyun controlled the war chariot and flew towards ancient desolate town. Naturally, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's insignia on the heaven-suspending war chariot was removed. The group also made some changes to its exterior. Otherwise, it would be somewhat problematic to drive it into ancient desolate town. Lu Ruyun had a heaven-suspending war chariot. Under her directions, the group quickly familiarized themselves with this 2-star war chariot. There were many formations in the war chariot that needed to be linked. It was very difficult for one person to control them fully. After familiarizing themselves with the war chariot, the two-star heavens suspending war chariot turned into a dazzling beam of light and rushed towards ancient desolate town. By relying on this two-star heavens suspending war chariot, the group rushed back in less than one day. It had to be said that the war chariot was indeed astonishingly fast. Look at the two-star war chariot. It is really fast. Whose two-star war chariot is this? Why is there no insignia? Two-star war chariots were extremely rare in ancient desolate town. Aside from those large factions, the number of them could be counted on one hand. When the group returned to ancient desolate town, the two-star war chariot immediately attracted a lot of attention. After the group rented a luxurious courtyard in ancient desolate town, Xiaochen made arrangements. Ruyun and I will go to the merchant association and sell the demonic blood thousand-wing snakes materials. You all should hurry and spread the news of the heavenly lodging palace's great discovery, adding details to the story. No problem. Xiaochen did not fear attracting attention. He got Lu Ruyun to drive the two-star heavens suspending war chariot to the merchant association. The top 10 merchant associations of the Central Great Realm all have branches in ancient desolate town. Xiaochen, which one are you going to pick? Lu Ruyun asked as she drove the war chariot. Xiaochen nodded and said, "Let's go to the second-ranked merchant association." Got it. Boom! The war chariot sped up, moving quickly in the sky above ancient desolate town. Soon, the war chariot arrived above Xiaochen's destination, the Nine Cauldron Pavilion. Then, it slowly descended. The various large merchant associations had a place to receive war chariots. When the managers saw the two-star war chariot descend, his eyes lit up. A major customer is here. Receive him according to the standards of a gold VIP. Xiaochen and Lu Ruyun opened the war chariot's doors. The scene before them shocked them slightly. Xiaochen saw 10-odd girls in their prime standing on both sides. They all wore the same clothes, looking sexy and enchanting. All of them bowed at the same time. Honored guests, sorry for not coming out to welcome you. A middle-aged man in embroidered clothes walked over with large strides with a forthright smile. Xiaochen secretly sized up this person. He saw that this person had an extraordinary air. He was actually a peak holy venerate, looking like he would break through at any moment. This humble one is Li Xiuhai, the person in charge of this Nine Cauldron Pavilion. Might I ask who the two of you are? As the two approached, Li Xiuhai felt somewhat surprised. Two youths actually walked out of the two-star heavens suspending war chariot. One of them was not even a holy venerate. Li Xiuhai could not help feeling disappointed. However, he did not show it on his face. The person in charge? In that case, it's you. There's no need for you to ask who we are. Cancel the other contracts. We have a big business deal to do with you. Xiaochen waved his hand and led Lu Ruyun away, completely ignoring this Li Xiuhai. This startled Li Xiuhai. What arrogance! Just as he felt displeased, he discovered that Xiaochen had already walked some distance away, so he quickly followed. Li Xiuhai held back his anger and asked with a smile, "Might I ask how big the business is?" However, Li Xiuhai smiled coldly in his heart. What kind of business has the Nine Cauldron Pavilion not seen? You are so young. What kind of business can you have? Could it be bigger than a sovereign personage's business? It is not that big. I just killed a demonic blood thousand-wing snake, Lu Ruyun replied softly with a smile. When Li Xiuhai heard that, he could not help feeling shocked. Did I hear wrong? A demonic blood thousand-wing snake? An overlord-class ferocious beast of the sovereign personage level. Chapter 1942. This greatly startled Li Xiuhai. He only reacted after being stunned for a long time. His eyes filled with disbelief. However, he did not dare to slight such a big deal. He instructed the person beside him with a grave expression, "Go and invite Mr. Bai." Mr. Bai was the highest-ranked appraiser in the Nine Cauldron Pavilion's ancient desolate town branch. There was no treasure that he could not appraise. Inside the booth, Li Xiuhai smiled at Xiaochen and said, "Little brother, I have not asked for your great name yet." Grasshead Xiao, Sun Guangchen, Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen replied indifferently. So, it is young Master Xiao. Since you killed a demonic blood thousand-winged snake, shouldn't you take out something to prove it? A brilliant light flickered in Li Xiuhai's eyes, and the smile on his face never faded. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, even if I let you take it out, can you appraise it? Li Xiuhai could not help feeling embarrassed. I have managed the 9 Cauldron Pavilions branch for so many years. I still have some discerning eyes. Let's wait for the appraiser to arrive first. I do not want to waste time. After Xiao Chen said that, he ignored Li Xiuhai, making the other party feel somewhat uneasy. This young master, are you waiting for this old man? The door to the private room opened, and a well-dressed, spirited old man with powerful soul energy walked in. He had an extraordinary bearing. Li Xiuhai stood up and said, Mr. Bai, you are finally here. These 2 youths said that they killed a demonic blood thousand-winged snake. A demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Mr. Bai's eyes lit up. He said, let me see the beast core. Xiao Chen did not say anything. With a flip of his hand, he took out a mirror box and handed it to the other party. Boom! The mirror box opened, and a great desolate Aeon demonic might immediately surged out, spreading out in all directions. The entire private room shook slightly, and the array formation that was secretly reinforced in the room also trembled incessantly. An illusory demonic blood thousand-winged snake charged out of the beast core at Mr. Bai. Li Xiuhai could not help feeling startled. Mr. Bai. Beast, you are seeking death. Mr. Bai snorted coldly. Then, a strong soul energy surged out from his forehead and scattered the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's ferocious spirit. Such powerful soul power. Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. This Mr. Bai's soul energy probably already rivaled that of a sovereign personage. When he controlled it, it was even more smooth and easy, and it contained boundlessly profound techniques. Good. Master Bai said, good, 3 times in a row. Then, he guffawed, it is indeed the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's beast core. To think that it died less than 3 days ago. Furthermore, it was stored in a treasure box used to seal the soul. Little brother, it seems like you know quite a lot of things. Li Xiuhai immediately rejoiced in his heart. Since Mr. Bai said so, it was clearly a big transaction. Young Master Xiao Chen. No, young Master Chen's moves are truly extraordinary, worthy of admiration. Is it possible for the 9 Cauldron Pavilion to take all the other parts? Li Xiuhai looked at Xiao Chen with a smile. Even the way he addressed Xiao Chen instantly changed. Xiao Chen said indifferently, there is no rush. Let's value this beast core first. Right. There is no rush. Master Bai, how much is this beast core worth? Li Xiuhai asked in anticipation. Master Bai thought for a while before replying, the value of an overlord-class sovereign personage ferocious beast core is rather public. Normally, it is worth about 2 million primeval heavenly pills. However, young Master Zhao's beast core still has a remnant soul, so its value is at least 20% higher. I estimate that 3 million primeval heavenly pills should be enough. Li Xiuhai felt very cocky. This number was already an astronomical figure. However, when he secretly glanced at Xiao Chen and Lu Riyun, he was greatly startled. Xiao Chen still maintained a calm expression. No change could be seen on his face. As for Lu Riyun, she had a smile on her face, but she was not startled. One was the White Dragon King's daughter, and the other had seen many grand scenes. How could they be easily frightened by 3 million primeval heavenly pills? Lu Riyun giggled and said, I recall that there was an auction in the Divine Dragon Empire's ancestor Dragon City last year. Those who are not sovereign personages and the Dragon's Gate inner sect disciples are not allowed to enter. An overlord-class sovereign personage ferocious beast core seems to have been sold for 4 million primeval heavenly pills. If I recall correctly, the one hosting the auction back then was the Bai clan's current clan head. He also seemed to have auctioned it at the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. The Bai clan is one of the 3 appraisal noble clans of the Central Great Realm. I believe that they would not do something that would tarnish their reputation. The moment Lu Riyun said that, Li Xiuhai and Master Bai were startled. Li Xiuhai looked at Lu Ruyun and asked, "Might I ask what Mrs. Identity is? Do you need me to repeat myself? Just take good care of us. Don't ask about our identities." Xiao Chen's face sank, revealing displeasure. This Li Xiuhai really did not care about his words at all. Sorry, sir. This one is in the wrong. This one is in the wrong. For some reason, Li Xiuhai's heart sank when he saw Xiao Chen's expression, so he quickly apologized. Master Bai sent a voice projection. "Li Xiuhai, this girl's identity seems to be extraordinary. She understands my Bai clan very well, so we will not be able to fool her. The two of you are people who have seen much of the world. If we do not grasp this business well, it will end up in the hands of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association. Very well. How much do you think this demonic blood thousand-winged snake's beast core is worth?" 5 million. Good. That's the price. No matter what, we have to get this business. An entire demonic blood thousand-winged snake is worth half a year's worth of business. The two discussed in secret and quickly came up with an idea. Naturally, there will be a high price in the auction. If the two of you are willing to sell the other parts of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake at our 9 Cauldron Pavilion, I can offer 5 million primeval heavenly pills for this beast core. Li Xiuhai showed a grave expression as he looked at Xiao Chen. It seemed like he wanted to take the initiative. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "You can offer as much as you want. Don't add any other conditions. I do not like discussing business with people like this. Be more decisive. 5 million primeval heavenly pills. Do you accept it or not?" Dealing with businessmen was a headache. The other party looked like he was making a lot of concessions. However, once Xiao Chen agreed, the other party, who held the initiative, would definitely take it back with the other parts. This was what Xiao Chen hated the most. He said coldly, "Put away your little tricks. It's up to you whether you want to accept it or not." Li Xiuhai immediately felt nervous. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Before Xiao Chen's strong aura, Li Xiuhai was at a complete disadvantage. Master Bai could no longer keep watching. He said sullenly, "It's settled then. 4,500,000 primeval heavenly pills, no other conditions. One by one. I will make the final decision on this transaction." Li Xiuhai heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Right. Master Bai, make the final decision." "Good. 4,500,000 primeval heavenly pills, deal." After the transaction was completed, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to take out the purple-patterned wings on the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's body. He kept 100 pairs for himself and offered the remaining 900. After Master Bai carefully appraised the wings, he offered 2 million primeval heavenly pills. Then, there was the great desolate Aeon demonic blood essence, the venomous fangs that contained a strong poison, and the softest demonic blood thousand-winged snake skin. Every time Xiao Chen took out an item, Li Xiuhai and Master Bai felt startled. They simply could not believe that so many demonic blood thousand-winged snake resources came from one person. In the end, they became completely numb, unable to speak. After the transaction was completed, the number of primeval heavenly pills reached a horrifying 12 million. Li Xiuhai took out a VIP card and handed it to Xiao Chen. Then he smiled and said, "This is the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's Grade 1 VIP card. With this card, you can enjoy extremely high discounts in the entire Central Great Realm's 9 Cauldron Pavilion. This VIP card is extremely rare and limited. In the future, Sir Xiao will be a friend of our 9 Cauldron Pavilion." Xiao Chen put away the VIP card and nodded slightly. "I still need some things." A thought occurred to Li Xiuhai. He smiled and asked, "What does Sir Xiao want to buy?" "I need a medicinal pill for breaking through bottlenecks." Master Bai looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Young Master Xiao is currently a peak consummation star venerate. Although his cultivation is not high, his accumulations are frighteningly vast. The vastness of his veritable essence energy is no weaker than that of a regular holy venerate. If you want to break through, you need a rank for heavenly pill at the very least. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion happens to have such a medicinal pill." "What medicinal pill?" "The 7 Apertures Cloud Breaking Pill. A rank 4 heavenly pill, worth 2 million primeval heavenly pills." If young Master Shao wants to buy it, it will only cost 1,500,000 primeval heavenly pills. I'll buy it. Now that Shao Chun could buy a medicinal pill for breaking through bottlenecks that he did not even dare to think about in the past, he did not even blink. This was a rare fortuitous encounter. Not taking advantage of this opportunity to break through to wholly venerate clearly did not fit Shao Chen's character. Previously, Shao Chen was poor and did not dare to think about anything. Now that he had so many primeval heavenly pills, he naturally dared to think about anything. Shao Chen said sullenly, I still need you to help me find a blacksmith who can independently refine an inherited Dao tool. The price is not a problem. Master Bai guessed, a blacksmith who can independently refine an inherited Dao tool would be a rank 3 Grandmaster blacksmith. Such a person is not easy to find. Li Xiuhai, do you have any connections in this area? Li Xiuhai smiled and said, as the person in charge of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's ancient desolate town, naturally, I know people from all walks of life. Give me one day, and I'll help young Master Shao find someone. Shao Chun nodded and handed the tyrant's saber to Li Xiuhai. There is no rush. Let him look at this saber first. If he is confident, he can come. How heavy! After Li Xiuhai received the tyrant's saber, his expression changed slightly, finding it incredibly taxing. A look of shock flashed in Master Bai's eyes. However, he did not say anything. Soon Shao Chun obtained the 7 apertures cloud-breaking pill. Then, he asked Lu Riyun, is there anything you want to buy? Lu Riyun smiled and asked, what do you think? After asking a nonsensical question, Shao Chun put away the 7 apertures cloud-breaking pill and boarded the heavens-suspending war chariot. Shao Chun thought to himself, things are going very smoothly on my side. However, I wonder how Murong Yan's side is doing. Young Master Shao, take care. Come again when you have time. Li Xiuhai sent Shao Chun off enthusiastically. When the war chariot took off, he could no longer control his expression. He laughed loudly, this is great. I managed to close a transaction worth more than 10 million primeval heavenly crystals in one day. If I can do a few more, I can be transferred away from this desolate place at the end of the year. Master Bai's expression did not change. As he looked at the tyrant's saber in Li Xiuhai's hand, he muttered, it really is the saber of misfortune, the tyrant's saber. Master Bai, what did you say? Nothing. Chapter 1943. Did you hear? The Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered a deity corpse in desolate God Valley. A deity corpse? That's impossible. Where did you hear that? The Heavenly Lodging Palace clearly discovered a damaged Heavenly Realm divine weapon. Damn, where did you hear that? Why did I hear that the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered a divine beast in desolate God Valley? Divine beast? Divine my ass. How can there be a pure-blooded divine beast in this day and age? Cut the crap. It is a Heavenly Realm divine weapon. Why is it impossible? There are pure-blooded golden crows in the Golden Crow Empire. You are too ignorant. As Shao Chen and Li Xiuhai discussed the deal, Murong Yan and the others spent money to hire people to spread rumors. At first, the rumors did not attract anyone's attention. However, some observant people discovered that something was wrong with the Heavenly Lodging Palace. The originally untrustworthy rumor had become confusing. Big news! The elites of the Heavenly Lodging Palace have all left the branch. Now, only Senior Lung Quan remains. Damn! Could the rumors be true? What is the Heavenly Lodging Palace doing? To think that all the elites left the branch. There's more news. The Heavenly Lodging Palace sent people back from desolate God Valley. The Heavenly Lodging Palace set up a forbidden zone in desolate God Valley. Murong Yan and the others did not need to worry too much about the rest. All they needed to do was add fuel to the fire. The news of the Heavenly Lodging Palace's great discovery in desolate God Valley instantly spread throughout ancient desolate town. This attracted the attention of many factions in ancient desolate town. The upper echelon of the ruling Sword Gate, one of ancient desolate town's rank 6 sects, gathered together to discuss what the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered. Yi Rong, the ruling Sword Gate's vice sect master, asked with a grave expression, "Everyone, what do you think of the Heavenly Lodging Palace's abnormality?" Everyone here was a sovereign personage. Nearly all the elders of the ruling Sword Gate were present, presenting a grand spectacle. Right now, rumors are everywhere. However, none of them are reliable. The elites of the Heavenly Lodging Palace have indeed been sent out. They have also carved out a forbidden area in desolate God Valley. However, they have not revealed any information about what they discovered. An elder of the Imperial Sword Gate said with a solemn expression. Another elder added, "There's no need to overthink this. For the Heavenly Lodging Palace to lock down the news so tightly, they must have made an incredible discovery. They do not want others to know so that they can keep it for themselves." Humph. This Heavenly Lodging Palace is really becoming more and more overboard. The Heavenly Lodging Palace's headquarters were not here. As an external faction, they frequently suppressed the ruling Sword Gate and the other nearby Rank 6 sections. The ruling Sword Gate had accumulated a lot of resentment. This time, the Heavenly Lodging Palace went overboard. Shao Chun directly carved out a forbidden zone in desolate God Valley. How could these elders not be angry? Sect Master Li, that disciple of mine, Qi Yunfeng, spends most of his time in desolate God Valley. Perhaps he knows some information that we do not. Right at that moment, an old man with the appearance of a rat said with a smile. Li Rong frowned slightly when he saw this old man. This old man didn't have a good reputation. Shao Chun had also heard of Qi Yunfeng, Qi Yunfeng's disciple. He was a true inheritor of the ruling Sword Gate, yet he ran off to become a broker. But at this time, Li Rong realized that he really needed this person. He said, "Let him come over." Qi Yunfeng, who was currently recuperating from his injuries, felt confused. When someone brought him to the important place of the sect where all the elders were, he was immediately frightened into feeling weak in the knees. Normally, Shao Chun had violated the sect rules many times. Just as he was feeling anxious, he saw his master say to him, "Little Qi, you are familiar with desolate God Valley. Tell sect master what exactly the Heavenly Lodging Palace is doing." So. Seeing the gazes of the many elders focused on him, Qi Yunfeng immediately felt somewhat guilty. How could he know what happened to the Heavenly Lodging Palace? He hurriedly looked at his master as if asking for help. Li Rong was extremely disappointed by his master's performance. Just as he was about to wave his hand for him to leave, Qi Yunfeng said loudly, "I know. No wonder that Hua Qingyun drove the 2-star heaven suspending war chariot to desolate God Valley. So, that is the reason." It turned out that this Qi Yunfeng had received a voice projection from his master. Qi Yunfeng, who naturally liked to take advantage of opportunities, immediately felt that his opportunity had arrived. Li Rong's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Good. In that case, tell me the details. If there is any basis, I can go and convince the people of the Northern Mountain Academy, the White Sun Mountain Manor, and the Azure Flame Pavilion to come with us." The ruling Sword Gate could not openly offend the Heavenly Lodging Palace by itself. Only by working with all the Rank 6 sects near ancient desolate town would there be a chance. At that time, the Heavenly Lodging Palace would settle the score. If the Rank 6 sects worked together, the Heavenly Lodging Palace would not be able to do anything. That place is a forbidden land in the first place. Normally, there are not many cultivators there. Rushing there is just seeking death. I once accidentally barged in. If I had not retreated early, I would not have survived. Li Rong frowned and asked, "What exactly is in there?" Qi Yunfeng replied sullenly, "I'm not sure. I was chased by a group of damned servants and did not dare to stay for too long." Clearly, Qi Yunfeng's answer did not satisfy Li Rong. However, it was within his expectations. This was already sufficient to convince those Rank 6 sects to travel with the ruling Sword Gate. If the Heavenly Lodging Palace really obtained something, their already difficult days would become even more difficult. That's it then. Leave half of our forces to guard the sect. The other elders and true inheritors will all go together. Qi Yunfeng. Present. Qi Yunfeng felt goosebumps from Vice Sect Master Li's stare. He did not dare to meet Vice Sect Master Li's gaze. "Since you are familiar with the terrain, you will lead the way. When necessary, provide some suggestions," Li Rong said seriously. "Yes." Qi Yunfeng immediately felt incredibly excited. This was an excellent opportunity to make a contribution. It was very likely that the rank 6 sex would need him to lead the way. My luck has changed. Hua Qingyun, don't let me run into you again. When Qi Yunfeng thought of that kick, he still felt extremely sullen. This was even more sullen than when Xiao Qian and the others chased after him. He had never felt so wrong before. It was not just the ruling Sword Gate. The other major factions in ancient desolate town moved at nearly the same time, sending out their own scouts. They all wanted to know what exactly the heavenly lodging palace discovered for them to be so secretive, even sending out all their elites. Immediately, a storm brewed, and undercurrents surged. As for the instigators of all this, Xiao Qin, Murong Yen, and the others, they all rejoiced. When they returned to the courtyard and learned of the amount that Xiao Qin had obtained, they were all stunned. Although they knew that the parts of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's corpse would be extremely valuable, no one had expected it to be such a horrifying sum. In the end, they still had to thank Xiao Qin. If not for his decisiveness, they might have obtained only 10% of the profits. That was 1,500,000 primeval heavenly pills. After splitting them evenly, they would have 300,000 to 400,000 primeval heavenly pills. The rewards were still pretty good. However, that was all there was to it. It was far from enough to make everyone rejoice. After all, they were all heaven-class core disciples of the Divine Dragon Palace. The resources that they obtained had never been lacking. However, things were different now. 15 million primeval heavenly pills. Even if the 6 of them split it evenly, each of them would get an astronomical sum of 2 or 3 million. Ha! We really struck it rich this time. A smile bloomed on Murong Yan's face. Then, he said with a grave expression, I'm afraid that even my master would not have so many primeval heavenly pills. With such a large sum of primeval heavenly pills, I will definitely be able to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Wei Hongfei gestured for everyone to be quiet. Then he said, I suggest that Xiao Qin get 5 million primeval heavenly pills each. The rest of us can split the rest. Right. Xiao Qin, don't ever reject this. This is the amount that you deserve. Murong Yen immediately expressed his complete support without any objections. The others all understood that if not for Xiao Qin, Qi Yunfeng and the others would have worked together to make a fool out of them. The rewards that they would have obtained would not even be a fraction of what they were getting now. No one would be upset. For a moment, Xiao Qin did not know how to reject. Actually, he had kept some of every part of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake for himself. He had already obtained enough. Unfortunately, after he said it, the others still did not say anything. They shoved 5 million primeval heavenly pills into Xiao Qin's hands, not giving him a chance to reject. Xiao Qin felt warmth in his heart. Obtaining the acknowledgement of these friends indeed made him feel very comfortable. Lu Ruyun looked at Xiao Qin, who was surrounded by the crowd. Then, she tilted her head and revealed a smile. The more Lu Ruyun looked, the more she felt that Xiao Qin was the real Lu Riyue in the painting. At some point in time, Xiao Qin, who came from the Heaven Dragon Palace, became the absolute core of the group. No wonder Wei Hongfei fell out with senior brother Zhong Li for Xiao Qin's sake. The unity of the people in the group was far better than having an experienced and strong person. So Xiao. Just at this moment, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. It was Li Xiuhai rushing over. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. He knew why the other party was here. He stood up and said, Everyone, make good use of your time in the next few days to make another breakthrough. I will try to break through to Holy Venerate. Don't fall behind either. A brilliant light flashed in Murong Yan's eyes. He said, Don't worry. With so many resources, it would be too embarrassing if we still could not break through. Xiao Qin smiled and took his leave of the group for now, going to meet Li Xiuhai alone. Indeed, a tall and stout old man followed Li Xiuhai. This old man had a vast aura of fire and strong soul energy. With one look, it was clear that this was an extremely skilled blacksmith. Chapter 1944. Sir Xiao, this is Senior Yun, a rank 4 Grandmaster. He should be able to satisfy your requirements. Li Xiuhai introduced Senior Yun to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin nodded and asked, Senior Yun, "Have you seen my saber?" Senior Yun said proudly, "I have. It is a peak inherited Dao tool. This old man believes that I can refine a Dao tool of this level again." Xiao Chen looked at Senior Yun somewhat suspiciously. Based on Senior Yun's expression, it seemed like he did not recognize the tyrant saber's origins. "Boss Li, please step back for a while." Li Xiuhai did as he was told, performing a cupped fist salute and leaving. He did not know what Xiao Chen was up to. "This saber of mine is not an ordinary inherited Dao tool. Senior Yun, you can take a closer look." Xiao Chen made an inviting gesture. Seeing Xiao Chen so serious, Senior Yun's expression turned grave. Then, he grasped the scabbard and carefully examined it. "Lightning attributed. It has been passed down for a long time. What else is there?" Senior Yun looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Young Master Xiao, please draw the saber." Clang. Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber with a backhand motion. A spot of cold light flowed down and gathered at the saber's tip, looking like a flickering icy star. Senior Yun's expression changed slightly. Then, he gently flicked the saber with his finger. A melodious saber hum rang out, and the saber hummed. Then, Senior Yun heard something else amid this humming. Those were the cries of countless tyrannical, powerful bladesmen before they died. "This is that misfortune saber." Senior Yun finally recalled it. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen in shock. "Young Master Xiao, you are really bold. Despite knowing the origins of this saber, you still dare to use it. This saber is not very auspicious. Anyone who wields this saber will eventually achieve hegemony. However, they will not have a good ending, dying a violent death." Xiao Chen said indifferently, "That is because they do not understand the hegemonic Dao." "Senior Yun, are you confident of modifying this saber for me?" Senior Yun smiled and said, "Why not? How do you want to modify it? Just say it." Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and opened his palm. The Grand Unity Divine Lightning appeared in his hand. "Tai Profound Bomb." Old Yun was startled. He grabbed Xiao Chen's hand and said excitedly, "Bring it over. Do you have more?" Xiao Chen jumped in fright and quickly retracted the Tai Divine Lightning. Was there something wrong with this old man? Sorry, I was too excited. You don't know how excited we, as refiners, are when we see such a magical item that only exists in legends. I've been stuck at the 4th level of the Supreme Power Realm for many years." Xiao Chen asked curiously, "This thing is deliberately helping Senior advance." "Advancing might not be possible, but you will definitely gain a lot. Are you thinking of merging the Tai Divine Lightning with the Tyrant Saber?" It was a good idea. In this way, the domineering saber might grow into a Tai Dark weapon in the future. There will be unlimited possibilities in the future. The more Elder Yun spoke, the more excited he became. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to start refining now. Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, "I say, Elder, there's no need to be so agitated. Ha! You do not understand the blacksmithing Dao. Naturally, you do not understand my current feelings. Right now, I feel like you found a supreme and profound saber technique and can't wait to practice it." Elder Yun guffawed and said, "Since it is merging the Tai Divine Lightning, I will not take your payment. After all, this is my first time doing this. Instead, I will be gaining experience for myself." When Xiao Chen heard that, he rejoiced. This was great. He could save a lot of resources. A rank 4 Grandmaster Refiner would be very remunerative. 200,000 primeval heavenly pills would probably be astronomical. "However, I cannot help you pay for the other supplementary materials," Elder Yun said. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry. I will get Li Xiuhai to make arrangements. Elder Yun, this way please." When I rented this courtyard, I specifically requested for a suitable refiner. After handing the Tai Profound Lightning and the Tyrant Saber to Elder Yun, Xiao Chen said seriously, "I'll leave the rest to Elder Yun. I want to activate the strand of soul in the Tyrant Saber and improve my Thunder Great Dao." "No problem. I will do my best." Sparks flickered in Elder Yun's eyes, appearing incredibly excited. Xiao Chen frowned to himself. He did not know whether this would work or not. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen stopped thinking about it. A rank 4 Grandmaster was already extremely incredible. If not for the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, Xiao Chen would not be able to find a rank 3 Grandmaster by himself. Sir Xiao, what instructions do you have? Li Xiuhai walked over with a smile. Now, he firmly believed that Xiao Chen was the god of fortune. It would not be wrong to befriend him. Xiao Chen made a list of all the supplementary materials needed for refining and handed them to the other party. Li Xiuhai took a casual glance and said that there was no problem. Then he pretended to say casually, recently, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's matter caused a huge commotion in ancient desolate town. I wonder if Sir Xiao has heard of it? Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he said, what is it? Tell me. Does this fellow really not know? Li Xiuhai could not see any suspicion in Xiao Chen's expression. He felt somewhat disappointed as he continued, I don't know what the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered in Desolate God Valley. They actually sealed off the place and turned it into a forbidden zone. The 4 nearby rank 6 sects, the Ruling Sword Gate, the Northern Mountain Academy, the White Sun Sect, and the Wolf Smoke Pavilion, could not hold back and sent their elites over. Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock. To think that there is such a thing. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion is considered one of the top 3 merchant associations in the entire Central Great Realm. They can be considered a super faction, but they did not make any moves? Li Xiuhai said embarrassedly, Sir Xiao, you must be joking. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion of this ancient desolate town is nothing compared to us. Just in the northern region alone, there are 3 ranks above me. How could I be in the mood to join in on the excitement? Even if I wanted to, I could not. The last sentence was clearly directed at Xiao Chen. Li Xiuhai felt that there should be an expert behind Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen was willing, their 9 Cauldron Pavilion was willing to form an alliance with him and investigate the situation together. Xiao Chen thought to himself, sly old fox. Then he smiled and said, Boss Li, you are too humble. That will be all. I will not send you off. Li Xiuhai turned his head back and discovered that Xiao Chen had already sent him to the courtyard without him realizing it. Li Xiuhai could not help feeling depressed. He had not gotten anything out of Xiao Chen yet. However, Li Xiuhai could only give up now. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, Sir Xiao, come over often when you have time. I'll get someone to deliver the items on this list tomorrow. Take care. After the other party left, Xiao Chen immediately withdrew his smile. The plan worked. They had finally stirred up the waters. Other than the 4 6th grade sects, there were probably many other hidden forces and powerful individuals. They all wanted to see what exactly the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered. Given this, the Heavenly Lodging Palace no longer had any hope of monopolizing the spoils. The muddier the waters, the better, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then he closed the door and returned to the cultivation room to prepare for his breakthrough. Since Xiao Chen intended to get involved in this mess, he needed to improve his strength further. Otherwise, he would not be sufficient before a sovereign personage. Even if an ordinary initial perfection sovereign personage came, Xiao Chen would not be a match for them. He would only be able to barely flee. If Xiao Chen did not raise his strength, he could only watch the excitement and be a bystander in this mess. 7 Apertures Cloud-Breaking Pill. Xiao Chen took out the medicinal pill and entered deep thought. Given Xiao Chen's situation, even without the help of a rank 4 heavenly pill, breaking through to Holy Venerate was just a matter of time. If not for the situation changing, breaking through naturally would have been the best for Xiao Chen. However, the situation was urgent. He could not care so much. After placing the primeval heavenly pill in the spirit gathering formation below, Xiao Chen sat in the center of the formation in the air. Open! Xiao Chen gently tapped the spirit gathering formation, and the primeval heavenly pill turned into extremely pure spiritual energy, spreading throughout the entire cultivation room. Xiao Chen's hands did not stop moving, continuously pouring in primeval heavenly pills into the spirit gathering formation. After the spirit gathering formation spun 100 times and the spiritual energy in the cultivation room turned into clouds, Xiao Chen stopped pouring in primeval heavenly pills. As Xiao Chen looked at the spiritual energy above him that looked like real clouds, he sighed, how extravagant! For the sake of raising the spiritual energy in the room to the level of the Heaven Dragon Palace's profound dragon platform, Xiaoqin used a total of 100,000 primeval heavenly pills. All this was for the sake of a smooth and perfect breakthrough. Furthermore, this was just the beginning. Purple thunder divine incantation. Demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. Xiaoqin circulated two kinds of energy at the same time. Then, he opened his mouth and directly swallowed 100,000 primeval heavenly pills. The primeval heavenly pills all turned into liquid. Xiaoqin was like a whale swallowing the sea, continuously absorbing this vast veritable essence energy. If an ordinary person were here, they would definitely faint from fright. If a star venerate absorbed such a vast amount of primeval heavenly pills, his body would explode and he would die on the spot. However, Xiaoqin did not fear this. His physical body was like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy. The whirlpools formed by the purple thunder divine incantation and the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art were like black holes in his body, continuously digesting and turning the spiritual energy into veritable essence energy. Boom! The two veritable essence energies intersected, and the primal chaos veritable essence energies spun continuously. Xiaoqin sat down, and a modeled Taiji diagram appeared. Black and white yin-yang fish chased each other in the diagram. When they reached a balance, Xiaoqin felt his physical body swell up slightly. He knew that he had already reached his limit. Xiaoqin closed his mouth and stopped absorbing the primeval heavenly pills. After refining for a while, he opened his mouth again and swallowed the 7 apertures cloud-breaking pill. When the medicinal pill entered Xiaoqin's mouth, the medicinal energy ignited in that instant. Then, it quickly exploded in a way that Xiaoqin did not expect. Boom, boom. First, an intense explosion came from Xiaoqin's soul pool. Following that, an even more horrifying explosion came from his 9-star primal core. Pu-ci. Xiaoqin vomited a mouthful of blood. Intense pain filled his entire body. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose, mouth, and he nearly fainted in that instant. Xiaoqin could not help feeling startled. I was too anxious. I was still overconfident. He thought that with so many resources, rank 4 heavenly pills, and his outstanding talent, it would be a piece of cake for him to break through the bottleneck of the Holy Venerate stage. It should have been a piece of cake. There should have been no need to worry. Unexpectedly, while he broke through the bottleneck, he nearly exploded to death. He could not stabilize the soul energy and veritable essence energy that continuously poured into him after advancing to Holy Venerate. Oh no! Just as Xiaoqin calmed himself and put in all his effort, a cold snort suddenly rang out in his heart. To think that breaking through to Holy Venerate still requires so much effort. I must have been blind to have chosen you as my successor. Chapter 1945. At the crucial moment, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's lingering soul, which had not appeared for a long time, suddenly appeared. Xiaoqin gently breathed out some dragon qi, and the explosive veritable essence energy and soul energy in his body immediately stabilized. Xiaoqin heaved a sigh of relief. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was still the same as usual. Every time he appeared, he would belittle himself. Xiaoqin, who was already used to this, smiled softly and said, "Senior, I have already arrived in the Divine Dragon Empire and joined the Heaven Dragon Palace." The Heaven Dragon Palace? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor felt slightly stunned. He reacted only after a long time. Then he said in shock, "That's right. I still find it strange." "What's so strange about it?" "The Blue Dragon bloodline ceased to exist long ago. How could I join the Blue Dragon Palace?" These words sounded strangely sorrowful coming from the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. As the strongest Dragon Emperor of the Blue Dragon bloodline, the first thing that came to his mind was that Xiaoqin wanted to join the Blue Dragon Palace. By the time the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor reacted, he realized that the Blue Dragon bloodline had ceased to exist long ago. Before the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left, the Blue Dragon bloodline still existed, even glorious. Even the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not know how the Blue Dragon bloodline perished. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had not gotten used to a divine dragon empire without a blue dragon. Xiaoqin could not be bothered to check on his body's various aspects after advancing to Holy Venerate. He had too many questions to ask the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. Senior once discovered a dragon city in the soaring dragon Great Realm. It turned out that the Black Dragon King was sealed under that dragon city. However, the seal is broken now. The foe god flame guarding the seal is reaching its limit. It told me that the Black Dragon King will reappear within 100 years. That senior seems to be your subordinate. After speaking for a long time, Xiaochen discovered that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was somewhat indifferent, not as attentive as he imagined. Speaking of which, Senior Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor, why are you not shocked or worried at all? Shocked my ass? I was the one who laid the formation. Do you think I don't know how long it can last? What use is there in worrying? Trash like you, could it be that you can help me kill that black loach? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's words rendered Xiaochen speechless. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor sounded very reasonable. He could not refute them at all. After being stunned for a long time, Xiaochen could only say softly, "Oh, to think that you did not cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art that I gave you." Suddenly, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor discovered something. He roared angrily, "Brat, what should I say to you? Why are you not cultivating my divine dragon body tempering art? Why did you run off to cultivate the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art? Is the divine dragon body tempering art that I gave you very weak?" Actually, the reason why the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was so angry was that Xiaochen was like him, both taking the path of righteous and demonic dual cultivation. He wasn't really angry at Xiaochen. He didn't know what he was angry about, but there was hatred in his heart. Xiaochen was startled and felt a bit guilty. With his mental state, there were very few people who could make him feel like this. Only the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor could. Xiaochen explained, showing that he had not wasted his time. I have been cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art all this time. I have already finished cultivating the first 3 layers. I have already refined the dragon tendons, dragon bones, and dragon blood. I have also succeeded in cultivating the 4th layer. I can now bring out the divine dragon war body and the blue dragon divine wings. I intend to continue cultivating the 5th layer after I break through to the holy venerate stage. Humph! What kind of dog's hit divine dragon war body is that? When you finish cultivating all 6 layers, you will be able to defeat me. When you finish cultivating all 6 layers, you will know that the divine dragon body tempering art is just the beginning. Don't embarrass me. I feel embarrassed for you. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor snorted coldly in disdain. Xiaochen could tell that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was in a much better mood. He smiled and said, "I got it. I will focus on cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art from now on. I will definitely not let Senior down. When Senior wakes up again, you will definitely see the complete divine dragon war body." Next time? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's voice suddenly turned incredibly gloomy. There will not be a next time. These sudden words stunned Xiaochen. His heart sank as he asked, "What do you mean? Don't tell me that you are going to die? Without my permission, you absolutely cannot die." "Ha! I have already been dead for tens of thousands of years. Why are you so excited? Right now, I am just a strand of remnant soul. I will die sooner or later. However, I am still worried about you. You always make me worry. How are you going to revive the blue dragon bloodline in the future?" The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's voice suddenly turned gentle. However, it made Xiaochen feel extremely uncomfortable. Xiaochen hoped that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor would scold him like before. Xiaochen clenched his right fist tightly, appearing somewhat nervous. It seemed like every time the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor woke up, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor helped Xiaochen, saving his life no less than 3 times. Is it because of this? Is it because the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor drained his already dwindling remnant soul to save me? Suddenly, Xiaochen blamed himself. "Brat, don't overthink. I already said that I died a long time ago. I am just preserving the essence of my soul for the sake of passing on the inheritance." The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor seemed to guess what Xiaochen was thinking, consoling him. Xiaochen's heart did not calm down even after a long time. Actually, he had long gotten used to the strand of remnant soul in his body. Although it rarely appeared, it gave Xiaochen something to rely on. Unfortunately, back then, that black loach turned the entire Great Thousand Realms upside down, triggering a great war between righteous factions and demonic factions. The flames of war spread to the deities of the heavenly realm. Even the heavenly realm was affected and shattered, no longer existing. However, it still lost to me, obediently getting sealed. However, in the end I lost to time. The blood-soaked dragon emperor sighed. The survivor is king. In less than 100 years, that black loach will come out again. Brat Buckup. While I can still maintain my inheritance and memories, properly receive my inheritance and help me defeat that black loach again. Right after the blood-soaked dragon emperor spoke, a resplendent red light burst out from his 9-star primal core. The scarlet dragon's seal flew out and quickly crumbled, turning into beams of light that merged with Xiao Chen's physical body and soul. In that instant, a life flashed before Xiao Chen's eyes like a movie. There was beauty and elegance. There was arrogance and unparalleled arrogance. From inexperience to maturity, from the innate realm, he grew step by step. Finally, he stood at the peak of the Great Thousand Realms, refining an immortal divine body and lighting up a supreme divine flame. He was filled with lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness, wanting to unify the 8 great empires and establish the divine dragon dynasty, restoring the supreme hegemony of the dragon race during the Great Desolate Eon. However, the Black Dragon King appeared out of nowhere and threw the 3 realms into chaos, triggering the ultimate war between righteous factions and demonic factions. The heavenly realm shattered, and many deities fell. The structure of the entire Great Thousand Realms changed. When everything became a thing of the past, when the blood-soaked dragon emperor grew old, the final scene appeared before Xiao Chen. That was the scene before the blood-soaked dragon emperor's death. When the scene shattered, countless memories appeared in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Those were the greatest treasures and inheritance that the blood-soaked dragon emperor left for him. After a long time, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. In a trance, it felt like 10,000 years had passed. So it turns out that he really died many years ago. Xiao Chen felt sad and dispirited as he recalled the few words he exchanged with the blood-soaked dragon emperor. Xiao Chen somewhat regretted being born too late. It would have been great if he could have personally seen the glory of the blood-soaked dragon emperor when he was alive. Don't worry, I will definitely revive the blue dragon bloodline and defeat that black loach for you once more. A look of determination flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. His body emitted wisps of illusory light. Behind Xiao Chen, he was invisible to the naked eye and spiritual force. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's illusory image looked at Xiao Chen below. Then he revealed a smile. Pretty good. After feeling conflicted for such a long time, I should be able to relax. However, now, how unfortunate. How unfortunate. I really cannot see you successfully practice the divine dragon body tempering art. I have no more regrets in this life, than whoosh. The wisps of light scattered, and the blood-soaked dragon emperor's illusory image vanished completely. Chapter 1946. After obtaining the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance, many memories appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. There were all sorts of secrets about the dragon race, the various mysteries of the blue dragon race, and the various mysteries of the dragon race's martial techniques. All sorts of information gathered into a vast sea before him. After calming down, Xiao Chen compressed and sealed these precious memories. When he wanted to use them, he could just go and retrieve them at any time. Otherwise, he would not be able to digest them all at once, and his soul pool would explode. Xiao Chen selectively absorbed all the secrets of the blue dragon race and some of the blood-soaked dragon emperor's special experiences back then. Just this alone took Xiao Chen 2 days. After 2 days, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He had somewhat forgotten that he had already broken through to the holy venerate stage. Without overthinking, Xiao Chen checked his soul pool. The mysterious phenomenon of stars in the sky above his soul pool had already vanished. Only 2 clumps of profound light hung high in the sky. One was like the bright moon, and the other was like the sun. However, it was still very obvious. From the blood-soaked dragon emperor's memories, Xiao Chen learned that when ordinary people broke through to the holy venerate stage, they only had 1 clump of profound light. The mysterious phenomenon of two clumps of profound light like Xiaochen's was called sun and moon shining together. Aside from this, there were many other extremely strong mysterious phenomena in this realm. For example, the clear sky bright moon. An azure sky with an upside-down bright moon would appear above his soul pool. Another example was the 9 stars alignment. 9 resplendent stars of varying brightness would appear, forming a line that looked like a sword piercing through the sky. The strongest was the 9 suns proud world. 9 clumps of profound light would look like suns hovering in the sky, exuding a might that could destroy the world. With all these mysterious phenomena, their holy venerate wills would become even stronger. When cultivated to a high level, these mysterious phenomena could also materialize and affect the real world, dealing great damage. The great thousand realms are truly filled with wonders, Xiaochen muttered to himself. With the blood-soaked dragon emperor's memories, he realized that he had been a frog in a well, unable to see the world. This world was much larger than he imagined. The blood-soaked dragon emperor had been dead for so many years. Xiaochen still did not know what changes had happened to him. However, in terms of mysterious phenomena, his sun and moon shine together was also top-notch, comparable to the legendary 9 suns. With a thought, Xiaochen activated his holy venerate will. 2 clumps of light immediately appeared in the air. The powerful will spread in all directions. Xiaochen revealed a satisfied expression. He felt that his will was significantly stronger than that of the other star venerates. In the past, people always used their holy venerate wills to bully Xiaochen's star venerate. In the future, he no longer had to fear them. Once one reached the holy venerate realm, one would have to officially start cultivating soul energy. There were many secret manuals for cultivating soul energy in the blood-soaked dragon emperor's memories. Xiaochen did not know how to choose. Xiaochen wanted to familiarize himself with the first stage of the holy venerate realm before making a decision. It is time to properly cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art. The blood-soaked dragon emperor was right. The true divine dragon war body truly began only after Xiaochen cultivated all 6 layers of the divine dragon body tempering art. Whether Xiaochen admitted it or not, he had indeed underestimated the divine dragon body tempering art in the past. In that case, Xiaochen would charge to the 5th layer in one go. Now that he did not lack any resources and advanced to the holy venerate realm, he could not delay any longer. Xiaochen stood up and headed for the 9 cauldron pavilion. Li Xiuhai personally received Xiaochen. When he saw Xiaochen, he showed a startled expression. Then he smiled and said, "Congratulations, Sir Xiao, on advancing to the holy venerate realm. Although you have the help of the 7 aperture cloud breaking pill, breaking through is not easy." Unexpectedly, Sir Xiao managed to break through in 2 days. This is truly admirable. What Li Xiuhai said was true. Regular people would need at least half a month to break through, and their chances of breaking through would be only 50%. Xiaochen advancing to the holy venerate realm so quickly indeed shocked Li Xiuhai. This Xiaochen before Li Xiuhai became increasingly unfathomable. Xiaochen took out a list and handed it to Li Xiuhai. "If the 9 cauldron pavilion has any stock on the list, I want them all. If not, help me get some substitutes." Bones of a sovereign personage, ferocious beast, Dao bone pill, 10,000-year-old heavenly blood grass. What is Sir Zhao's vital qi for cultivating a body tempering technique? Li Xiuhai looked at Xiaochen suspiciously, finding this somewhat strange. Could Xiaochen be a vital qi cultivator? If that was the case, then Xiaochen's strength could no longer be judged by the standard of an early-stage holy venerate. Xiaochen smiled calmly and said, "There is no harm in telling you. 50 cauldron force. If you can get me these resources, breaking through to 60 cauldron force will be easy." 50 cauldron force. Li Xiuhai's heart churned. As he sized up Xiaochen again, he felt some fear. Even with Li Xiuhai's peak holy venerate cultivation, he would find it hard to keep Xiaochen here. No wonder Xiaochen did not care about him from the start. It turned out that Xiaochen did not care about him at all. Without a sovereign personage, no one would be able to suppress this person before him. Xiaochen was a holy venerate with 50 cauldron force. Even in the entire northern region, it would be hard to find a young outstanding talent who could cultivate both at the same time. Li Xiuhai was stunned for a while. Then he smiled widely and said, Sir Shaoqun, you are really unfathomable. Get these resources for Sir Shaoqun according to the highest standards. If our store does not have them, go to the other stores to purchase them. Do not delay them. Li Xiuhai called someone over and gave the instructions for Shaoqun. After waiting for some time, Li Xiuhai probed, Sir Shaoqun, do you know that the 4 rank 6 sects and the Heavenly Lodging Palace had several probing clashes in Desolate God Valley in the past 2 days? There were also several loose cultivators who tried to force their way in. However, the sovereign personage experts of the Heavenly Lodging Palace directly killed them. Finding this strange, Shaoqun asked, Did they fight with sovereign personages? Li Xiuhai shook his head and replied, Not yet. Once sovereign personages fight, the matter will blow up. However, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's actions have slowed down due to the harassment from the various parties. After all, the 4 rank 6 sects are all here, and the Heavenly Lodging Palace is only a branch. They do not dare to underestimate them. Shaoqun frowned and said, That means that the Heavenly Lodging Palace still has no results on what they discovered. Not yet. The people who tried to force their way in all died miserable deaths. The Heavenly Lodging Palace showed no mercy, intimidating a group of people. However, they probably will not be able to intimidate them for long. If this drags on for a few more days and the news spreads, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's people will not be able to sit still. Shaoqun smiled and said, Boss Li, you really care about this matter. Are you not planning to interfere? I have the heart, but I am powerless, Li Xiuhai said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, repeating his previous answer. 1 hour later, Shaoqun delivered all the resources he wanted. After paying for the primeval heavenly pills at a 30% discount, Li Xiuhai personally sent Shaoqun to the door. Before leaving, he suddenly called out to Shaoqun, I received some news, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Speak. Li Xiuhai appeared put on the spot as he said, It is the grandson of a Heavenly Lodging Palace elder with authority. Something happened to Hua Qingyun in ancient desolate town. This fellow is rather famous in our ancient desolate town. Of course, it is infamy. I heard that there has been no news of him for several days already. Even his 2-star war chariot disappeared. I heard that he disappeared when he met up with the Heavenly Lodging Palace's people. This matter could be major or minor. If something really happened to him, given that Hua Qingyun's grandfather is a divine Vane Realm sovereign emperor, the entire Heavenly Lodging Palace branch would suffer a calamity in his rage. Shaoqun glanced at Li Xiuhai. When their gazes met, Li Xiuhai's face filled with a smile, but he did not shrink back. He was truly a smiling tiger. Shaoqun snorted coldly in his heart. Then he said calmly, Aside from the purple gold dragon emperor, there are 5 other dragon kings in the divine dragon empire. Boss Li, do you know about them? I do. The white dragon king, silver dragon king, red dragon king, blue dragon king, and green dragon king. Each of them is an overlord of a region in the Great Thousand Realms. Why did young Master Shao suddenly mention this? What do you mean? Li Xiuhai asked somewhat nervously, feeling confused by Shaoqun's actions. Shaoqun glanced at the 9 cauldron pavilion behind Li Xiuhai. Then he continued, Which is scarier, the Dragon King's rage or a sovereign emperor's rage? Naturally, the Dragon King's rage. Shaoqun revealed a smile as he patted Li Xiuhai's shoulder. You are just an insignificant person, not even worth a fart in the 9 cauldron pavilion. There are some things that you cannot ask about, so don't ask about them. Do you hear me? Shaoqun's tone was calm, but cold sweat trickled down Li Xiuhai's forehead for some reason. He smiled and said, Young Master Shao is right. I know what to do. I wonder who spread the fake news. This is getting more and more overboard. Shaoqun smiled and said, Did I say anything? Businessmen like to take chances and take risks. This is a good thing. However, sometimes don't be too smart. Learn from Mr. Bai. In the future, when I come to the 9 cauldron pavilion, don't appear. Let Mr. Bai receive me. Damn it. Li Xiuhai cursed in his heart. He knew that he thought himself smart and ended up offending Xiao Chen. Li Xiuhai immediately felt anxious. Young Master Xiao, listen to me. However, Xiao Chen had already turned around, ignoring Li Xiuhai. As Li Xiuhai looked at Xiao Chen's back, he felt regret. What should I do? Chapter 1947. After returning to the courtyard, Xiao Chen did not delay and continued his closed-door cultivation. Li Xiuhai's words made Xiao Chen feel some urgency. In a few days, the heavenly lodging palace would not be able to withstand the pressure of the 4 rank 6 sections. Xiao Chen needed to break through quickly. He had to break through to the divine dragon body tempering art's 5th layer. After arriving at the closed-door cultivation room, Xiao Chen took out the heavenly blood grass, Dao bone pills, and other precious resources for cultivating the body. It was really good to be rich. One could buy any resource they wanted at any time. These things that Xiao Chen did not even dare to think about in the past were easily obtainable to him, who had 5 million primeval heavenly pills. However, in the past few days, Xiao Chen had spent only 2 million primeval heavenly pills. However, the results were all worth it. Not only did Xiao Chen break through to the Holy Venerate stage, but he also obtained so many resources for cultivating the body. The Tyrant Saber would improve further. Xiao Chen had already cultivated the divine dragon body tempering art to the 4th layer for a long time. Making breakthroughs in the body were even more difficult than advancing his cultivation. However, Xiao Chen had so many resources and the experience he obtained from the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. Breaking through was not difficult. It just depended on how much time he spent. While Xiao Chen and the others made use of every second to cultivate, the upper echelon of the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch was in a terrible fix, feeling frustrated and uneasy. Damn it! Who exactly spread the news? One of the 2 people in charge of the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch, Elder Su Feng, a great perfection sovereign personage, looked into the distance at the war chariots and warships of the various rank 6 sections. He felt like there was a dagger at his back against these rank 6 sex troops. He could not make up his mind to explore with all his might. This great fortuitous encounter originally belonged to the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch. However, given the situation, he had no choice but to give it up. Damn it! If I find out who is behind this, I will make him die a horrible death. Su Feng's rage silenced the other Heavenly Lodging Palace experts. After calming down, Su Feng asked, "Has young Master Huan not appeared yet?" Reporting to Elder Su, there is still no news of young Master Hua. No one in ancient desolate town saw him, someone whispered. Another piece of bad news. Su Feng said in a low voice, "You only know how to cause trouble for me. No wonder you were exiled by the headquarters. You're a jinx." Although Su Feng felt upset, he did not dare to speak too harshly. He said after some thought, given young Master Hua's background, no one would dare to truly threaten him. Go and tell the ruling sword gates Li Rong that I want to meet them. Elder, are you going to, since we can't keep it to ourselves, let's explore it together and pull back our forces. Humph, all of you think that I've found some delicious meat. Let's see how you all die when we really go in. The anger in Su Feng's heart was completely reflected on his face. All sorts of troubles had finally made him choose to take this opportunity for himself. 3 days later, inside a courtyard in ancient desolate town, boom! A streak of fiery light soared into the sky, forming a terrifying red fire dragon that circled above the courtyard, roaring furiously. The flames were almost tangible, spewing out terrifying dragon breaths that burned the clouds in the sky. Murong Yen finally broke through. Murong Yen descended from the sky, accompanied by a fierce flame. His aura blazed like fireworks. The flames contained horrifying energy, looking like they could erupt at any moment. Murong Yen landed in an empty space in the courtyard and said, "My cultivation finally reached peak middle stage Holy Venerate, and my flame cloud art broke through to the 9th layer. Most importantly, I finally comprehended the mysteries of my Red Dragon Palace's forbidden technique, the blood-devouring dragon fist." Just at this moment, thousands of golden strands of dragon chi burst out in the sky, condensing into a light. This light looked very solid as it appeared above the courtyard. A dragon might containing the aura of a ruler spread out, making that light even more piercing. No one dared to look directly at it. This fellow, Wei Hongfei, improved significantly as well. When Murong Yen saw Wei Hongfei in the air, he withdrew his aura and said softly, "Not bad. Murong Yen, I feel that your strength has increased by at least 30%. Wei Hongfei, who was wearing his battle armor, landed on Murong Yen and said calmly, "Not bad. Wind, listen to my call." The two, who were competing in the dark, quickly turned their heads to look. Wind and clouds gathered where Situ Changfeng stood. It was like the entire sky obeyed his call. This served as a contrast to Situ Changfeng's outstanding independence and boundless elegance. Wei Hongfei frowned slightly. He had always felt that, aside from Shaoqin, Situ Changfeng hid his strength the deepest. Seeing the two's gazes, Situ Changfeng smiled faintly and slowly drifted down, seeming to merge completely with the wind. His landing posture was boundlessly graceful, not like he had landed. It was more like an omnipresent breeze was respectfully inviting him to come down. Soon, Duan Fei and Lu Ryun came out as well. The two of them had improved. These people all had divine dragon bloodlines and were outstanding talents of the same generation. Now that they had all improved, they gathered together and stirred up a storm. "I wonder how much improvement Shaoqin has made," Situ Changfeng said softly. Situ Changfeng said softly. The gazes of the others immediately fell on the cultivation room where Shaoqin was cultivating. Without a doubt, Shaoqin would forever be an unfathomable existence. They always thought that they had figured out Shaoqin's limits. However, when the clouds scattered, they discovered that it was just the tip of the iceberg. When they looked up, there was still a dense fog. The deeper they came into contact with him, the more unfathomable and unfathomable he became. Inside the cultivation room, Kasi, crisp sounds rang out. Shaoqin's bones rumbled like thunder, giving off continuous explosions. After Shaoqin broke through to the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art's 5th layer and executed the Divine Dragon War Body, his body looked like this, swelling up. Shaoqin's dragon might merged with his physical body, and a pair of blue dragon divine wings spread out behind him. Shaoqin looked mighty without getting angry, like a humanoid true dragon returning from the great desolate Aeon. When Shaoqin glared, he inspired fear in others. Senior Bloodclad is right. This divine dragon war body is still far from being complete. Shaoqin's bones wriggled, slowly recovering with a thought from Shaoqin. When Shaoqin completely recovered, that terrifying might and pressure slowly faded away. How terrifying! That was earlier. In the courtyard, Wei Hongfei and the others showed somewhat grave expressions. Earlier, Shaoqin's expression had changed. In that moment earlier, a might that made their hearts tremble erupted from the cultivation room where Shaoqin was. The pressure on their bodies multiplied. Fortunately, this might and pressure only lasted for a moment before vanishing. Under their gazes, a familiar figure slowly walked out of the quiet room. It was unexpected. Unexpectedly, Shaoqin, who came out of closed-door cultivation, did not show the terrifying mysterious phenomenon that the group expected. He just walked out calmly. If not for the group feeling that terrifying might and pressure earlier, they would not have been able to tell that Shaoqin made a breakthrough. After not seeing you for a few days, everyone's strength has improved to a delightful degree. Congratulations. As Shaoqin looked at the group, he could tell with one glance that they had improved. Among them, Situ Changfeng improved the most. Murong Yen and Wei Hongfei were about the same, followed by Duan Fei and Lu Ryun. Wei Hongfei and the others smiled bitterly in their hearts. Compared to you, our improvements are useless. Their joy was completely diluted. Murong Yen said embarrassedly, "I say, Shaoqin, can you not give us a blow? The longer I interact with you, the less confident I am. I am an outstanding talent with the most potential in the future of the Red Dragon bloodline." Situ Changfeng smiled and said, "Shaoqin, congratulations. When are we going to depart?" "Wait for my saber." "Saber?" Situ Changfeng and the others exchanged looks, feeling confused. Among the refiners in the depths of the courtyard, Old Yun walked out in a disheveled manner. There were dark circles under his eyes, and he looked fatigued. He did not look like a rank 4 grandmaster at all. Only his eyes were sparkling with excitement. Ha! This old man finally succeeded. In less than half a year, I will definitely advance to rank 5 Grandmaster. Old Yun rejoiced. He walked over with large strides and handed the tyrant saber to Xiao Chen. Just as Xiao Chen was about to draw the saber to verify it, Old Yun grabbed Xiao Chen's wrist. When a new saber is drawn, it needs to see blood. Be careful. Right now, this saber already has the might of an inferior grade soul tool. I already helped you infuse the Grand E Divine Lightning into it. I already helped you activate the strand of inherited spirit that you wanted. Old Yun held Xiao Chen's hand, preventing him from drawing the saber. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "This saber is much scarier than you imagine." This old man nearly fell for it. You have to take care of yourself. Don't get yourself killed. Otherwise, this old man will become a sinner for all eternity. When Murong Yen and the others saw Senior Yun's incredibly grave expression, they were startled. What exactly happened to this saber? Chapter 1948. Seeing Old Yun's cautious expression, Xiao Chen, who was holding the tyrant saber, did not choose to draw it in the end. He could already sense that the saber in his hand was no longer what it was in the past. The instant Xiao Chen grasped the saber's hilt, a grave killing chi and boundless surging energy surged out in his heart. It was like a volcano waiting to erupt. The moment it was drawn, it would erupt. Senior Yun looked at Xiao Chen and said, "This saber has been in the world for tens of thousands of years already, not appearing for more than 8,000 years. It was once of the highest quality, even surpassing spirit weapons and reaching the level of a divine weapon of the heavenly realm. However, as time passed, it became covered in dust, causing its quality to decline. However, that tyrannical and heartless soul never faded away. It awakened, revived, erupted, and climbed to the peak again. Although I made the soul in your saber reappear today, I also successfully infused a strand of Grand E Profound Lightning into it. This might be an opportunity for this saber." Xiao Chen said softly, "The Grand E Profound Lightning is born in the Heavenly Tao and contains the supreme principles of the Heavenly Tao." Does Senior Yun mean that the supreme principles contained in the Grand E Profound Lightning might be able to change some of the Tyrant Saber's origins? That's right. However, how to choose and where to go depends on you. The existence of this saber is a taboo in itself. The Heavenly Tao rejects it, which is why it is so ominous. However, now you infused a Grand E Profound Lightning into it. This is actually quite contradictory. Senior Yun smiled and said, "Because of this old man gained great comprehension during this refinement. My family name is Yun, and my name is Tian. If you need any help in the future, you can contact me through the Heavenly Alliance." The Heavenly Alliance? Lu Ruyun and the others revealed strange expressions. It seemed like they had not heard of this organization before. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Definitely. Goodbye." Senior Yun performed a cupped fist salute and left with an excited expression. Wei Hongfei asked, finding this strange, "Xiao Chen, you know about the Heavenly Alliance?" Xiao Chen nodded slightly to indicate that he knew. Based on the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, Xiao Chen knew that this was an extremely ancient organization. Due to its high threshold, it normally kept a low profile, so few people knew about it. The Heavenly Alliance was made up of blacksmiths, alchemists, swordsmiths, formation masters, appraisers, geomasters, and other grandmasters who were not martial cultivators. The threshold was very high. One had to be at least a first-level Supreme Power Master to join the Heaven Alliance. It was even to the extent that the Heavenly Alliance determined what a Grandmaster was. For example, an alchemist could only be considered a Grandmaster if he could refine the primeval heavenly pill. This was the Heavenly Alliance's rule. Without reaching a certain level of strength, it was impossible to understand this organization. After a certain period of time, they would hear of this organization, and they would often come into contact with it. If ordinary people wanted to come into contact with the Heavenly Alliance's members, they could only rely on a third faction. Such a faction would normally be a merchant association. In the past few years, the merchant associations had grown closer to the Heavenly Alliance. Rumor had it that the peak merchant associations were even members of the Heavenly Alliance, responsible for providing resources and venues. After watching Senior Yun leave, Xiao Chen's group set off for Desolate God Valley. Sir Xiao. Sir Xiao. Just at this moment, a hurried shout stopped Xiao Chen's group, who was about to turn around. It was Li Xiuhai rushing over. However, he was not alone. Aside from him, there was also the appraiser Noble Clan's Master Bai and a group of middle-aged men. The Nine Cauldron Pavilion's boss? What is he here for? Wei Hongfei asked, feeling suspicious. Xiao Chen teased, Boss Li, your timing is really coincidental. Li Xiuhai smiled abashedly and said, Sir Xiao, you jest. Seeing that Xiao Chen was still willing to pay attention to him, Li Xiuhai heaved a sigh of relief. He said softly, Sir Xiao, I was in the wrong the previous time. This time, Master Bai and I are here to make up for it. These people are the blacksmiths and formation masters of my Nine Cauldron Pavilion. They know a lot about the heaven-suspending war chariot. The core formation cannot be completely changed, but changing its appearance and making some changes is something that can be done quickly. When Wei Hongfei and the others saw such a scene, they felt inexplicably shocked. Why did the Nine Cauldron Pavilion's boss look like he was trying to curry favor with Xiao Chen? What was going on? This stunned the group. These people were very familiar with Xiao Chen, so they wondered if Xiao Chen had some hidden identity that they did not know. Master Bai said, Young Master Xiao, this old man can guarantee that these people are trustworthy. Li Xiuhai looked at Xiao Chen somewhat nervously, afraid that Xiao Chen would not be willing to accept this favor. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looks like this Li Xiuhai does want to mend their relationship. However, there is no need for him to move this war chariot. There are still people inside. Hua Qingyun has been locked inside all this time. Xiao Chen said indifferently, I appreciate your kind intentions. In the future, if there is any business, I will still take care of Boss Li. That will be all then. Li Xiuhai still wanted to say something, but Master Bai stopped him. Young Master Xiao, are you going to Desolate God Valley? Xiao Chen did not avoid the topic. He nodded and said, Since a fortuitous encounter appeared, we naturally have to fight for it. Most of the adventurers in ancient Desolate Town have already gone there, right? Master Bai smiled and said, It's far more than most. 3 days ago, the Heavenly Lodging Palace gave up on the seal and worked with the various rank 6 sects to explore. Nearly all the cultivators with some strength in ancient Desolate Town rushed over. Did you discover what it is? I'm not sure. The information is still chaotic, and it is hard to tell if it is real or fake. I still have to see it for myself to verify it. Master Bai performed a cupped fist salute and said, I will not disturb young Master Zhao's group any further. If there are any gains, feel free to come to our Nine Cauldron Pavilion for a drink. Goodbye. After sending off the 2-star war chariot with his eyes, Li Xiuhai felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated. He sighed, This person still has not forgiven me. Why did I take the risk? I fancied myself clever, thinking that I could use this to figure out the other party's true origins. Master Bai consoled, Don't overthink. It is already pretty good that you did not try to threaten him with this. No matter where this person came from, the aura that he gives me is already comparable to that of some sovereign personages. Just because of this, we cannot pry into him. We just need to befriend him. What about me? Don't worry. He still does not care about you. Given his boldness, he will not even remember you after this trip, much less take revenge on you. Don't even think about it, Master Bai said indifferently before turning to leave. Mr. Bai said faintly and turned around to leave. However, Master Bai already made up his mind to hand over Xiao Chen's information. In the future, when the Bai clan saw him, they would treat him well. As long as such a person was given an opportunity, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. Inside the war chariot, Murong Yen could not hold back his curiosity. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Xiao Chen, why is that Li Xiuhai so obedient to you? It was not just Murong Yen. The others showed curious expressions as well, wanting to know the answer. Xiao Chen answered honestly, There are no secrets to it. He cannot figure me out, but I can figure him out. Since he wants to gain benefits from me, naturally, he has to be careful and cautious. Such a person is very opportunistic. He has been at the bottom of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion for too long and does not want to miss out on any opportunities. He might have offended someone that he cannot afford to offend in the past. His weakness is very obvious. That's it? In that case, I know how to do it next time as well, Murong Yen said with a smile. This was a very simple principle. However, Wei Hongfei and the others were not like Murong Yen. After trying to figure it out, they found it extremely difficult. Only Lu Ruyun's heart was as clear as a mirror. Even if the others understood this principle, without Xiao Chen's aura, it would be difficult for them to succeed. She couldn't help but be extremely curious in her heart. What exactly had happened to Xiao Chen for him to always be so calm, composed, and unperturbed in the face of danger to form such a powerful aura? However, there was no way for her to ask. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not tell her. This would probably trouble Lu Ruyun for a long time. We're here. The 2-star war chariot moved very fast. In less than half a day after entering Desolate God Valley, it overtook many cultivators and arrived at the mysterious place sealed off by the Heavenly Lodging Palace. It should be nearby. Wei Hongfei pointed in the war chariot to the front, where strong winds blew endlessly. The few of them could clearly feel that there were many powerful auras gathering in front of the scarlet sand. They did not know how many cultivators had gathered here from all directions. Go through it, Xiao Chen said softly. Then, Lu Ruyun controlled the war chariot and turned it into a beam of flowing light, shooting forward. After a while, the few people traveling through the scarlet sand suddenly saw something light up before them. They were all stunned by the scene in front of them. What appeared before them was a vast and ancient city. The marks of time lingered in it, but the city was intact, without any damage at all. In the harsh environment of Desolate God Valley, where ferocious beasts roamed freely, this was extremely incredible. A mysterious aura spread around the city, blowing away the endless scarlet sand that covered Desolate God Valley all year round. This gave everyone a feeling of a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel, suddenly enlightening them. In the previous moment, the group's vision had been filled with hazy scarlet sand. In the next moment, their eyes lit up and a city appeared like magic. This is the secret that the Heavenly Lodging Palace sealed off? Wei Hongfei exclaimed in shock. How can such a complete city appear in Desolate God Valley? If it existed, people would have discovered it long ago. There have never been any rumors of it before. A hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Murong Yen rubbed his eyes, not daring to believe what he saw. Logically speaking, there was nothing strange about a city. However, it was impossible for such a thing to exist in Desolate God Valley. It was like seeing a floating beach in the sea. The most shocking thing was the aura that this city gave off. It was extremely ancient, filled with the marks left behind by time. Sidu Changfeng said sullenly, "It might not be impossible. Don't forget the origin of this Desolate God Valley. The last great war between the righteous and demonic factions. During the previous great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, it involved the powerhouses of the heavenly realm, resulting in the destruction of the heavenly realm and the fall of many true gods. This Desolate God Valley is said to be a land of the fallen, where the corpses of deities are buried." Lu Ruyun nodded and said, "I heard my father say that after one becomes a true god, one can materialize a small world into a nation, a world of its own. A strong true god can build a city in his own divine kingdom and bring in his followers, just like how the Buddhists worship believers. Perhaps a certain deity's corpse could not withstand the corrosion of time and completely rotted away. After the corpse disappeared, the divine kingdom was exposed, leaving behind such a city." Xiao Chen looked at the city in front. After he came out of the cabin, he remained silent, completely shocked by the scene before him. Through the memories that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left behind, Xiao Chen soon learned the origins of this city. This was the symbol of a true god, the symbol of the peak of the martial Tao, the dream of every cultivator. Youth, dreams, hot-bloodedness, and pride. Which cultivator on the path of cultivation did not have such a city in their heart? However, even a true god could fall. Their withered bones could not withstand the passage of time. A powerful true god, a peak immortal realm expert, left behind only a city after millions of years. That's not right. It is not that time left behind a city. It is time that snatched away my city. Chapter 1949. It was not time that left behind a city. It was time that was merciless, snatching away my city. No wonder the heavenly lodging palace wanted to seal off the news. A city left behind by a martial god. I really can't imagine what kind of vast fortuitous encounter there is in there. If the people of the heavenly lodging palace's branch monopolize it, Wei Hongfei said softly as a fervent light flashed in his eyes. Only two words echoed in his mind: martial god. Martial god. Martial god. It was not just Wei Hongfei. When the other adventurers saw this scene, they all had the same expression. After being stunned for a moment, they fell into a frenzy. Unlike Xiao Chen's melancholy, the others did not think too much. Only one word appeared in their minds: fortuitous encounter. Murong Yen smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, why are you in a daze? Look, the others have already entered. Shouldn't we go in as well? Look at the cultivators rushing in from all directions. If we are any later, there won't even be scraps left for us." Xiao Chen recovered his wits and said calmly, "There's no rush. If it were so easy to obtain fortuitous encounters, the heavenly lodging palace would have made a move long ago. There would be no need to wait until now. The 6 of us will split into 3 groups. After patrolling the city once, we will rendezvous here." Sidu Changfeng approved of Xiao Chen's cautiousness. Although we have to make every second count before fortuitous encounters, we know nothing about this ancient city. If we lose our lives, no matter how great the fortuitous encounter is, it will be useless. Wei Hongfei nodded and said, "I'll team up with Duan Fei. We'll go south." Sidu Changfeng smiled and said, "In that case, I'll team up with Murong Yen." After that, only Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyun remained. They had no other choice. The group split up. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyun headed for the north gate. The entire ancient city gave off a mysterious aura. When Xiao Chen tried to send his spiritual sense in, it was like a rock sinking into the sea. There was no reaction at all. This feeling was extremely strange. If there really was a strong barrier, it should have blocked out spiritual sense. However, Xiao Chen could not figure it out. An ancient city left by a martial god? Interesting. I was just about to leave when I actually encountered such a fortuitous encounter. Not long after Xiao Chen's group left, a group of dragon race cultivators appeared. The person who spoke was Zhong Li, whom Xiao Chen's group met in the White Dragon Palace. Lu Yunfei, who had a special body constitution, seemed quite excited as he followed beside him. However, this group was clearly not led by Zhong Li. The strongest was a golden dragon race cultivator. If Xiao Chen were here, he would not be unfamiliar with it either. I, Qin Outyen, am indeed blessed with great luck. I just obtained a fortuitous encounter and found another ancient city left by a martial god. This golden dragon race cultivator was Qin Outyen, whom Xiao Chen had beaten up in Blazing Sun Valley. It had only been a few months since they last met, and this fellow had actually grown stronger yet again. The only thing that did not change was the number of inheritance rings he had on his finger. The golden battle armor he wore was engraved with golden dragons. They were vivid and lifelike as if they were swimming. Even without a deep understanding, one could tell that the golden battle armor was extraordinary. "Let's go." Without even thinking, Qin Outyen strode forward, and the others quickly followed. The White Dragon Palace's Zhong Li was very experienced. He wanted to say something but did not say it in the end. He wanted to say that this place looked strange and that they should not enter rashly. However, seeing Qin Outyen's interest, Zhong Li could not bring himself to say anything. Furthermore, they still had to rely on Qin Outyen to help them enter the city. "Senior brother, do you think we will run into Xiao Chen's group?" Lu Yunfei asked somewhat nervously. He felt that if Xiao Chen's group came to Desolate God Valley, they would definitely enter this city as well. Zhong Li said indifferently, "He better pray that I don't see him." Zhong Li had just obtained a fortuitous encounter, greatly increasing his strength. He was very confident that if he ran into Xiao Chen, he would be able to squash him to death with one finger. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen, Lu Ruyun, and Sidu Changfeng met up and explained what they saw. After Sidu Changfeng heard Xiao Chen's explanation, he said sullenly, "It looks like it is as I thought. The 4 city gates each have their own mysteries. We cannot enter rashly, we have to choose carefully." Xiao Chen looked around. The east gate in front of him had faint purple qi lingering around it. He could even see a faint spiritual light with the naked eye. It looked auspicious. However, there was an unremarkable tower on the city wall. It happened to be able to suppress the luck of the entire area. The auspicious gate was countered, but the auspicious gate was not auspicious. After Xiao Chen gave a simple explanation of his opinion, Sidu Changfeng exclaimed in shock, "Xiao Chen, you have done some research on the dragon-seeking art?" Xiao Chen answered honestly, "I know a little. However, don't overthink it. This ancient city appeared out of nowhere. There is nothing mysterious about it. I believe that this is a small trick that the original owner left behind. He knew that someone would come here, so he set it up. Every time we enter a gate, there will be a different test. There is no truly auspicious gate. Everyone has to go through a test. We just need to avoid the ominous gate." Right, I have the same opinion as well. However, speaking of which, why are Brother Wei and Brother Duan not here? Sidu Changfeng asked, finding it strange. 1 hour had already passed, but the 2 still had not appeared. "We are here." Right after Sidu Changfeng spoke, Wei Hongfei and Duan Fei showed somewhat sullen expressions. When a group of people saw that we were dragon race cultivators, they attacked us without saying anything. Fortunately, our strength increased significantly during this period. Otherwise, we would not have been able to retreat unscathed. Wei Hongfei's expression was unsightly. Clearly, the earlier experience was not as simple as he made it out to be. That group of people seems to be observing the ancient city, just like us. They probably have accomplices. We have to be careful after we enter the city, Duan Fei analyzed. They attacked without saying anything? In that case, it looks like they are mortal enemies of the dragon race. That is good. It is better for them to expose themselves in advance than to be sneak attacked after we enter the city. The dragon race did not have many mortal enemies, but there were still many. Before they entered the city, there were already undercurrents. This was not a good sign. Let's enter through the south gate. The other 3 gates are fake auspicious and real ominous. The north gate is the true ominous gate. The west gate is very auspicious. However, it is hard to determine whether it is auspicious or ominous. The south gate is neither auspicious nor ominous. This is actually the best. After listening to what Wei Hongfei and Duan Fei saw, Xiao Chen made his choice. Alright, let's enter through the south gate then. There was no way to fly above the city, so they could only enter through the city gates. What dense spiritual energy! Xiao Chen originally thought that this was a dead city. However, after entering, he discovered that it was very different from what he imagined. The spiritual energy in this city was even denser than the spiritual energy at the profound dragon platform in the Heaven Dragon Palace. So many years have passed, and the original master died long ago. I wonder what still maintains the spiritual energy in this city? Sidu Changfeng said, feeling somewhat suspicious as he looked around. There are so many corpses. Many pairs of clearly lifeless cultivators wearing armor wandered the streets. Their flesh had already rotted away, leaving only empty skeletons wearing heavy armor. Some of them even rode skeleton horses, looking very scary. These were all cultivators who had followed the original master when he was alive. However, after they died, they existed in such a manner. This looked somewhat sorrowful. The spiritual energy was clearly abundant. However, these corpses told everyone that this was a dead city. The two seemed to contradict each other. The group had just entered the city when a group of wandering corpses charged at them. Clearly, there was no advantage in fighting with corpses. This was especially so for these corpses. They had followed the true God when they were alive, making them even more difficult to deal with after they died. Dang, ding, ding. All sorts of attacks landed on these corpses. Their armor clanged, but the corpses remained undamaged. Murong Yen punched one of the corpse's armor. That armor gave off a clump of light, actually neutralizing most of Murong Yan's fist light. What kind of armor is this? To think that the formations in it can still operate. This development startled Murong Yen. However, the corpses surrounding him did not react much, continuing to attack him. I'll burn you all to death. Red Dragon True Flame. Murong Yen sent out a fierce sea of fire. While it looked mighty, it was useless. Xiao Chen and the others were not the only ones in a bitter battle. The many cultivators who entered from the southern city could not even take care of themselves. Many of them cried out miserably. The corpses mercilessly killed them and dismembered them on the spot. The group had just entered the ancient city, and they already met with such an obstruction. This caught them off guard. The southern gate was already so dangerous. What would the ominous gate encounter? The group did not dare to imagine. Damn! What the heck is this? Quickly go back! Quickly go back! Qin Outyen and the others ran frantically. After they entered the eastern city, they discovered a blood rain falling from the sky. When the blood rain fell, it would automatically gather and form a blood monster. After killing the blood monster, it would quickly form again. Nearly half of the cultivators who entered from the eastern gate died the instant they entered the city. What was even more horrifying was that when the blood rain landed on the body, it would corrode the veritable essence energy. When the blood rain landed on the body, it would immediately corrode large amounts of flesh, revealing white bones. The weaker cultivators could not endure this blood rain at all. The stronger cultivators could hold on for a while at first. However, when they discovered that something was wrong, their veritable essence energy could not withstand this blood rain. Zhen Yuan simply could not withstand the consumption. The east gate was simply a dead end. They could only retreat and take their time to think about it, choosing another gate to enter. However, there was also someone who slowly advanced with a calm expression amid the blood rain. That person wore white monk robes and held a string of azure beads in his hand. People continuously passed by him. They were people who could not endure the blood rain and were rushing back to the city. Great fortuitous encounters are bound to be places of great suffering. Let's see what is at the end of this path. This person wore white monk robes and had delicate features. He had a calm and serene expression. The middle finger and ring finger of this person's right hand were bent, and a string of azure Buddhist beads hung from the two fingers. The white-clad monk shouted as he performed a strange hand seal and pushed forward ferociously. Black Lotus Secret Technique, Cleansing Extermination. A light flashed, and a horrifying Buddhist might burst out from his hand. The Buddhist light burned and purified all the blood monsters charging at him, turning them into filth that spread out and could no longer reform. A lotus appeared under the white-clad monk's feet as he continued walking forward calmly. As Qin Outyen and the others rushed back, they brushed past the white-clad monk. Zhong Li looked at this person with some surprise. When Zhong Li's gaze met, he felt a deep fear, so he quickly looked away. Where did this monk come from? Why is he so powerful? Why does that black lotus under his feet seem somewhat familiar? Chapter 1950. Good or bad luck was hard to determine, so one could not make a rash decision. Naturally, Xiao Chen understood this principle. If he were alone, he might have chosen the ominous gate as well. Those who were confident in their own strength would not be afraid of any danger. A place of great suffering would definitely have great fortuitous encounters. However, everyone was a team in this adventure. Since they were in a team, they had to consider the entire team. They had to integrate themselves into the team, becoming one with the entire team. At this moment, the team was in danger. Facing these damned servants gave them an incredible headache. Xiao Qin, are we going to form the 4 divisions formation and charge out? Wei Hongfei saw many cultivators working together to form a formation, not wanting to fight, as they charged forward. Xiao Qin shook his head. The Divine Dragon 4 divisions formation was a trump card. There was no need to take it out so soon. Formations drained a lot of soul energy. The Divine Dragon 4 divisions formation could not be formed at any time. The South Gate was neither auspicious nor ominous. It was rather stable, so it should not be so difficult. There must be some detail that I missed. Bang! Bang! Vital chi surged as Xiao Qin punched. Each punch contained 60 cauldron force. However, such a great force could only push back these damned servants. The armor on their bodies negated too much of the energy. What kind of armor is this? Even Xiao Chen felt tempted when he saw it. He wanted to get a set for himself. It was nearly as good as the dragon-patterned battle suit that he obtained from Qin Outyin. The difficulty lay in the armor. More accurately, it was the formations in the armor. No matter what kind of formation it was, it required energy to activate it. These damned servants had no intelligence, only combat instinct. They should not be able to activate the formations in the armor. In that case, who was maintaining the formations in the armor? Murong Yen, protect me. Got it. Murong Yen shouted and threw a few punches. Then he shouted at those damned servants, "Scram!" Murong Yen charged over to Xiao Chen's surroundings, helping him block the damned servants charging over. With Murong Yen protecting him, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, continuously spreading out his soul energy. Like a rock sinking into the sea, there was no reaction at all. However, he did not give up. He continuously drained his soul energy, doing his best to sense the fluctuations in space. I see it. After a short while, Xiao Chen's efforts finally paid off. His soul power sensed a mysterious energy source at the center of the ancient city. The unknown energy source emitted countless strands of soul power, constantly transmitting energy into the armor of these death attendants. It helped them maintain the operation of the array formation in the armor. Its soul power wasn't strong, but its penetrative power was extremely terrifying. I have an idea. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and said loudly, "Everyone, gather here. Let's stack our Dao might together." Although they did not know why Xiao Chen said those words, they did not ask him why. One by one, they quickly withdrew and landed around Xiao Chen. "Everyone listen to me. Everyone, spread out your Dao might to a radius of 1,000 meters. Just 1,000 meters, no more and no less." Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with confidence, and he said in a deep voice, "I found a way to deal with these Deadpool." Murong Yen smiled and said, "I'll go first. Flame Dao, heed my call." Right after Murong Yen spoke, the Dao disc behind him gathered a spark and continuously rose. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a straight line. The Flame Dao's Dao might spread out, no more and no less, no more and no less, 1 kilometer. Wind Great Dao. Light Great Dao. Layers of Dao might layered over each other, forming a horrifying field within 1 kilometer of Xiao Chen and the others. Saber Great Dao, Thunder Saber Dao. Xiao Chen shouted, and the 2 Dao discs condensed into 1 point. Then, the Great Perfection Dao might of fire and lightning surged out. Boom! Instantly, a space similar to a Dao domain formed within 1 kilometer, immediately isolating the thousands of strands of soul energy coming from the unknown energy source. Dao domain was a strong field formed when one cultivated great Dao energy to a certain level. Xiao Chen had seen the Heaven Dragon Palace's elder Tian Yun execute it before and had a certain understanding of its might. Hence, he thought of this method. Although the layered Dao might of the group could not compare to a true Dao domain, it was more than enough to block those strands of soul energy with strong penetrative power. "Lu Riyun Duan Fei, quickly make your move," Xiao Chen said softly. Then, the 2 who did not use their Dao might immediately made their move. Falling leaves filling the sky. Lu Riyun shouted and drew the short saber in her hand. A strong wind blew, and the falling leaves containing saber intent danced around. Whoosh, whoosh. As these falling leaves covered a large area, the armors of the death servants within 1 kilometer fell like paper. "Success," Lu Riyun said joyfully. She continuously brandished the short saber in her hand, sending out strands of saber chi. The death servants within 1 kilometer turned into skeletons, shattering on the ground. "Xiao Chen, you are really something," Murong Yen exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he said, "It's not over yet. Use your strength at the same time and expand the Dao might tenfold." Alright. Boom! When the Dao might's range expanded to 10 kilometers, the many cultivators enveloped by the Dao might felt not only the pressure from the Dao might, but they also discovered that the armor of the death servants shattered upon contact. They also discovered that the battle armor of the death servants, which was very troublesome to deal with, would shatter upon touch. They immediately rejoiced. The group could not maintain this for long. After a while, the Tao might shrank and return to the bodies of Xiao Chen and the others. However, most of the death servants on the street died in a short time. Many thanks to our friends from the Divine Dragon Empire for helping us. After the cultivators who broke free expressed their gratitude, they quickly fled, afraid of getting surrounded by the death servants again. The danger was temporarily resolved. Wei Hongfei felt somewhat confused as he asked, "Xiao Chen, why did you take the initiative to help the others deal with the death servants? They are our potential competitors. As long as they wanted to, they could have left the city and not died at the hands of these death servants." Xiao Chen pointed to the ancient city and said, "This ancient city is so huge. We cannot explore too many places by ourselves. Furthermore, the more people we have, the more advantageous it is for us to face the strong rank 6 sects and the heavenly lodging palace. Doing what we can kill many birds with one stone." That makes sense. The explanation made the others' eyes light up, feeling that this was indeed the case. After this, we will split up and explore. If there are any major discoveries, send a message. As long as the core disciple identity cards of the Dragon's Gate's branch palaces were unlocked, they could communicate with each other. This was very convenient in this ancient city. Xiao Chen could tell that such an arrangement was due to the vastness of the ancient city. Wei Hongfei and the others wanted to try their luck. Their recent increase in strength gave them the confidence to do so. "Stop right there." Xiao Chen called out to Lu Ruyun and said, "Come with me." Lu Ruyun asked in dissatisfaction, "Why? You relied on me to kill those death servants earlier. If no mortal enemy of the dragon race appeared, given your strength and trump cards, I would not mind letting you roam around on your own. After all, people have to grow up eventually. However, this time, it is not up to you." Xiao Chen's forcefulness forced Lu Ruyun to follow him obediently. "Go out by yourself." With a wave of his hand, the demon blood vulture turned into a flash of scarlet light. Then, it circled around Xiao Chen a few times before flying out excitedly. When Lu Ruyun saw this scene, she said angrily, "I am not even comparable to a stupid bird." "That's right. In certain aspects, you are indeed inferior." Xiao Chen continued as he walked forward. The demon blood vulture's life force was much stronger than Lu Ruyun's. Defeating it would not be difficult. However, killing it would be somewhat difficult. "You?" Xiao Chen's casual words angered Lu Ruyun to no end. She gritted her teeth in anger. The ancient city was filled with fortuitous encounters of various sizes. The southern city seemed to be a place for refining pills. Many of the palaces had intact pill furnaces and sealed pill bottles. However, the death servants here were alchemists with strong soul energy when they were alive. After they died, they were even more problematic. Dealing with them was rather problematic, taking up a lot of time. An alchemic recipe. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. After exploring 10-odd palaces, he finally obtained a pleasant surprise. He found a jade strip on one of the death servants, which recorded the alchemic recipes of many ancient medicinal pills. After checking it out, Xiao Chen carefully put it away. This thing would be very useful in the future. Xiao Chen quickly come over. Someone discovered a medicinal spring here. There seems to be a pill river as well. Just at this moment, Murong Yan's voice came from the identity token. He had discovered a great fortuitous encounter. "Let's go." Xiao Chen and Murong Yan did not dare to delay, rushing over. Chapter 1951. Medicinal Spring? Pill River? The southern city was littered with alchemy houses. Xiao Chen had guessed that there would be a medicinal spring or a pill river as the core of the entire southern city. Unexpectedly, someone found them so quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures flew about in the silent southern city. Countless people leaped from roof to roof, rushing towards the medicinal spring and pill river. There were restrictions in the city that suppressed Xiao Chen's physical body. It would not be easy to rush over quickly. However, these restrictions did not suppress Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyun, who possessed the dragon race bloodline, as much as ordinary cultivators did. What a dense medicinal fragrance! Did someone break the barrier around the medicinal spring already? As Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyun approached, they smelled a refreshing medicinal fragrance at the same time. Their fatigue was swept away, and they felt refreshed and comfortable. Lu Ruyun exclaimed in shock. The quality of this medicinal spring is probably at least grade 8 heaven ranked. Compared to the medicinal spring in our ancestor Dragon City, it is already equal. Heaven ranked was the highest grade of many medicinal pills, spirit veins, cultivation techniques, magic skills, and secret techniques in the Great Thousand Realms. For example, heaven-ranked medicinal pills, heaven-ranked war chariots, heaven-ranked spirit veins, heaven-ranked secret techniques, and so on. Grade 8 heaven-ranked was second only to grade 9 heaven-ranked. The two held their breaths and did not say anything as they sped up. After 15 minutes, they met up with Murong Yen, Wei Hongfei, and the others on the roof of a pavilion. After exploring for a while, they should have gained something. However, compared to the medicinal spring and pill river, they were not worth mentioning. Murong Yen pointed to the front and said, "Look." When the two looked in the direction Murong Yen pointed, they saw a vast herb garden in the distance. A spring gushed continuously in the center of the herb garden. A natural medicinal fragrance spread out in all directions, gushing endlessly. Not far below, there was a wide pill river. A viscous green liquid flowed slowly in the river. Indeed, it was a pill river and a medicinal spring. Who knew how many heaven-ranked medicinal pills were piled up in the pill river for it to reach such a horrifying level? Aside from the medicinal spring and pill river, there were many abandoned herb fields in the herb garden. Many medicinal herbs were left to rot in the soil because no one took care of them. It made people's hearts ache. Not far from the medicinal spring, there was also a towering tree. It was too far away for Xiaochen to see clearly. From time to time, mottled spiritual mist would rise from the herb garden, obstructing one's vision and preventing them from seeing the entire herb garden. Just now, a human king blasted open a hole, and a huge amount of medicinal power leaked out. However, that hole quickly healed. Right now, everyone is waiting. No one dares to act rashly. Murong Yen had arrived earlier and understood this place better than Xiao Chen and the others. It's that person. Sovereign personage? Sovereign personages had a total of 4 stages: initial perfection, small perfection, great perfection, and peak. Sovereign personages were not like star venerates and holy venerates. Every minor cultivation realm was like a layer of heaven, an insurmountable existence. Even in ancient desolate town, sovereign personages were rare existences. Any faction would treat them with respect. In a rank 6 sect, a sovereign personage could directly become an inner sect elder. In the 4 dynasties, a sovereign personage could be conferred nobility. Xiao Chen soon discovered that the person Murong Yen mentioned was not very old, looking like a middle-aged man. This person stood upright with his hands behind his back, frowning as he looked at the herb garden. It looks like the barrier is not easy to break. Come, let's go over and take a look. As they were too far away, Xiao Chen could not figure out the barrier. So, he quickly led the group over. After a while, they arrived at the herb garden's entrance. Where did this trash come from? Do you think that just anyone can come to the herb garden's entrance? Boom. The moment Xiao Chen landed, he suffered an attack. A peak holy venerate gray-robed old man attacked him. When the gray-robed old man raised his hand, his might spread out. His veritable essence energy surged, and his aura was boundless. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Then, he raised his hand and punched, clashing with the gray-robed old man without fear. Bang! When the fist and palm met, they were actually equal. Soon, the gray-robed old man felt that Xiao Chen's fist light was somewhat strange. The fist contained saber intent that continuously tore apart the gray-robed old man's veritable essence energy, trying to invade his body. Although the gray-robed old man's veritable essence energy was vast, it seemed that no matter how much veritable essence energy there was, it could not block this strange veritable essence energy. The gray-robed old man quickly withdrew his hand and retreated. Bush, bush, bush. The moment Xiao Chen landed, a few people stood out from behind the gray-robed old man. They did not look like they were going to let this go, wanting to continue attacking Xiao Chen. Trying to bully me with numbers? Murong Yen and the others were not willing to fall behind. They landed behind Xiao Chen one after another. Their extraordinary auras immediately put pressure on the other party. Dragon race cultivators. The gray-robed old man felt slightly startled. He quickly retreated, not daring to say anything else. Only now did Xiao Chen discover that aside from that sovereign personage, there were several other people near the herb garden's entrance. Those who could remain here were all strong teams. Otherwise, they would not be able to come down. Without strength, how could others share the loot with them? Aside from the human king, the others were in groups of 2 or 3, forming their own teams. The middle-aged sovereign personage looked indifferently at Xiao Chen's group and said softly, "We have enough people. Attack together and break the barrier. Apart from you all, Lu Yuanzong will kill anyone who dares to enter the spirit formation." Although his voice was soft, everyone within 50 kilometers could hear him clearly. Xiao Chen felt a cold killing intent, and there was a strong sense of threat in that casual tone. Only now did Xiao Chen and the others understand why this sovereign personage did not make a move. It turned out that he could not break the herb garden's barrier with his own strength. He had been waiting for a team that caught his eye. Only those who caught his eye were qualified to enter the herb garden. It had to be said that he was very domineering. However, as a sovereign personage, Xiao Chen was indeed qualified to be so tyrannical. Senior Lu is right. Senior Lu, please instruct us to attack that point at the same time. The gray-robed old man who attacked Xiao Chen earlier said in a flattering manner. Right here. Boom. Lu Yuanzong pointed with his finger, and a strand of resplendent sword chi with motes of starlight shot out. The instant the sword chi appeared, everyone near the herb garden's entrance felt their hearts tighten. The terrifying sword intent was startling. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This casual finger strike equaled 30% of his attack power. Even a small perfection sovereign personage could not be underestimated. Pusi. When the sword chi entered the herb garden's barrier, it only left a crack that was neither large nor small. Furthermore, it quickly mended. Boom, boom, boom. After Xiao Chen and the others found out where to attack, they did not hesitate to attack. Immediately, dazzling attacks shot towards the crack Lu Yuanzong had opened. Before everyone's expectant gazes, a hole finally appeared in the herb garden's barrier. Then, it continued to spread. But in the end, the hole was only the size of a bowl, and it began to quickly close up. The crowd simply could not enter the herb garden successfully. Damn it! You bunch of trash! Seeing that so many holy venerate experts could not break the herb garden's barrier, Lu Yuanzong could not help feeling enraged. Unless one has a soul tool, there is no way to break this herb garden's barrier. Xiao Chen, who had been secretly sizing up the herb garden, suddenly spoke up. Who do you think you are? Is there a place for you to speak here? The gray-clad old man who did not get along with Xiao Chen earlier scolded. Could it be that you are even more incredible than Senior Lu? Xiao Chen did not get angry. He replied softly, I do not dare. However, I am still slightly stronger than you. People who cannot even receive one punch from me are not qualified to speak. You are seeking death. The gray-clad old man roared, wanting to attack Xiao Chen again. Scram! Lu Yuanzong shouted coldly. Then, he waved his hand and knocked back the gray-clad old man. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and asked, You have a way to enter the herb garden? Xiao Chen looked at the herb garden's entrance and said, Unless one has a soul tool, no one can force their way in. I believe that Senior Lu must have tried all sorts of methods before we arrived. Lu Yuanzong's heart skipped a beat. How did Xiao Chen know? Indeed, Lu Yuanzong was the first to discover this herb garden. He had tried using his peak strike, but he could not break the barrier. He could only wait for more people to arrive before attacking together to see if there was a chance. Who knew it still did not work? Could it be that we cannot enter? Many people showed pained expressions as they looked at the herb garden within reach. The fortuitous encounter was right before them, but they could not grasp it. How could there be anything more painful than this? I said that we cannot force our way in. I did not say that we cannot enter using other methods. Xiao Chen continued when he saw everyone's expressions. Well, quickly say it. Quickly say it. If you have a method, Don't hide it. That's right. The group of people immediately argued endlessly, trying to get Xiao Chen to quickly tell them the method. Only Lu Yuanzong asked calmly, "What do you want?" Xiao Chen pointed to the towering tree in the herb garden and said, "That tree belongs to me. The rest depends on your own ability." Alright. Lu Yuanzong thought for a while. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and decisively agreed. Chapter 1952. Xiao Chen, are you confident? Lu Ruyun asked somewhat worriedly. Although Lu Yuanzong did not say anything, he would not end up well if he offended a sovereign personage. Don't worry. It's fine. After Xiao Chen observed the barrier of the herb garden for a long time, he confirmed that it was a formation from the blood-soaked emperor's memories. This formation was called the essence sealing god locking formation. If it were at the beginning, even a faux god would not be able to break it. However, after so many years, the might of this formation had weakened. Now, one could break it with a soul tool. Xiao Chen did have a soul tool and more than one. However, he clearly would not take it out in front of so many people. It would not be difficult to break this formation. Xiao Chen looked around and said, "Who has formation flags?" "Me some." "Damn. I thought that you were really a formation master. In the end, you don't even have formation flags. Can you do it?" With one look I can tell that he is bragging. We might as well try again. There is no need to trouble him. These words immediately incited many people's dissatisfaction. To think that Xiao Chen did not even have formation flags. Lu Yuanzong looked around and asked, "Are there any formation flags? If there are, hand them to him." Formation flags were one of the tools that formation masters used to lay formations. Ordinary cultivators only knew some simple formations and did not need tools. However, there were many people here, so there were always exceptions. After the sovereign personage spoke, Xiao Chen received 10-odd formation flags of various sizes. Including the dozens of formation flags that Xiao Chen already had, he barely had enough. When Lu Yuanzong handed the formation flags to Xiao Chen, he revealed a suspicious expression but did not say anything. Xiao Chen wiped away the spiritual mark in the formation flags and infused his spiritual sense into them. After familiarizing himself with them, he started. The main purpose of the essence sealing god-locking formation was not to defend against enemies but to seal the natural essence of the world and lock down the souls of all things. It was laid here to prevent the spiritual energy of the herb garden from leaking out. After some herbs gained spirituality, it would help them stabilize their souls. As long as one understood its mysteries, it would not be too difficult to break it. As Xiao Chen continued to make hand seals, the array flags turned into rays of light and disappeared into the distant ground. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense followed the array flag and spread out on the ground. He instantly sensed a huge array formation. Spiritual light overflowed in all directions, vast and boundless. Relying on his knowledge of the formation, he avoided the streams of light and inserted the formation flags into the key nodes. After everything was done, sweat appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. He looked at the herb garden's barrier and said, "I have temporarily taken control of the formation. All you need to do is merge your quintessence with the aura of the herb garden, and you will be able to enter." Lu Yuanzong remained silent. He took a step forward and placed his hand on the spirit formation barrier. He closed his eyes and breathed in a wisp of the spiritual energy in the herb garden through the barrier. He was surprised to find that his arm had silently passed through the barrier. Success! Everyone was pleasantly surprised and cheered. However, Lu Yuanzong was not in a rush to enter. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "How do we come out?" That's right. This barrier was not forcefully broken. In that case, if they wanted to come out, wouldn't they still be restricted by Xiao Chen? In the end, a sovereign personage was more thorough and meticulous. Xiao Chen said calmly, "This is an essence sealing formation. It does not affect the physical body. After we enter, we do not need to absorb too much of the herb garden's spiritual energy and can directly walk out. Of course, if you do not listen to my advice and absorb too much of the herb garden's spiritual energy, you will not be able to force it out of your body. Don't blame me if you cannot walk out. I'll trust you one more time." Lu Yuanzong did not say anything more. He was not too worried. He also had some trump cards that he could use, but he wasn't willing to use them. Furthermore, as long as he kept an eye on Xiao Qin, the other party would not be able to play any tricks. Please. Lu Yuanzong smiled playfully and gestured for Xiao Qin and the others to enter first. There's no need to worry. Let's go in. Xiao Qin's expression did not change. He placed his palm on the barrier and sent in a trace of the herb garden's aura through the barrier. Then he successfully entered. After stepping into the herb garden, Xiao Qin directly forced out the trace of the herb garden's aura from his body. Bush, bush, bush. People continuously entered the herb garden. Immediately, they were stunned by the dense spiritual energy and could not help wanting to absorb it. However, when they thought of Xiao Qin's warning, they swallowed their saliva and forced themselves to resist. Damn, this weed actually has spirituality. It is already comparable to a heaven-ranked herb. I wonder how much medicinal dregs are contained in this black soil. If we just casually dig up some, we will be able to grow herbs more efficiently in the future. I wonder if there is any way to refine medicinal energy from this black soil? That would be unrivaled. Just a bunch of useless people. Just casually grab a handful. Let's quickly go to the herb spring. Right. After entering the herb garden, everyone felt dizzy from excitement. Some people even ignored their image and dug up the rotten soil in the herb fields. They hoped that they would be able to dig out some intact medicinal herbs. Even if they could not, the value of the black soil would be very high. However, after being reminded, the crowd quickly executed their movement techniques and rushed to the herb spring in the center of the herb garden. Haha. Suddenly, someone laughed loudly. It was the gray-robed old man who did not get along with Xiao Qin. Before him was the tree that Xiao Qin had his eyes on. When the others saw it, they also laughed loudly. Only the trunk of that tree remained. It was riddled with holes and rotten beyond repair. There was no sign of life from it. It was clearly a worthless dead tree. Ha! Brat, your eyes are indeed unique. The gray-robed old man mocked as he looked at Xiao Qin. I was wondering what it was. After all this time, it turns out to be a rotten tree. No, we should thank this tree. If not for this tree, we would not have been able to enter the herb garden. The gray-robed old man jeered, eliciting laughter from the crowd. What are you saying? Bunch of bastards. If not for Xiao Qin, none of you would have been able to enter this herb garden. Murong Yen roared as he pushed away the people surrounding the tree. His voice was very loud, and it immediately silenced the others. But who would have thought that after this angry shout, the others would be stunned? However, who could have imagined that after this roar, the rotten, towering tree would crumble and turn into a small mound of ashes, completely crippled? The others were stunned for a moment before bursting into even louder laughter. Ha! This won't do. I'm having a stomachache from laughing. Let me take a break. This idiot, he's really stupid to the max. This is great. There is not even a single strand of hair left. Murong Yan's expression immediately turned extremely unsightly, feeling incredibly embarrassed. He had not expected such a situation. He turned his head and said, Xiao Qin, what kind of eyes do you have? What tree did you choose? Xiao Qin replied calmly, I remember that your Red Dragon Palace should have one. However, it is normal that you do not recognize it. This tree is of a much higher grade than the one in your Red Dragon Palace. A coiling dragon tree? Murong Yan's expression suddenly changed. As he looked at the pile of ashes, he exclaimed, Red Dragon True Flame. Murong Yan sent out a wave of dragon flames. As the dragon flames burned the ashes, they glistened and turned into strands of 7-colored dragon chi circling the dragon true flame. A 7-colored coiling dragon tree. It really is a 7-colored coiling dragon tree, a coiling dragon tree that can bear 7-colored coiling dragon fruits. As the ashes burned, a young sapling slowly appeared. Xiao Qin reacted quickly, grabbing the sapling and placing it in a brocade box to nourish it. Murong Yan's eyes popped out. It really is a 7-colored coiling dragon tree. The one in our Red Dragon Palace can only bear red coiling dragon fruits. Xiao Qin, if you offer this tree up, I wonder how the Dragon's Gate will reward you? It is simply unimaginable. Xiao Qin retorted indifferently, I have no intention of handing it up. A coiling dragon tree. It is actually a coiling dragon tree. The group of people who mocked Xiao Chen earlier were all stupefied. Unexpectedly, it was such a precious sapling. Hand over the coiling dragon tree. The gray-clad old man's group immediately could not take this lying down. They ferociously charged over and surrounded Xiao Chen and the others. Many other cultivators became restless, their eyes flickering with murderous intent. I gave you face, but you rejected it. Xiao Chen had already endured this old man for a long time. Now that this old man jumped out, he snorted coldly and directly attacked. Xiao Chen immediately threw a palm strike. Firmament's rage carried a colossal hand that held up the sky. Its fingers were like sabers flickering with electric light as it pressed down. What martial technique is this? This greatly startled the gray-clad old man. Horror flashed in his eyes as he watched the colossal hand pressing down from the sky. He retreated frantically. The others nearby hurriedly dodged, one after another. However, no matter where the gray-clad old man ran, he could not avoid the colossal hand that approached. The gray-clad old man fell heavily to the ground. When the hand vanished, his body was riddled with thousands of wounds, all of them flickering with electric light. The gray-clad old man was already half dead, completely losing his combat prowess. With one move, Xiao Chen defeated a peak holy venerate, completely shocking the others. The Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. I have not seen it for many years already. Unexpectedly, there is someone in the Divine Dragon Empire's younger generation who can reach the second layer. Are you interested in exploring this medicinal spring with me? It might have one of the 5 elemental energies you need, the heavenly spirit water. Shock flashed in the sovereign personage Lu Yuanzong's eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. Chapter 1953. Firmament's rage had been stuck at the second layer because he had not found the 5 elemental energies. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There were 5 different elemental energy sources. The heavenly spirit water was one of the water-attributed energy sources of the 5 elements, so he could explore it. Xiao Chen, it is best to maintain a distance from this person. I feel that he is not a good person. Lu Ruyun sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen as she sized up Lu Yuanzong. Xiao Chen replied, "There is no need to be afraid. I am confident of dealing with him. Although he is strong, he cannot do anything to me. Furthermore, there are no good people in this world. Everything depends on one's heart. There will probably be many experts in this medicinal spring. You can take this opportunity to collect all the other resources in the herb garden. Senior, please." Xiao Chen stepped forward and gestured for Lu Yuanzong to enter. Lu Yuanzong did not show any fear. He leaped into the medicinal spring. Xiao Chen quickly followed after, leaping into the water. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The stronger and more ambitious people in the herb garden quickly followed suit and jumped into the medicinal spring. Of the remaining people, only Lu Ruyun's group remained. They were the strongest. As Xiao Chen expected, they were strong enough to collect the remaining natural treasures in the herb garden. Gurgle, gurgle. Natural medicinal springs were extremely difficult to find in the Great Thousand Realms. Once they appeared, they would attract the various strong factions to fight over them and bring them into their own sections. This medicinal spring was a grade 8 heaven-ranked medicinal spring. Its value was inestimable. The group leaped into the water, and the medicinal spring entered their bodies. They all felt a warmth. As their physical bodies absorbed the medicinal spring, they automatically tempered their bodies, mended their hidden injuries, nourished their internal organs, and refined their veritable essence energy. At first, it was incredibly warm. However, after 1 kilometer, this warmth became somewhat scalding. The temperature rose continuously, reaching an extremely horrifying level. Xiao Chen had no choice but to gather veritable essence energy to block this heat wave. The rate at which veritable essence energy drained increased rapidly. Xiao Chen's heart could not help but sink. If he continued diving, the moment his veritable essence energy was completely drained, the high temperature would cook him. Since even Xiao Chen had such concerns, the others who jumped down naturally felt very nervous as well, feeling somewhat conflicted. Among the group, only Lu Yuanzong, a sovereign personage, was more relaxed and did not have many concerns. What exactly is below? Xiao Chen felt depressed. At the same time, he could not help feeling curious. The most likely outcome was naturally an underground flame vein. Right at this moment, Lu Yuanzong, who was at the very front, stopped descending. The few of them landed around him and looked down, only to see endless spiritual light bursting out from the ground below. The scene was incomparably shocking. Their vision was filled with a vast expanse of whiteness. He could feel that the medicinal energy of the entire medicinal spring was flowing downwards like a flood from a broken dam. Compared to this, the power of the medicinal spring they had felt on the surface wasn't even a drop in the ocean. Veritable flame saint spirit. Someone asked curiously. According to the records, the bottom of the medicinal spring should not be like this. Dragon, essence energy. Spirit said. Lu, essence energy, Xiao said. When the natural spirituality of the medicinal spring disappeared, it would become a wasted spring. Lu Yuanzong said indifferently as he quickly descended. Xiao Chen could not help thinking to himself, this fellow is crazy. Then, his body quickly descended. Xiao Chen could not help thinking, this fellow is crazy. After some time, Xiao Chen felt his body empty. He opened his eyes and looked down, startled. When he came into contact with that light, Xiao Chen felt his body descend uncontrollably, sucked in. The first thing that entered Xiao Chen's eyes was a boundless flame. 9 fiery lights as resplendent as stars looked exceptionally piercing. Xiao Chen looked around. When he saw clearly, he was shocked to discover that there was an incredibly huge medicine cauldron below. Below them was an incomparably huge cauldron. That cauldron was probably the size of a city and was incomparably frightening. Boom! The vast spiritual energy from the medicinal spring poured into the medicine cauldron together with Xiao Chen and the others. In that instant, a fierce flame flared up in the medicine cauldron. Danger! Xiao Chen quickly controlled his body and turned into a flash of lightning, flashing away. Miserable shrieks rang out. A few people could not dodge in time and were vaporized on the spot, not even leaving ashes behind. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few people left alive. Without exception, the others either vaporized by the flames or fell into the medicine cauldron, unable to control their bodies. Astral cores. Lu Yuanzong exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the resplendent starlight in the medicine cauldron. Could it be that the resplendent flames are the astral cores? Xiao Chen could not help feeling horrified. A medicinal pill refined with so many astral cores. What kind of medicinal pill was being refined in this medicine cauldron? There was also the medicinal spring. The entire medicinal spring was serving the medicinal pill refined in this medicine cauldron. Over the past tens of thousands of years, who knew how much spring water containing medicinal energy had been infused in? Xiao Chen sized up the surrounding caverns. His expression could not help but turn grave. In those herb fields, countless rotting spirit herbs had accumulated medicinal energy. Finally, all of it settled in the cave and was used by the array formation. Ha! A divine pill. What is being refined here must be a divine pill that surpasses heaven-ranked medicinal pills. If I snatch this divine pill, it will be just a matter of time before I become a sovereign emperor. That's not right. I might even become a faux god and rank on the divine sovereign wind ranking. The experienced and meticulous Lu Yuanzong sank into a frenzy at this moment. Xiao Chen could not help feeling startled. This fellow had probably suppressed himself for too long. Now that he suddenly saw such a fortuitous encounter, all his suppressed emotions erupted. Suddenly, Xiao Chen saw Lu Yuanzong's bewitched eyes sweep over the lucky survivors. Oh no, this old fellow is going to find someone to scout the way. Before Lu Yuanzong could lock his gaze on Xiao Chen turned into a flash of lightning and quickly fled. Clearly, fighting a crazed sovereign personage was not rational. Why is this fellow running? Just as the others felt confused, they heard Lu Yuanzong say, "The few of you, don't leave. Go down and scout the way." Lu Yuanzong suddenly flared up, and his sovereign personage will spread out. The group was instantly struck, and they vomited a mouthful of blood as they crashed into the cave walls. Lu Yuanzong used his full power suddenly. Although the survivors were experts, They could not dodge in time. No, I don't want to go down. It's not up to you. Ha! Xiao Qin heard miserable cries. Lu Yuanzong must have tossed someone into the medicine cauldron. As he moved further away, he could no longer hear anything. This medicine cauldron was even taller than a tall mountain. Xiao Qin could not care too much about it. He turned into a flash of lightning and descended continuously. By the time it landed, an entire quarter of an hour had already passed. Only after landing here did he feel somewhat safe. He did not dare to think about facing a madman above. Xiao Qin could only observe a moment of silence for those who were not smart. But before Xiao Qin could size up the scene below, he heard the sound of flowing water. His heart immediately skipped a beat. Where there was water, there was a river. Where there was a river, one could make it out. Xiao Qin knew his limits and would not touch that divine pill. Unlike Lu Yuanzong, Xiao Qin was extremely firm in his heart for the martial Tao. Even without this divine pill, Xiao Qin firmly believed that he could become a faux god and stand at the peak of the martial Tao. Bush, bush, bush. Xiao Qin's figure flashed, and he arrived at the source of the sound. What he saw startled him. The water was flowing out from the bottom of the medicine cauldron. However, what flowed out was not water but the dregs of the divine pill. While it was called dregs, it was probably comparable to many high-ranked medicinal pills. So, this is how the pill river above is formed. As Xiao Qin watched the dregs continuously gather and turn viscous like the pill river above, he suddenly understood. Thinking about it carefully, this entire herb garden was actually in service of this divine pill. Even if everything else was added up, it would not be worth mentioning compared to this divine pill. With this thought, Xiao Qin's thoughts became clearer. In that case, my 7-colored coiling dragon tree should be serving this divine pill. I wonder what use it has? After strolling around the underground, Xiao Qin discovered many simple residences. There should have been people living there in the past. What is that? Suddenly, Xiao Qin discovered a person standing at the fire entrance below the medicine cauldron. Chapter 1954. Why did I not notice a person standing there all this while? There were only two. Either it was a small perfection sovereign personage, much stronger than an initial perfection sovereign personage like Lu Yuanzong. Xiao Qin could not sense the other party's presence at all. Otherwise, it was a dead person. Xiao Qin sent out a strong wind, and that person fell over. Indeed. It was more or less as Xiao Qin guessed. If it were a small perfection sovereign personage, Xiao Qin would have taken him down first. Whoosh! Xiao Qin gently leaped to the side of that person. After hesitating for a moment, he flipped the corpse over. Just as he had expected, it was just a skeleton covered in armor and clothes. No matter how incredible one was when one was alive, one would not be able to escape the clutches of time after death. One would eventually become a skeleton. Hey! Xiao Qin pushed the skeleton aside and discovered a few blurry words on the ground. After trying to figure them out for a long time, he read softly, "Pill becoming vast?" Xiao Qin, who had just felt that something was wrong, came to his senses in the next second. His expression changed drastically. The pill had become demonic, not the pill had become light. It was not that Xiao Qin had never seen a medicinal pill gain a demonic nature and sentience before. However, for a divine pill to become demonic, how strong would it be? Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. Xiao Qin looked around, and his expression changed. Everything felt foreign. This was not an alchemy room but a cage that imprisoned a demon. Xiao Qin could not remain here for long. He could forget about any fortuitous encounters. If he could escape alive, everything would be worth it. Boom! Just as Xiao Qin was about to leave, several figures flew down from above the medicine cauldron. That's not right. They did not fly down. Someone flung them down with a huge force. Before Xiao Qin could react, 3 explosions rang out on the ground, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. The sounds echoed for a long time in this spacious place. The 3 figures that descended were bound in chains. Flames burned all over their bodies as they roared like wild beasts. These people had ferocious gazes, losing all rationality. These 3 people? Xiao Qin's complexion changed slightly. He suddenly remembered that these three people seemed to be the first to be directly rushed into the alchemy furnace by the medicinal spring. How did he become like this? He looked like he had lost all signs of life, like he was a corpse. Furthermore, it was being controlled and sealed by chains. Was it Lu Yuanzong? No, that was not right. Lu Yuanzong did not have such great strength. With his initial sovereign personage cultivation, he could not have done this. It was that divine pill. Yes, it must be that peerless divine pill that possessed a demonic nature. These people had all become pill furnaces. Ah! The trio cried out in pain as their auras became even more terrifying. Vaguely, Xiao Chen's aura reached that of a sovereign personage. The flames covering his body turned black, looking like a demon from hell. Die. The three roared ferociously and charged at Xiao Chen, showing no fear or rationality at all. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He knew that he was in great danger. If he was not careful, he could die here. He needed to end this quickly. Otherwise, when Lu Yuanzong became a pill slave and charged at him, it would be problematic. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up with two resplendent lights, one golden and one snow-white. The primal chaos heavenly flame and the heavenly snow divine flame burned at the same time. The two lights formed a magnificent Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram in front of Xiao Chen, blocking the three's attacks. Primal chaos veritable essence energy, Taiji universe. Xiao Chen's hands moved, not holding anything back. His primal chaos veritable essence energy circulated wildly. His demonic chi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy filled his entire body. A Taiji diagram appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, complementing the Taiji diagram in front of him. As Xiao Chen drained his veritable essence energy, the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram in front of him gave off a bright light. Gradually, the 4 divisions and the 8 trigrams formed. Yin-Yang, 4 divisions, and the 8 trigrams. When the mysterious phenomenon of the Taiji diagram finished forming, Xiao Chen shouted, "Taiji explosion!" Boom! The Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram directly exploded. The 3 pill slaves with auras comparable to sovereign personages got blasted into the air. If it were an ordinary cultivator, this berserk strike would have shattered the other party's bones, killing them on the spot. However, the physical bodies of these pill slaves seemed to have been modified to something like a profound tool. They were incredibly hard, not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. The pill slave shook the black chain in his hand, and a flame immediately appeared on the medicine cauldron. It was just one spot, but when it landed, it turned into an unending rain of fire, covering the sky and the sun. This flame might contain the demonic nature of the divine pill, so Xiao Chen did not dare to touch it. He stood on the lightning dragon, and his figure turned illusory. Electric light shot out as he easily dodged the flames. However, the rain of fire did not stop. There was no end to it. The pill slaves did not care. As the flames bathed them, their injuries actually healed. The degree of horror made one's hair stand on end. Bang! When fighting with the pill slaves, Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that if he did not activate his divine dragon war body, the other party's physical strength was even greater than his. Great Dao Might, Thunder Great Dao, and Berserk Saber. Xiao Chen's face sank. He activated the Saber Great Dao and Thunder Great Dao at the same time, layering them and strengthening his might. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Chen's aura clashed with the 3 pill slaves, producing thunderous explosions that rang out endlessly. Right now, Xiao Chen's only advantage was that the 3 pill slaves had lost their rationality. Although they were rude and unreasonable, they were riddled with openings. Their attacks were even more chaotic. I have to make him stop this rain of fire. The endless rain of fire restricted Xiao Chen's movement technique, forcing him into a passive position in his fight with the pill furnace. Thousand Frost Battle Snow. Xiao Chen executed a killing move that he had learned in the Kunlun realm. He circulated the Ice Feather Divine incantation, and snow instantly fell like falling leaves, covering the ground. The snow and flames merged, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly, giving Xiao Chen a lot of space to maneuver. Now is the time. Xiaochen did not want to delay any longer. His figure flashed, and he turned into 9 bolts of lightning, rushing over. The lightning bolts turned into dragons. In that instant, 9 dragons soared into the sky. The dragons crashed into the 3 pill slaves. The huge impact, along with the electricity, sent the 3 pill slaves flying. Whoosh! The 9 dragons merged into one, and Xiaochen did not stop moving. He ruthlessly smashed down with firmament's rage. The fingers of the colossal hand were like sabers. Electricity flickered, covering the sky and sun. Once it landed, there was nowhere to run. Boom! Under the chain of attacks, the 3 pill slaves cried out in pain as their bones shattered and burned to ashes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Xiaochen saw the 3 souls, he wanted to flee. However, terrifying laughter came from the medicine cauldron. The souls howled in pain as they were dragged into the medicine cauldron, letting out even more miserable cries. Xiaochen's face sank slightly. This was his first time seeing such a terrifying existence that was hard to deal with. Even the souls were imprisoned, becoming slaves for all eternity. With the danger averted, Xiaochen thought of something. His figure flashed, and he arrived beside that corpse. He searched around on his divine mountain. After a while, he found an ancient bronze plate with some profound words on it, recording something. Xiaochen had seen some of these words in the blood-soaked dragon emperor's memories. They were ancient words from the beginning of the martial epic. The blood-soaked dragon emperor did not recognize many of them. Xiaochen relied on his memories and recognized them with much difficulty. Great desolate 10,000 beast pill. Xiaochen's expression immediately changed. He knew that this was an extremely horrifying medicinal pill. This was a divine pill refined by gathering the essence, souls, and blood of 10,000 kinds of ferocious beasts from the great desolate Aeon and supplementing it with divine herbs that were tens of thousands of years old. Just the ingredients alone were hard to find. This was no longer the great desolate Aeon but the epic. Epics came and went. It was unknown how many epics passed before the martial epic arrived. The difficulty of finding the descendants of 10,000 great desolate Aeon ferocious beasts in the martial epic was easy to imagine. Furthermore, the supplemental herbs were incredibly precious. Even a true god would find it as difficult as ascending to heaven to collect them all. To think that someone really wanted to refine such a divine pill. Legend had it that once this divine pill was refined and consumed, it could reverse one's bloodline and trace one's origin, reverting to the primal chaos god demon. Based on the current situation, the refinement of this medicinal pill clearly failed. In Xiaochen's opinion, this was just wishful thinking, going against the heavens. It was simply impossible to accomplish this. Not only would it fail, but it might even result in a great disaster. This divine pill tainted with a demonic nature before Xiaochen horrified him. If it was released, it would be a horrifying disaster. Without even thinking, Xiaochen directly tossed the ancient bronze plate into the fire like a medicine cauldron. This would completely destroy this harmful medicinal pill recipe. Xiaochen continued searching the corpse. He felt that there should be some other things left. Just at this moment, the black chains binding the pill cauldron behind him twisted like a snake and silently crawled towards Xiaochen. Chapter 1955. Inside the herb garden, when Murong Yen and the others worked together, they were nearly undefeatable. Without a sovereign personage, they were overlords among holy venerates. The divine dragon bloodline in their bodies was a powerful killing weapon. No one dared to compete with them. The few of them monopolized close to 80% of the harvest in the herb garden, reaping a bountiful harvest. Why is Xiaochen not back yet? Lu Ruyun said somewhat worriedly as she collected the spring water in the medicinal spring. As she looked at the gurgling spring water, she felt somewhat worried. Wei Hongfei smiled at the side and said, "Don't worry. He is very lucky." Back then, when he was alone in the abyssal underworld battlefield, even Rakshasa Tian's clone could not do anything to him. This time, he will be fine as well. Lu Ruyun said, however, that Lu Yuanzong is a sovereign personage. Although he is only an initial perfection sovereign personage, he is not someone that we holy venerates can match. The difference is still too great. When the difference in cultivation was too great and there was a huge disparity in strength, no matter how many trump cards one had, it would be useless. The moment a sovereign personage's will of soul appeared, they could suppress them on the spot. No matter how many trump cards one had, one would not have the space to bring them out. No matter how unrivaled Xiaochen was among the holy venerates, there would always be a huge difference. There would naturally be a huge gap between Xiaochen and a sovereign personage. Wei Hongfei asked seriously, "Do you want to hear my opinion?" When Lu Ruyun saw Wei Hongfei, she showed a serious expression and asked, "What opinion?" Wei Hongfei said unhurriedly, "I keep feeling that Xiaochen is still hiding a side that we do not know about in the strength we revealed. The strength that we have displayed has always been restrained, like he is purposely hiding it, not willing for others to know about it." Lu Ruyun said, "Are you doubting Xiaochen? How can you do that? After all, he saved your life before." Wei Hongfei sighed softly, "Naturally I know. However, I can only tell you these opinions. So, there is no need to worry too much about Xiaochen. Even if he is not an enemy sovereign personage, I think it should not be difficult for him to leave easily. Without us by his side, we can bring out his strength without any worries." Lu Ruyun entered deep thought at Wei Hongfei's words. She felt that what he said made sense. In fact, the feeling that Xiaochen gave her was also a layer of fog. There were many things that she couldn't see through. What made her feel strange was that Xiaochen's face perfectly matched the outline of her sister's blank painting. She wouldn't believe that there was no mystery to it even if you beat her to death. Just as the two of them were about to continue their conversation, the medicinal garden's spirit formation barrier suddenly suffered an intense attack. The entire herb garden was shaking. The expressions of Lu Ruyun and Wei Hongfei changed at the same time. They looked up and said, "Someone is using a soul tool to attack the herb garden's barrier." What happened? Who is it? To think that it is a soul tool. Could it be the 6 great sects? Didn't they all go to the city center? Why are they still using soul tools to attack the herb garden? The cultivators collecting resources in the herb garden all panicked. Before the attacks of the soul tools, they had nowhere to run. "Assemble!" Wei Hongfei shouted, and Murong Yen and the others quickly gathered over. Their expressions all appeared somewhat grave. Boom! Another horrifying attack tore a huge hole in the herb garden's barrier. Then a few figures quickly entered. The person in the lead held a resplendent sword in his hand, emitting a powerful pressure that shook the surroundings. Ice Cloud Sword. It's the ruling sword gates people. The expressions of Lu Ruyun and the others changed slightly. The ruling sword gate cultivator holding the ice cloud sword was Qi Yunfeng, whom they had interacted with before. Ha! What did I discover? A herb garden left by a true god. We are going to strike it rich. Qi Yunfeng looked at the medicinal spring and then at the Pill River. His face lit up with joy. His senior and junior brothers behind him also felt incredibly joyful. They said, "Congratulations, senior brother Qi. The value of this herb garden is even more than our earlier harvest combined." Thinking of leaving? Everyone don't move. Seeing that someone wanted to sneak away, Qi Yunfeng quickly swung the sword in his hand. The fleeing person's aura locked onto that person's, and his soul immediately froze. That person looked no different from an ordinary person. However, his body was incredibly stiff, like he was fixed in place, unable to move. "Shatter!" Qi Yunfeng shouted, and that person immediately shattered into countless pieces of ice. Then, strands of terrifying icy sword chi burst out. Bush, bush, bush. Sword chi surged everywhere, and the expressions of the cultivators in the herb garden changed drastically as they scrambled for cover. Some of the cultivators could not dodge in time. The sword chi pierced their bodies and quickly sealed them in ice, turning them into statues. "Behave yourselves. Our senior brother Qi doesn't want to go on a killing spree and take your harvest from the herb garden. Hand over all your harvests from the herb garden, and you can leave. Otherwise, you saw what happened to these people." A ruling sword gate disciple behind Qi Yunfeng threatened coldly. "Senior brother, there are a few divine dragon empire cultivators over there. They blocked those sword chi." "What?" Qi Yunfeng looked around and immediately fixed his gaze on Lu Ruyun and the others. After being stunned for a while, he guffawed, "Ha! Interesting, interesting. Unexpectedly, we meet again so soon. You bunch of Divine Dragon Empire bastards. Are you still not going to hand over your harvests? Do you guys want to die?" Seeing that the other cultivators were still in a daze, unwilling to hand over their harvests from the herb garden, the other ruling Sword Gate disciples became enraged. Murong Yen retorted indifferently, "Hand over my ass. You are just relying on a soul tool to intimidate others. Without this sword, this old man can teach you how to behave." Qi Yunfeng smiled coldly and said, "Even at death's door, you still dare to be stubborn. If I do not teach you a lesson, you will not know how powerful I am. Everyone else can leave. Today, I will leave you all behind." "Many thanks, young Master Qi. Young Master Qi, you are really bold. Young Master Qi really has good eyes." Their group occupies more than 80% of the natural treasures in this herb garden. We are just small fries. When the other cultivators in the herb garden heard this, they rejoiced and quickly fled. Let's test his strength first. If it is just an ice cloud sword, given our strength, there is nothing to fear. He will not be able to bring out much of its might. Sidu Changfeng's voice rang out in everyone's minds. Should we leave? We cannot leave for now. We still do not know what state Xiaoqin is in. If his combat prowess is weakened after he comes out, it will be somewhat problematic for him to face this ice cloud sword. Wei Hongfei's voice rang out in everyone's minds, sounding incredibly calm. However, Qi Yunfeng did not give them much time to think. The moment he saw the others flee, he immediately attacked. As Qi Yunfeng circulated the ice cloud sword, the ruling Sword Gate disciples behind him did not dare to be careless. They all executed their secret techniques, continuously draining their soul energy and veritable essence energy to infuse into the ice cloud sword. It turned out that Qi Yunfeng was not the only one controlling this sword. Instead, these people were controlling it at the same time. Clearly, the ruling Sword Gate's upper echelon wanted this group of people to wield the soul tool and sweep through the resources of the other regions, while the various large sects headed to the city center to search for that mysterious energy source. It had to be said that this move was quite brilliant. Even sovereign personages feared the might of a soul tool. Even if they could bring out only 10 or 20% of its might, it would already be horrifying. Boom. When this sword chopped down, Murong Yen and the others blocked it for a while before getting knocked back. The sword light flowed, and the icy sword Qi gave everyone the impression that they could not block it. More importantly, the ice cloud sword's sword might spread out in all directions, covering the entire herb garden and greatly suppressing everyone's strength. Murong Yen wiped off the blood from a corner of his lips. An intense flame burned all over his body, dispersing the cold. He smiled and said, "You are rather strong. However, that is all there is to it. Qi Yunfeng, put in more strength. Don't tell me that you are only capable of this? You bastard! This old man will kill you. Ice cloud sword, soldiers at the gates." Murong Yan's mockery enraged Qi Yunfeng. He activated the secret technique of the soul tool and locked it on Murong Yan. "Good job. It is time for us to make a move." It turned out that the group had agreed to let Murong Yen attract the firepower while they took down Qi Yunfeng in one go. Murong Yen did not dare to be careless when facing the secret technique of a soul tool. He instantly activated his great desolate Ian bloodline and executed the blood-devouring dragon fist. Murong Yan's entire body burned with a scarlet light as he sent out a blood dragon fist light to clash with the blazing sword intent. Damn it! I fell for it. Activate the sword might and protect me. When Qi Yunfeng attacked, he knew that he fell for a trick. He saw Wei Hongfei and the other three charging at him like beams of cold light, startling him. The other ruling Sword Gate disciples quickly made their moves, forming their own sword arts. Finally, before Lu Riyun and the others arrived, the Ice Cloud Sword's sword might retracted and encased the group. Boom! All sorts of chaotic dragon race martial techniques struck the sword might. The sword might only lasted for a moment before breaking. Qi Yunfeng and the others immediately went flying. They all vomited blood and fell to the ground. However, the sword might blocked most of the damage. Although they were in a sorry state, they did not suffer any major damage in the end. When Lu Ruyun and the others saw this scene, they felt slightly disappointed. They quickly retreated to protect the severely injured Murong Yen. Qi Yunfeng, you really embarrassed our rank 6 sections. To think that you cannot destroy a group of holy venerates with the ice cloud sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, many figures suddenly appeared in the herb garden. The true inheritors of the other 3 rank 6 sects all rushed in. Every leading disciple held a soul tool in their hands. The situation instantly turned exceptionally chaotic. Qi Yunfeng felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, so many soul tools appeared in one go. Do you think that your ruling sword gate is smart and that the people of the other rank 6 sects are fools? We have been following behind you. Do you really think that you are unrivaled? This herb garden is ours. Chapter 1956. Inside the cave, under the medicine cauldron, Xiaochen flipped the corpse over and found a jade pendant on the armor. His eyes immediately lit up. The instant Xiaochen held it in his hand, he immediately felt a warmth. What a wondrous feeling! However, before Xiaochen could send his spiritual sense into it, he suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous aura. Xiaochen's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned around. Whoosh! 3 black chains instantly wrapped around Xiaochen like black lightning. One of the black chains bound Xiaochen's feet, and the other 2 bound his hands. Damn it! Xiaochen's heart sank. He felt like he could not move at all as a huge force continuously pulled him upward. At the same time, strands of evil energy came from the black chains, continuously invading Xiaochen's soul pool, trying to corrode his soul. Just the force of the black chains already made Xiaochen feel weak. This soul energy that corroded the soul was even more difficult to deal with. Xiaochen could only rely on his willpower to resist. Whoosh! Soon, Xiaochen was pulled back into the air above the medicine cauldron. The mysterious existence controlling the chains pulled him back into the medicine cauldron. Divine Dragon Warbody. At the crucial moment of life and death, Xiaochen finally expelled the energy corroding his soul. Then he shouted. Vital qi surged in Xiaochen's body, roaring like a river. His body suddenly swelled up, and his dragon might soared. A pair of azure-colored dragon wings crackling with electricity spread out, and all the chains on his body broke. Roar! Dragon roars rang out continuously in the empty cave. The dragon might on Xiaochen's body soared to the level of an initial perfection sovereign personage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 4 or 5 figures charged out of the medicine cauldron's flames. The leader had an overwhelming aura as he roared ferociously. This person forced back Xiaochen's dragon might. This person was the sovereign personage Lu Yuanzong. Black chains also bound his body, and a crazed look flashed in his eyes. Xiaochen, to think that you have not left yet? Since you haven't left, then stay and become the pill god's slave. Let's flatten the entire world together. To think that Lu Yuanzong could still maintain some rationality. He was very different from the other berserk and ruthless pill slaves. Xiaochen could not help but frown. Such an existence combined with Lu Yuanzong's strength would likely be even more difficult to deal with. Wonder. Right now, I am even stronger than a small perfection sovereign personage. As long as you offer your soul to Lord Pill God, you can obtain everything you want. Lu Yuanzong smiled proudly when he saw the expression on Xiaochen's face. Too lazy to bother with this madman, Xiaochen flapped his wings, stirring up a strong gust of wind as he flew far away. Lu Yuanzong alone was already difficult to deal with. With the addition of the others, it would probably be even more difficult to deal with. Their chances of victory were slim. You want to leave? This is the pill god's world, you can't leave. Lu Yuanzong snorted coldly. Pill fire blazed all over his body, making him look neither human nor ghost as he charged at Xiaochen. His speed was no slower than Xiaochen's. Dang, ding, ding. After Lu Yuanzong caught up, he quickly attacked, forcing Xiaochen to turn around. After receiving 10 moves, he vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Just as Xiao Chen was about to land, he flapped his wings and hovered in the air. Do you feel the pill god's strength? Do you feel a flame attacking your heart? It is very painful, but there is nothing you can do about it. Ha! Lu Yuanzong teased as he looked at Xiao Chen like a crazed demon. 10 strands of pill fire rushed to Xiao Chen's heart like venomous dragons. The pill fire burned his meridians, feeling like thousands of poisonous needles stabbing at him. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen felt a warmth from the jade pendant in his hand as it drew in all the pill fire in his body. Boom! After absorbing the pill fire, the jade pendant gave off a bright light. Xiao Chen felt a strange pull, like he could control that mysterious, mountain-like medicine cauldron. Rumble! The entire medicine cauldron shook intensely. Heaven and earth shook in the cave, and countless flames poured out. A terrifying and deep voice came from the medicine cauldron. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Yes, Lord Pill God. Lu Yuanzong's expression changed drastically as he charged at Xiao Chen. At the same time, pill slaves continuously flew over from the medicine cauldron, radiating terrifying auras as they tried to surround and attack Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen dodged continuously as he sent his spiritual sense into the jade pendant. It turned out that this jade pendant was used to store the medicine cauldron. This made sense. The medicine cauldron before Xiao Chen was huge, nearly the size of a mountain range. Ordinary storage rings would not be able to store it. One needed to use additional means to control it. At the same time, this jade pendant could control the flame in the medicine cauldron. Controlling the jade pendant meant controlling the medicine cauldron. However, it was practically impossible for Xiao Chen to completely control the jade pendant in such a short time. Furthermore, with Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy, he could not drive the vast flame in the medicine cauldron. That was the flame released by the astral core. One needed to be at least a divine vein sovereign emperor. The jade pendant had only one use for Xiao Chen. He no longer needed to worry about the pill flame in his body when he fought with Lu Yuanzong. Xiao Chen could control this weak pill flame as he pleased with the jade pendant. The medicine cauldron shook continuously. The existence in it appeared extremely enraged. Those pill slaves did their best to kill Xiao Chen. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen's heart turned increasingly calm. Everything in this herb garden seemed to have a purpose. While everything looked casual, they actually had a deep meaning. The herb fields were used to stabilize the medicinal energy in the surrounding caves, and then the formations were used to transfer it. The medicinal spring was for maintaining an abundant supply of medicinal energy into the medicine cauldron at all times. The pill river was formed after the medicinal dregs of the divine pills were discharged. What about the coiling dragon tree? Xiao Chen felt like he thought of a crucial point, and his thoughts became increasingly clear. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind, and he revealed a smile. So, that was the case. The coiling dragon tree was used to suppress the demonic nature of the medicinal pill. The coiling dragon tree was divine dragon wood in the first place. The 7-colored coiling dragon tree was of high grade and could be used to suppress the demonic nature of this great desolate 10,000 beast pill. That must be the case. The herb garden's owner was very meticulous. Everything in this herb garden was connected. How could the owner not think of a way to suppress the demonic nature of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill? However, this coiling dragon tree withered because no one cared for it, resulting in the demonic nature of this medicinal pill. To think that you dare to get distracted. That Lu Yuanzong saw Xiao Chen, who had been extremely nimble since he unfurled the blue dragon divine wings, pause for a moment. Lu Yuanzong snorted coldly and gathered a ferocious might. Then, a fist light that shook space flew over. However, just as the fist light was about to strike Xiao Chen, the blue dragon divine wings with lightning coiling around it folded together. The wings layered over each other in front of Xiao Chen, encasing him and using the dragon wings to receive the other party's punch. Bang! A surging dragon might surged out, knocking Lu Yuanzong back. Flames rained down from Lu Yuanzong's body, and electric light burst out, blasting his body beyond recognition. After this strike, Xiao Chen's bones contracted and squirmed. He withdrew his divine dragon war body, returning to his original form. What kind of dragon might is this? Light of freedom. As Xiaochen looked at that medicine cauldron, he turned into a flash of lightning and charged over. Then he turned into a lightning dragon and flew up the medicine cauldron. After a while, he revealed himself at the edge of the medicine cauldron. When Xiaochen looked down, he saw a terrifying existence in the blazing flames. It looked like it wanted to charge out of the flames and swallow him up. Xiaochen did not panic. He took out the brocade box and tossed down the 7-colored coiling dragon tree sapling. The grade 8 heaven-ranked medicinal spring above Xiaochen's head poured out vast medicinal energy again, instantly infusing it into the 7-colored coiling dragon tree sapling. Immediately, the 7-colored coiling dragon tree grew at a visible pace. Then, it fell down and suppressed that pill demon. The sapling sprouted branches and leaves. In the blink of an eye, it was 1 kilometer tall. The coiling dragon tree was incredibly thick, its roots firmly planted in the flames. Unexpectedly, the coiling dragon tree could even absorb the energy of this astral flame to nourish itself. Xiaochen recalled that the coiling dragon tree in the Red Dragon Palace seemed to use flames as nourishment. Hence, it was not strange that this 7-colored coiling dragon tree used flames as nourishment. Miserable cries came from the medicine cauldron as it shook continuously. The chains on the pill slaves flying at Xiaochen fell off. All of them were like flowers that lost their nourishment, instantly withering. Lu Yuanzong cried out in horror. However, he could not change anything. His life force drained away, and his body continuously withered. A sovereign personage died just like that, paying a heavy price for his greed. Chapter 1957. The true inheritors of the 4 rank 6 sects all held soul tools as they guarded a corner in the herb garden. The original situation of the ruling sword gate's Qi Yunfeng dominating the herb garden turned into 4 people fighting for supremacy. If it were just the ruling sword gate, even if Qi Yunfeng had a soul tool, Murong Yen and the others would not fear him. Even if they could not defeat him, they could still leave at any time. However, now that the people of the 4 rank 6 sects, the ruling sword gate, the Northern Mountain Academy, the Wolf Smoke Pavilion, and the White Sun sect, appeared, things became somewhat problematic. They could not leave even if they wanted to. Friends from the Divine Dragon Empire, we do not have any personal grudges with you. You can leave after offering up half the resources in the herb garden. Don't even think about the rest of the medicinal spring and pill river. The true inheritor of the Northern Mountain Academy, who was dressed like a white-clad scholar, spoke indifferently as he held a folding fan in his hand. The White Sun sect and the Wolf Smoke Pavilion both expressed their agreement with the white-clad scholar's suggestion. They would not go overboard with Murong Yen and the others. The strong preyed on the weak. Given that they held a great advantage, this group of people was already very generous in asking Murong Yen and the others to hand over only half the resources. Of course, this was because Murong Yan's group was a disciple of the Dragon's Gate. If it were loose cultivators or disciples of other sects, not to mention half the harvest, it would already be very fortunate if they did not hand over the resources that belonged to them in the first place. Sidu Changfeng and Wei Hongfei discussed for a while and came to an answer. They could only do this. However, the reason for their hesitation was that Xiaochen was still in the medicinal spring and had not come out yet. They could not contact him with the Dragon's Gate's identity token, so they did not know what happened. This worried them. Suddenly, Qi Yunfeng said with a cold smile, "You fellows, stop pretending to be good people before me. If you knew that their group monopolized a demonic blood thousand-winged snake's corpse 7 days ago, would you still make such a decision?" What? The moment Qi Yunfeng said that, the expressions of the white-clad scholar from the Northern Mountain Academy, the wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion, and the pretty woman from the White Sun sect changed slightly. A demonic blood thousand-winged snake, an overlord-class ferocious beast that is worth more than 10 million primeval heavenly pills. As they looked at Murong Yan's group, greed immediately appeared in their eyes. To them, Murong Yan's group was like sparkling gold. Ha! Qi Yunfeng, oh, Qi Yunfeng, you hit it extraordinarily well. You are really broad-minded. I'm afraid you didn't even tell your own group of junior brothers. You're quite a loner. The leading wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion held a strangely shaped, ferocious, and tyrannical dragon-tooth saber as he mocked. Qi Yunfeng said coldly, "Cut the crap. The most important thing now is to keep this group of people here. You are just a bunch of Dragon's Gate Outer Palace disciples. I don't know what you are afraid of. Just kill them." Shua. The white-clad scholar silently opened the folding fan in his hand, and the might of a soul tool slowly spread out. He smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, as the saying goes, it is better to offend a gentleman than a vile person. Sometimes, provoking an existence like Brother Qi is really a troublesome matter." A bunch of hypocrites. None of them are good people. Lu Ryun frowned slightly as she looked coldly at the others. However, she did not show any fear. As the White Dragon King's daughter, she naturally had many life-saving trump cards that the White Dragon King left on her. However, once she used them, her father would definitely find out. Now, she had no choice but to use them. This girl is rather good-looking and has a fiery character. If you are willing to follow me, I might be happy and let you all go. The wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion looked at Lu Ruyun, desire flashing in his eyes. The girl before him gave off a special air. She looked valiant, and her facial features were exquisite. Aside from being pleasing to the eye, she also gave off a different air. "Dream on!" Lu Ruyun shouted, and a saber light turned into countless flying willow leaves. Then, they gathered into a white dragon. The white dragon flew towards the wolf-armored cultivator. Boom! The white dragon appeared very suddenly. When the wolf-armored cultivator swung his saber at it, he got knocked back because he underestimated his opponent. The willow leaves scattered. Tens of thousands of willow leaves scattered with the wind, whistling away. When the willow leaves pierced through the wolf-armored cultivator, his body was covered in wounds and blood. A terrifying murderous intent appeared in the wolf-armored cultivator's eyes, and his expression turned extremely sullen. However, the white-clad scholar's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Lu Ruyun and said, "Willow Leaf Saber, what is your relationship with the White Dragon Holy Daughter?" "No matter who you are related to today, I will personally kill you." The wolf-armored cultivator roared and unsealed the dragon-tooth saber in his hand. Boom! The might of a soul tool surged out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wei Hongfei and the others quickly shielded Lu Ruyun. They all made their moves, preparing to deal with the strike of this soul tool, the dragon-tooth saber. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a towering tree suddenly sprouted from the center of the gushing medicinal spring. The tree frantically absorbed the spiritual energy in the herb garden, growing at a visible rate. The coiling dragon tree blocked the horrifying strike of the dragon-tooth saber. Rumble! The entire herb garden was shaken by the sudden change. Cracks even appeared on the ground. What's going on? This sudden appearance of the coiling dragon tree startled everyone. The white-clad scholar and the others held up their soul tools and cautiously retreated to a corner of the herb garden. "This is a coiling dragon tree." The eyes of the pretty woman leading the White Sun sect exclaimed as her eyes lit up. "This coiling dragon tree has a very strong life force. To think that it directly bore fruit. What exactly is going on?" Just as the true inheritors of the 4-rank 6 sects felt confused, someone with sharp eyes suddenly exclaimed, "Look! There is a person on the tree." Doubt flashed in the wolf-armored cultivator's eyes as he quickly squinted. Indeed, there was a person holding a simple and unadorned treasure bow. "That's not right. That bow is aimed at me." The wolf-armored cultivator's expression changed dramatically. A threat of death that he could not get rid of appeared in his heart. He shouted, "Protect me! Protect me! Quickly, help me activate the dragon-tooth saber's secret technique." However, by the time the wolf-armored cultivator reacted, it was already over. The Wolf Smoke Pavilion true inheritors at the back had just formed hand seals when the arrows from the god shadow bows shot out. Shio! The shadow of a god was invisible and formless. Ordinary people couldn't even see the trajectory of it. Bang! The wolf-armored cultivator's dragon-tooth saber was blasted away. A horrifying wound appeared on his chest. He was crippled on the spot. If not for the soul tool in the wolf-armored cultivator's hand blocking most of the impact, the wolf-armored cultivator would have died on the spot. His companions behind him were affected by the shockwaves and were sent flying while vomiting blood. The soul tool. This bow is a soul tool. Furthermore, its grade is even higher than ours. The Northern Mountain Academy's white-clad scholar, the White Sun Sect's pretty woman, and the ruling Sword Gate's Chi Yunfeng were all startled. As the wolf-armored cultivator struggled to get up, he suddenly discovered a gaze on him. Immediately, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. A chill invaded his body, chilling his limbs and bones. Xiao Chen was looking at him coldly, expressionless and silent. "Go, I'll go now." Fear lingered in the wolf-armored cultivator's heart, unable to disperse. His voice trembled somewhat. "Don't offend people you should not offend. Don't say things you should not say." "It is too late to leave now," Xiao Chen said indifferently. Earlier, in the medicinal spring, he happened to hear the wolf-armored cultivator say good things to Lu Riyun. At that moment, the wolf-armored cultivator was already a dead man in Xiao Chen's heart. The wolf-armored cultivator's heart turned cold. He explained, "There must be some misunderstanding. I can explain." Seeing that Xiao Chen seemed to want to kill, the white-clad scholar said, "This brother, do not go overboard. We are from the nearby rank 6 sections. If you kill him, you will offend the Wolf Smoke Pavilion. You can forget about leaving this ancient city alive." Xiao Chen said sullenly, "Is that so? However, not only do I want to kill him, but I also want to spare you." The saber intent silently permeated the wolf-armored cultivator's body. Then Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and clenched it. Thousands of saber lights burst out of the wolf-armored cultivator's body, which had already been severely injured by the god Shadow Bao. He died on the spot, turning into mush without a corpse remaining. "Senior brother!" The Wolf Smoke Pavilion disciples cried out in horror. The white-clad scholar paled in fright. He could not help taking a step back. He said, "You are seeking death. If the three of us work together, you will not be able to survive." Right after the white-clad scholar spoke, Chi Yunfeng flew off on his sword. While the white-clad scholar was distracted by Xiao Chen, he led the ruling Sword Gate disciples in fleeing for their lives. When the White Sun Sect's people saw that the situation was bad, they also fled far away. The white-clad scholar's face immediately drained of all color. His heart sank. Chapter 1958. Bang! Two loud sounds rang out. It was not Xiao Chen continuing to attack. Instead, it was the White Sun Sect disciples and the ruling Sword Gate disciples crashing into the herb garden's barrier. The two sect disciples flew out too fast. In the end, they crashed even harder, falling to the ground. What's going on? This barrier does not look like it is meant to seal the inside. The expressions of Chi Yunfeng and the others changed slightly, revealing confused expressions. Earlier, they had seen those cultivators run out without any obstruction. Naturally, the reason was that these people had been absorbing the spiritual energy in the herb garden for a moment after entering. The spiritual energy in their bodies had completely merged with the herb garden. After Xiao Chen's warning, the others did not absorb the spiritual energy in the herb garden. Naturally, they could walk out easily. Damn it! How can it be like this? Chi Yunfeng cursed. However, he did not say anything more. He prepared to gather the ruling Sword Gate disciples and attack with their soul tools. "Sorry, I did not intend to let you go." Firmament's rage. Xiao Chen directly threw a palm strike. The fingers of the gigantic hand were like sabers, flickering with electricity. Then, it smashed down with the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. "You are going too far." Chi Yunfeng felt incensed. He could only change the direction of the ice cloud sword's attack to clash with this horrifying palm strike. Bang! The instant the gigantic palm landed, the ice cloud sword pierced through the soul tool. However, Chi Yunfeng and the others showed extremely unsightly expressions. This was especially so for the sect disciples at the back. Blood leaked out of their lips. "Senior brother, we have already overdrawn on our veritable essence energy. If we continue, we will overdraw on our soul energy. Even with the strength of a few people, A soul tool was not that easy to control. Qi Yunfeng looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, what exactly do you want?" The White Sun Sect's pretty girl, the Northern Mountain Academy's white-clad scholar, and Qi Yunfeng all felt somewhat anxious from Xiao Chen. If this continued, they would end up in a life-and-death struggle, fighting with their lives on the line. When the white-robed scholar saw that the other two did not succeed in leaving, he heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, don't go overboard. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Don't force people into a corner." Lu Ruyun and the others could not help feeling nervous. They leaped onto the coiling dragon tree and stood behind Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked at the white-clothed scholar and said with a snicker, "So what if I'm forced into a corner? Do you still want to fight me to the death? Do you dare? If you dared to risk your life, you would have done so long ago. Why do you need to deceive yourself? You want to fight to the death?" "I, Xiao Chen, am afraid of everything, but I am not afraid of fighting to the death with you people. Whoever dares to move, I will see." Xiao Chen twirled the god shadow bow in his hand and locked onto the three. The others were so frightened that they took a few steps back. Their faces darkened, and they didn't dare to say anything. God shadow bow. As the three looked at the soul tool in Xiao Chen's hand, they revealed horrified expressions as they fought to the death with Xiao Chen. They did not know whether Xiao Chen could survive or not. However, if Xiao Chen used his full power on the bow in the other party's hand, they would definitely die. Fighting to the death was just a pretense to deceive themselves. If they did not even believe themselves, how could they scare Xiao Chen? They could only mock them. As the three looked at the white-clad, expressionless Xiao Chen on the coiling dragon tree, they felt uncertain. They could sense a strong aura from Xiao Chen. This caused them to feel the pressure that could only be felt when facing the elders of the sect. Their mental state and cultivation were on a completely different level. Xiao Chen took in the reactions of the three. Disdain flashed in his heart as he said, "My request is very simple. Do what you did to my companions earlier." The moment Xiao Chen said that, the white-clothed scholar and the others were startled. Xiao Chen wanted them to spit out all their gains from earlier. This could not be tolerated. "Young Master Xiao, these are our gains in the ancient city. Leave them all." Before the three could say anything, the Wolf Smoke Pavilion disciples who had lost their leader took out the natural treasures they had obtained in the ancient city and placed them on the ground. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and an opening appeared in the herb garden's barrier. Those people felt like they were relieved of a heavy burden. Then, they picked up their dragon-tooth sabers and rushed out. Such a scene was inconceivable to the white-clad scholar and the others. How could Xiao Chen control the herb garden's barrier? They needed to use a soul tool to open an opening. To think that Xiao Chen managed to do it easily with a casual wave of his hand. The white-clad scholar's heart immediately thumped. His final bit of courage was gone. The white-clad scholar's expression turned sullen. After discussing with the others, he took out the resources and placed them on the ground. Every time the white-clad scholar took out a portion, his heart bled. He went for wool and came home shorn. Originally, he wanted to make a huge profit from this group of dragon race cultivators. Who knew, he ended up losing his gains. "Is that enough?" the white-clad scholar asked through clenched teeth. Xiao Chen nodded and gestured for them to do as they pleased. With a thought, an opening appeared in the herb garden's barrier and let them out. Following that, the White Sun Sect's people were forced to do the same. They handed over their gains and left as well. Qi Yunfeng's expression changed unpredictably, appearing uncertain. He felt extremely depressed and upset in his heart. Qi Yunfeng originally thought that this was a rare chance to turn the situation around. Unexpectedly, he ran into this group of dragon race cultivators again. Not only could he wash away his previous humiliation, but he could also recoup his losses with interest. Who could have imagined that the moment Xiao Chen appeared, the situation would instantly turn around? "Senior brother, we already overdrew on our veritable essence energy," the ruling Sword Gate disciples behind complained bitterly. The ruling Sword Gate disciples at the back complained bitterly. The Ice Cloud sword was very powerful, but it was not easy to control. The few attacks exhausted these people's veritable essence energy. "Shut up. Do you think I don't know?" Qi Yunfeng cursed as he took out the resources and placed them on the ground. His heart filled with sullenness and displeasure. When it was about time, Qi Yunfeng looked at Xiao Chen and angrily said, "Green robes should not flow forever. Xiao Chen, just you wait. Don't let me run into you again. Let's go." "You talk too much." Xiao Chen immediately became slightly angry. Originally, letting this Qi Yunfeng off was already showing mercy. Who could have imagined that this person would still dare to boast shamelessly after leaving? A spot of heart flame appeared on Xiao Chen's fingertip. He drew the bow, pulled the bowstring and released. Yunfeng. The divine image pierced through the heart. The might of the arrow instantly shattered all of Qi Yunfeng's life force. The heart flame spread, and his eyes slowly lost color. Qi Yunfeng did his best to turn his head, wanting to see Xiao Chen again. His heart filled with regret. Why did he have to be so shameless? Wouldn't it have been better for the white-clad scholar and the White Sun Sect's people to leave quietly? If Qi Yunfeng had another chance, he definitely would not have been so shameless. His mouth felt good for a moment, and it repaid itself in an instant. Senior brother. The remaining true inheritors of the ruling sword gate were all frightened silly, not daring to say anything. They also did not dare to look at Xiao Chen. After using the ice cloud sword to create an exit, they fled for their lives, running as far away from the herb garden as they could. Good kill. Back then we could have left. However, this fellow jumped out and spoke of us killing the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, nearly causing us all to die, Murong Yen said ruthlessly as he looked at Qi Yunfeng with some disgust. Sidu Changfeng said, "This person asked for it. Back then, when we killed the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, he already had bad intentions. Even though he was clearly not strong, he wanted to work with eccentric Tai and the others to suppress us. He is a classic fence-sitter." Sidu Changfeng said, "This person asked for it. Back then, when we were dealing with the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, he already had bad intentions." Xiao Chen put away the god shadow bow and calmed himself. Then he said, "Let's not talk about this person. There are some coiling dragon fruits on this coiling dragon tree. After we pick them, we should leave quickly." Lu Ruyun asked, "Xiao Chen, what exactly happened below? Also, how did this seven-colored coiling dragon tree grow so big in an instant? What exactly is going on? What about the others? What about the sovereign personage Lu Yunzong?" Murong Yen and the others all felt incredibly curious, wanting to know what happened below the medicinal spring. "I'll explain it to you later. The matters below are too complicated. This herb garden is no longer safe. If we continue waiting, I will not be able to control the situation." At this moment, the coiling dragon tree and the pill demon were in an intense battle to the death in the medicine cauldron. The pill demon was not resigned to being suppressed, resisting to the death. However, Xiao Chen did not know the result. Naturally, if the pill demon was suppressed to death, that would be the best result. However, if the pill demon came out, Xiao Chen did not dare to imagine the consequences. When the others saw Xiao Chen's grave expression, they did not dare to delay, quickly picking the coiling dragon fruits of various colors on the tree. Xiao Chen landed and collected all the harvests of the white-clad scholar and the others. Then, he turned his head back to look at the coiling dragon tree. A trace of reluctance appeared in his eyes. What a pity for this seven-colored coiling dragon tree, the medicinal spring, and the pill river. Originally, Xiao Chen had wanted to leave the sapling behind. In the future, when the Kunlun Realm's Dragon's Gate disciples came up, they could quickly increase their strength. Chapter 1959. Under the white-clad scholar's lead, the Northern Mountain Academy's group left the herb garden feeling extremely depressed. They only calmed their emotions after a long time. After all, this group had soul tools. As long as they did not run into a strange person like Xiao Chen, they would be able to reap great benefits in the ancient city if they put in some effort. Even if they ran into a sovereign personage, they would be able to hold their own without fear. No matter what, he absolutely could not run into Xiao Chen. "Senior brother, where are we going now?" The white-clad scholar replied, "We cannot remain in the southern city. We came from the western city. That leaves only the northern and eastern city. Let's go to the eastern city. As far as I know, not many people go there." With a soul tool, we can dominate. Alright, I'll listen to senior brother. The group executed their movement techniques and continuously leaped from roof to roof in the ancient city. As they rose and fell, they traveled a long distance. These people were not weak. However, when they ran into Shaoqun, they paled in comparison. When the god Shadow Bow clashed with the soul tool, it completely countered it. On a street in the eastern city, a white-clad monk looked at the item in his hand with joy on his face. Just earlier, he finally walked out of the blood rain that no one dared to touch. Indeed, he had obtained a great fortuitous encounter in this dangerous land. It turned out that there was a drop of divine blood at the end of the blood rain. This was a drop of martial god essence blood containing a divine nature. If one could refine it all, the benefits would be extremely startling. Unfortunately, even a sovereign emperor could not refine it all. At most, one would have to spend more than 10 years to slowly digest it. Otherwise, one might explode and die at any moment. The white-clad monk knew his own strength. He only took a trace of this drop of divine blood and used it for himself. Even if it was just a trace, less than 1% of the drop of divine blood, it still benefited the white-clad monk greatly. Even so, Shaoqun still received boundless benefits. His physical body and bloodline were thoroughly purified. There was also some divine might that merged with his Buddhist might, making it even more wondrous. Someone is coming. The white-clad monk looked up into the distance. A group of people quickly leaped from roof to roof appeared at the limits of his vision. A soul tool? The white-clad monk focused his gaze on the folding fan in the white-clad scholar's hand. With one glance, he recognized the grade of the folding fan. However, this wasn't what surprised him. What surprised him was that this person had a trace of an aura that he was rather familiar with. The aura of an old friend. The white-robed monk muttered to himself. Who was his old friend? Who was he? Naturally, this person was the Black Lotus Church's only remaining holy son Mingxian. The Black Lotus Holy venerates death allowed him to break out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. His comprehension of the Buddhist Dharma improved further. After making arrangements for the Black Lotus Church, Shaoqun went to the central Great Realm alone. Treasure Path of Buddha Light. The white-robed monk's hands moved, forming hand seals. Buddhist light gathered above the dome. In the next moment, a golden path was carved out, and the white-robed monk stepped onto it. The golden path brought him along like an aurora movie, flying away. However, his clothes did not move in the slightest, and he looked rather calm and composed. In just a moment, he appeared in front of the people from the Northern Mountain Academy. Where did this monk come from? Move aside, don't block the way. The white-robed scholar looked at this monk. Although he chided him, he did not dare to underestimate this monk at all. The white-robed scholar silently opened the folding fan in his hand, and the might of a soul tool encased the group. The holy son Mingxian looked at the white-robed scholar and said, I do not have any malicious intent. I just sense the aura of an old friend on you. Who did you see earlier? I hope you can tell me. The moment the white-robed scholar said that, he immediately became enraged. Being humiliated by Shaoqun earlier was the greatest humiliation of his life. How could he let others know? To think that this monk actually wanted him to say it the moment he opened his mouth. How could this be? An old friend? Wait a minute. Could this person be acquainted with Shaoqun and is his friend? If I can subdue him, I might be able to recoup my losses from Shaoqun. With this thought, the white-robed scholar could not help surging with a murderous chi. You do not have any malicious intent, but I do. The white-robed scholar gently waved the folding fan in his hand. Immediately, the Confucian scriptures in the fan started chanting. A vast righteous chi gathered above the white-robed scholar's head. The might of a soul tool is indeed extraordinary. The holy son Mingxian dodged by a hair's breadth. However, the fan's shock waves still struck him. The vast Confucian scriptures rang out in his ears, one word at a time. Bang, bang, bang. The holy son Mingxian's mind shook, and his chi and blood surged. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled slightly. Don't blame me for being too ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being acquainted with Shaoqun and befriending someone you should not have. The white-robed scholar's attack succeeded, and his righteous chi grew even stronger. He said seriously, "Life is like a dream, the curtain falls on prosperity." The scene in the folding fan immediately changed, showing 100 years of life. The curtain falls on prosperity, life is like a dream. As the palm strike flew over, it looked like a dream. It was like real life was just a dream in the first place. The Holy Sun Mingxian smiled faintly and said, "So, you really do know an old friend. Black Lotus secret technique, destroy." The Buddhist prayer beads in the Holy Sun Mingxian's hand instantly formed a horrifying hand seal. Buddhist might surged all over his body, brewing horrifying energy. However, it was like the calm before the storm. There were no energy fluctuations coming from Mingxian's body at all. Only when the Holy Sun Mingxian stretched out his hand did all his energy erupt at this moment. Boom! A black Buddha statue appeared behind the Holy Sun Mingxian. Its eyes showed an expression of loathing for everything in the world as it shouted. The tall building under the Holy Sun Mingxian instantly turned to dust. The white-robed scholar bore the brunt of the attack. Before this secret technique, the Holy Sun Mingxian appeared extremely petty, immediately getting blasted away. Bang! 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 When the dust settled, everything within 1 kilometer of Mingxian was empty. No buildings could be seen. The many Northern Mountain Academy disciples were blasted into pieces. Their mangled corpses littered the place. Boom! Mingxian's figure flashed. When he landed, he stepped on the chest of the white-robed scholar, who was struggling to get up. A miserable shriek rang out. The Holy Sun Mingxian remained indifferent. He said indifferently, "You are not the only one with a soul tool. Now, can you tell me what happened to you earlier?" "I'll talk." The white-robed scholar said with some difficulty, feeling unbearable pain. After the white-robed scholar finished speaking, the Holy Sun Mingxian kicked the white-robed scholar into the air. Then he said sullenly, "What a coincidence. However, I have an appointment with someone, so I won't be looking for you now." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After learning about Xiao Chen's whereabouts, the white-robed scholar moved quickly. 1 hour later, on a tall building in the ancient city, "You are late." When Mingxian reached the tall building, a mysterious person shrouded in scarlet shadows spoke to him indifferently. This person exuded a strong evil demonic Dao aura, a stark difference from the calm and peaceful Mingxian. However, these two people with completely different auras ended up together. "I was delayed on the way." The East Gate was indeed difficult to reach. However, it should not be too late now. The mysterious scarlet shadow person looked at the center of the ancient city and said, "It is not that easy for those undying old men of the heavenly lodging palace and the 4-rank 6 sects to break the restrictions." How surprising! Who could have thought that an ancient city left behind by a true god would appear in desolate God Valley? Mingxian looked at the center of the city, where a mysterious crystal core supported the vast spiritual energy in the city, controlling everything in the city. That was a divine crystal. A divine crystal that contained divine Tao energy. Even a sovereign personage would not know how valuable it was. Only sovereign emperors, who surpassed sovereign personages, could understand a little about these existences that surpassed the mortal realm. Divine crystals held a fatal attraction. Mingxian said softly, "To think that no sovereign emperors arrived. This is the most surprising thing. It looks like this ancient city is indeed appearing for the first time. The heavenly lodging palace did not know what was in there either. This is an opportunity for us." Xiao Chen did not know where the two got their confidence from, daring to barge into the center of the city. The rank 6 sects and the heavenly lodging palace's sovereign personages gathered there. Everyone could tell that the center of the city had the greatest fortuitous encounter. However, as long as one knew one's limits, one would not take such a huge risk by getting involved. Inside the herb garden, Xiao Chen, there is a total of 10-odd coiling dragon fruits of all attributes. This is a great harvest. The coiling dragon fruit's effects are not much weaker than your heaven dragon fruit, Murong Yen said joyfully. Murong Yen said joyfully. To think that the coiling dragon tree could sprout leaves and bear fruit in a short time. All of them were astonished by what they saw. "Let's go. We can't stay here any longer," Xiaochen said softly as he put away the coiling dragon fruits. However, this coiling dragon tree seems to be continuing to grow. Should we not wait a little longer? Murong asked. The coiling dragon tree had already grown to 3 kilometers, but it had not given up. Clearly, it would bear more coiling dragon fruits. When Xiaochen saw this, he felt that it was a pity. If Xiaochen had not given the immortal spirit ring to Ao Jiao, he could have ignored that pill demon and directly collected this tree. However, that was all he could do now. Let's go. Let's go to the city. I feel that there are even greater fortuitous encounters there. Chapter 1960. The group left the herb garden one after another. Then Xiaochen turned his head back to look at the coiling dragon tree and the pill river. There was also the huge medicine cauldron at the bottom of the herb garden, where the others could not see. All of this held an incredible allure for Xiaochen. I can't just give up. While the others were not paying attention, Xiaochen casually formed a hand seal. Life bestowal spell. Some of the soil in the herb garden gathered and turned into a lively little bird, which became Xiaochen's eyes. If the pill demon was destroyed, then Xiaochen would do his best to subdue this coiling dragon tree and that incomparably huge medicine cauldron. Xiaochen, why don't we refine this coiling dragon fruit here? It can increase our strength significantly in a short time, Sidu Changfeng suggested to Xiaochen. The others were filled with anticipation as well, eager to give it a try. Xiaochen looked at the surroundings and nodded. Go ahead and refine it. I'll stand guard for you. Murong took out the coiling dragon fruit. Dragon-shaped spiritual energy swirled around the group. The different colors represented different attributes. Murong chose the red one. That was a fire-attributed coiling dragon fruit. If others consumed it, not only would it be useless, but it would even harm their bodies and minds. However, if the Red Dragon race members consumed it, they would benefit from both. Their soul energy and veritable essence energy would increase significantly. They would also gain great comprehension of the Fire Tao, which had boundless wondrous uses. Murong received the coiling dragon fruit and smiled. In our Red Dragon Palace, only elders can consume the coiling dragon fruit. Disciples have to complete very difficult missions. Or have exceptionally outstanding cultivations to be rewarded. Master said that when I enter Ancestor Dragon City, he will reward me with one. I can refine it now. When I return, I will probably be so shocked that my jaw will drop. After the others received the coiling dragon fruit, they all revealed joyful expressions. However, Lu Riyun was surprised. She did not have a choice. She shook her head and said, I don't need it. I already refined a similar fruit 3 months ago. It would be a waste to refine it again. Xiaochen shoved the coiling dragon fruit to her and said, there is no need to be afraid of wasting this thing. It is fine as long as it is not harmful. This white coiling dragon fruit is actually quite suitable for you. Leaving it in my hands would be a true waste. Lu Riyun smiled helplessly and received it. The few of them began to refine it. Xiaochen guarded it carefully. There were a lot of death servants here, so someone had to protect them. The dead pool was extremely difficult to deal with, but as long as he was not surrounded, it would not be a big problem. Xiaochen looked at the center of Xie City and was a little puzzled. What exactly was there? The dense spiritual energy that filled the entire city came from that point. The energy of the various restrictions and formations in the city also came from that point. That place should also be extremely dangerous, not a place ordinary people could go. 1 hour later, Murong and the others woke up one after another. Strong auras surged out from their bodies. Their auras were clearly much stronger than before. Let's go. Setting off again, Xiaochen's party's speed was much faster. Along the way, they met many cultivators and had some harvests. However, compared to what Xiaochen and the others had obtained in the herb garden, it was nothing. However, as Xiaochen approached the center of the city, he encountered fewer and fewer cultivators. One could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the air had become much heavier. The formless might and pressure placed an increasingly heavier restriction on them. The deeper they went, the more they felt it. How terrifying! I feel like my strength is suppressed by about 10%. Murong Yen said with a grave expression. As he looked at the unknown center of the city, he felt pressure. This is actually good news for us. This is actually good news for us. The pressure on sovereign personages will be even greater, Sidu Changfeng calmly analyzed. Xiao Chen felt that his strength was suppressed by about 20%, much more severely than Murong Yen and the others. Sidu Changfeng was right. The stronger one was, the greater the restrictions they would face. However, at the same time, Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that his physical strength was not suppressed. Under such pressure, his vital qi became even heavier. This was a piece of comforting news. Wait, there's the sound of fighting. Suddenly, Xiao Chen stopped and listened attentively. Sidu Changfeng closed his eyes. In the next moment, he opened them and said, "It came from the west. I seem to hear some familiar voices. I heard them. It's Zhong Li and the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Outyin." Sidu Changfeng was skilled in the wind Great Tao. He could clearly hear the faint sounds coming from the wind. With an advantage that the others didn't have, the few of them were quite convinced of his judgment. Murong Yen smiled and said, "Zhong Li actually allied himself with Qin Outyin. Interesting. No wonder he has the confidence to fall out with us." Xiao Chen recalled that he seemed to have beaten up this Qin Outyin before. He asked seriously, "What is Qin Outyin's background?" Finding this strange, Murong Yen asked, "You don't know?" His first brother is known as the top expert of the Golden Dragon Palace. He was already a late-stage holy venerate many years ago. He grasped two great Tao and even comprehended the Emperor Dragon's mysteries. Although he is known as the top expert of the Golden Dragon Palace, he is actually the top expert of the Outer Palace. Wei Hongfei should be clearer on this. Wei Hongfei ignored Murong Yen. He said with a grave expression, "They probably ran into the group of people I met earlier, the mortal enemies of the dragon race." Murong Yan's expression changed slightly. "Do we need help?" "I'm afraid we have no choice." Situ Changfeng said, "They are currently being chased. The direction they are fleeing in happens to be where we are." Indeed, right after Situ Changfeng spoke, hurried footsteps came from the front. Hurried footsteps came from ahead. Soon, Zhong Li, Lu Yunfei, Qin Outyin, and the others appeared before them in somewhat sorry states. Aside from Qin Outyin, who was in a slightly better state, the others were all injured. A miserable shriek rang out. A saber light struck a dragon race disciple who was running too slowly. The black saber light turned into a malicious spirit, continuously gnawing on the other party's physical body and soul. The miserable shriek was incredibly mournful, making everyone tremble in fear and their legs go soft. "What saber technique is this?" Murong Yen asked with a somewhat trembling voice. This was too evil, he had never seen it before. "We have never seen anyone with a saber before." The Green Dragon Palace's Duan Fei said softly. When Zhong Li and the others saw Xiao Chen, they were startled. Then, they said joyfully, "Xiao Chen, Wei Hongfei, you came at a good time. We ran into the flood dragon humans. Help us block them." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before they could react, the pursuers had already arrived. A group of black-clothed men wearing masks that covered the lower half of their faces, revealing only their foreheads and eyes, as well as a man wearing a bamboo hat wielding a saber, appeared. When Wei Hongfei saw the leader of the black-clad men, his expression changed drastically. He cried out hoarsely, "Yen Songming!" Although that person wore a mask, Wei Hongfei immediately recognized his eyes. This was the flood dragon human Yen Songming, whom Wei Hongfei fought in the abyssal underworld battlefield. His strength was still fresh in Wei Hongfei's mind. With one hand, Yen Songming beat Wei Hongfei until he could not retaliate. "I was wondering who it was. It turns out that it is a group of defeated people." Yen Songming only glanced at Wei Hongfei before shifting his gaze to Xiao Chen. He said seriously, "Very good. Unexpectedly, you are here as well. Zhen Yuan, you should be very happy, right?" The bamboo hat man removed the conical bamboo hat from his head and waved it. The conical bamboo hat immediately shot towards Xiao Chen. As it spun around, it actually turned into a black dragon image. When it arrived before Xiao Chen, the black dragon image appeared and roared ferociously. A berserk dragon might surged out. This stunned Murong Yen and the others. They felt immense pressure and could not help taking a step back. Bang! Xiao Chen calmly attacked, throwing a punch and shattering that black dragon image along with the conical bamboo hat. Boundless shrapnel flew into the air. Xiao Chen, it has been a long time since we last met. Under the conical bamboo hat was a face that Xiao Chen was very familiar with. It was the profound light temple's Jin Yuan. However, he now had hair, and his face looked older. When Xiao Chen saw that strand of saber light earlier, he had already suspected it. Unexpectedly, it really was Jin Yuan. After absorbing the Black Dragon King's strong demonic nature, Jin Yuan actually did not turn crazy. Not only that, but Jin Yuan even mingled with the Flood Dragon humans, who once followed the Black Dragon King. Damn, these dragon race cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. I'll leave them to you, Xiao Chen. Yen Songming had an innate hatred for cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. When he saw them, he would feel an uncontrollable murderous intent in his heart. In reality, the Flood Dragon humans had an inextinguishable hatred for the dragon race. Back then, the Flood Dragon humans could not stand the pressure of the six-colored divine dragons and followed the Black Dragon King to the abyssal underworld. Now, they lived at the bottom of the abyssal underworld, even more miserable than they had been in the Divine Dragon Empire. Naturally, the Flood Dragon humans placed all this hatred on the cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. I'll block them. You all split up. Xiao Chen sent a voice projection to Murong Yen and the others. Then, he activated his divine dragon war body, and his body instantly swelled up. His bones crackled like thunder. Xiao Chen's dragon might immediately strengthened several-fold. What was even more shocking was that Xiao Chen's dragon might completely merged with his physical body, not leaking out at all. This blocked Yen Songming, preventing him from continuing forward. Xiao Chen, I'll leave these people to you. We'll go first. When Zhong Li and Qin Outyan saw the situation, they rejoiced in their hearts. Then they laughed loudly and turned to leave, not lingering at all. Chapter 1961. Before Murong Yen and the others could decide, the instigators, Zhong Li and Qin Outyan, quickly fled. They had no intention of staying to help. Perhaps they knew how horrifying Yen Songming and Jin Yuan were and felt that they could not defeat them, so they used Xiao Chen and the others as shields. Do you think you can leave? Martial artists with divine dragon bloodlines are indeed as shameless as ever. Today I will kill all of you. Yen Songming snorted coldly. Without even looking at Xiao Chen, he turned around and directly grabbed at Zhong Li. Xiao Chen did not move, as Jin Yuan's saber intent had already locked onto him. There was no room for change in the confrontation of Qi. Touch of death. As Yen Songming waved his hand, countless strands of black energy moved towards Zhong Li like dragon whiskers. Zhong Li's expression sank. Black tentacles surrounded him from all directions. There was no way he could escape. Rushing cloud hand. With a furious roar, Zhong Li's hands moved rapidly. Layers of clouds surrounded him as he thrust his palms forward. The clouds changed constantly, forming all sorts of mysterious phenomena that charged out in all directions with great might. However, once the clouds got close to the black tentacles, the mysterious phenomenon formed by the thousands of clouds corroded, rendering it useless. Thousand cloud flower rain. Falling water turns to ice. Zhong Li's expression changed slightly, and his hands moved as he attacked again. The mysterious phenomenon of thousands of clouds turned to ice. Cold qi spread everywhere, sealing the black tentacles in ice. He blocked it. Zhong Li showed joy on his face. However, before his smile faded, he saw Yen Songming reach out and grab. Kachakata. The layer of ice shattered, and thousands of black tentacles gathered into a tentacle containing the mysteries of the Death Dao. Then, it grabbed at Zhong Li. Everywhere the black tentacle passed, all life was lost, and everything was silent. It was extremely terrifying. It's over. A trace of despair involuntarily surged in Zhong Li's heart. If he was grabbed by this palm, he would lose most of his vitality. Even if he did not die, he would be crippled. The falling leaves filled the sky like rain. Shwa! Leaves fell from the sky as the wind blew. They were sparse, like the sound of falling rain. A flash of saber light with strong life force and humanity appeared. It streaked across the sky and cut off the black tentacle. Lu Ryun pushed off the ground and moved gently, shielding Zhongli. Let's go. I'll cover you. Thank you, senior sister. Zhongli was still in a state of shock. He felt a trace of shame in his heart, but a trace of determination flashed in his eyes as he turned around and left. Xiao. Yen Songming hovered in the air. Then, he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The shattered black tentacles returned to his body. His entire body was suffused with a black aura of death. The aura wriggled like tentacles, looking exceptionally terrifying. What a pure white dragon bloodline. Your identity is definitely not simple. Yen Songming looked at Lu Ryun, and his eyes lit up. He said seriously, perhaps there might be some value in changing my mind. When Xiaochen noticed this scene, his heart skipped a beat. He said, protect Lu Ryun. Xiaochen had seen this Yen Songming make a move before. Yen Songming's strength was extremely terrifying, far beyond that of an ordinary holy venerate. This person's resentment and killing intent were the most horrifying that Xiaochen had ever seen in his life. So. Murong Yen and the others quickly rushed over and arrived before Lu Ryun. At the same time, the other flood dragon humans moved as well, arriving behind Yen Songming. I alone am enough. You all go and chase after those small fries that fled, Yen Songming said indifferently. Yen Songming said indifferently, his tone filled with strong confidence. Yes, young master. The other flood dragon humans immediately scattered, leaving only Yen Songming. A wind blew. The flood dragon humans shattered. Zhen Yuan appeared where Xiaochen stood. As he looked at Xiaochen, who had already retreated far away, Zhen Yuan asked seriously, are you not going to draw your saber? Zhen Yuan's face hurt somewhat. He had already dodged very quickly earlier. However, due to his distraction, the saber chi broke his defense and injured his face. The saber chi broke through his defense and injured his face. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and prodded his wound. Then, he looked at the blood on his hand before looking at Zhen Yuan. When a saber is drawn, it will definitely see blood. I promised your master to spare your life. That old fellow is really concerned about me. Since that is the case, why did you not send me to the 4 great monasteries earlier? This old man has had enough of that tiny place. Zhen Yuan revealed a mocking smile as a crazed look appeared in his eyes. Since that is the case, then die. You can forget about drawing your saber for the rest of your life. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber, breaking the mundane. A black saber light burst out of Zhen Yuan's body, and a black swastika appeared on his forehead. Scriptures appeared in the surroundings. All sorts of illusions appeared in Xiaochen's mind, all of which were tragedies of the mortal world. The flames of war raged on. Corpses piled up. Cries of starving people filled the land. Crows ate humans. Emaciated people appeared everywhere, starving and cold, their clothes barely covering their bodies. Zhen Yuan used the most decisive method, a method that was completely different from Xiaochen's, to break the mundane world. Zhen Yuan comprehended the mysteries of the first move of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber. However, in Zhen Yuan's hand, it became an incredibly horrifying demonic saber. In the next moment, all sorts of illusions, crows eating corpses and passers-by lying on the roadside, waiting to die, all showed their ferocious sides. Zhen Yuan's sharp gaze focused on Xiaochen. Then, it turned into a saber light and charged at Xiaochen. The entire world turned into Zhen Yuan's saber light. Break! Xiaochen did not think too much. He materialized the divine dragon war body and punched 100 times in all directions. Bang! 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 Vital chi surged, and dragon roars rang out. The illusions instantly broke, and Zhen Yuan took advantage of the opportunity to charge over. This is for not drawing your saber. Zhen Yuan did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He quickly launched all sorts of sharp attacks, turning them into a complete saber move, putting immense pressure on Xiaochen. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Xiaochen was forced back several steps, allowing Zhen Yuan's aura to reach its peak. Azura Hell Chop. When Zhen Yuan's aura reached its peak, he did not hesitate to chop with his saber. The saber move that Zhen Yuan set up completely erupted at this moment, revealing his ferocious and terrifying side. It turned into Azura hell, concentrated in this saber strike. This was the opportunity that Zhen Yuan had been waiting for. Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. Xiao Chen roared ferociously and executed the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal in the time it took for a spark to fly. His killing chi expanded sevenfold. Supreme Dragon Fist, raging at the unfair heaven. Zhen Yuan's surging killing chi turned into rage, shaking the sky and making it pale. When Zhen Yuan punched, killing chi surged out endlessly like a gushing river. Before the fist light arrived, the terrifying killing chi turned into a sharp dragon image and tore that Azura hell into pieces. When the fist light arrived, the sevenfold killing chi suddenly erupted, and the Azura hell instantly crumbled. Zhen Yuan vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Shock appeared in his eyes. Unexpectedly, his peak-killing move could not defeat Xiao Chen. Supreme Dragon Fist, Heaven Dragon regrets. While you are down, I'll take your life. Xiao Chen did not hold back. He leaped into the air. His killing chi erupted as he punched again. The boundless killing chi gathered into a lofty aspiration, like a regretless heaven dragon. It carried an aura of despair and self-sacrifice, pressing forward with no regrets. The strong dragon might caused the nearby ancient city to tremble. Many buildings collapsed. When Yen Songming, who was fighting 1 against 4, sensed the scene, he sent out a palm strike to block Lu Ruyun and the others. Yen Songming charged over to Xiao Chen in a flash. The mysteries of death chi all over his body surged as he sent a palm strike to clash with Xiao Chen's sure-kill fist light. Bang! The fist and palm clashed, and the shock waves spread out. The others all moved back, afraid of getting caught up in the shock waves. Cracks appeared on the ancient street. A certain formation that was originally supporting the ground looked like it would break at any moment. Xiao Chen took a few steps back and thought to himself, what a pity. This punch did not land on Zhen Yuan. It would be difficult to subdue him. Zhen Yuan had refined the demonic chi that the Black Dragon King had accumulated for many years. His physical body had already fallen into the demonic Tao, and his recovery ability was startling. Indeed, the demonic chi on Zhen Yuan's body surged. His injuries healed at a visible rate. A brilliant light flickered in Zhen Yuan's eyes, and the demonic chi on his body surged. Yen Songming looked at Xiao Chen, and a look of praise flashed in his eyes. Supreme Dragon Fist. To think that you actually managed to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist. This is truly shocking. However, I know this fist technique as well. Supreme Dragon Fist, Master of the World. Right after Yen Songming spoke, he suddenly punched. Black Dragon Chi spread out from his body, and his veritable essence energy burned, materializing a war banner burning with black flames. When Yen Songming punched, the war banner carried a boundless tyrannical aura that commanded the surroundings as it shot towards Xiao Chen. This startled Xiao Chen. Clearly, he had not expected Yen Songming to practice this forbidden technique that only the Heaven Dragon Palace had. However, the situation before Xiao Chen did not allow him to think too much. He was very clear on how strong this punch was. As Xiao Chen circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist, he punched and materialized a blazing war banner as well. Then he punched. Bang! One side infused the mysteries of the Death Tao into the Supreme Dragon Fist, and the other infused the mysteries of the Massacre Tao into the Supreme Dragon Fist. The strong clashed, and the two war banners crashed into each other in the air. A horrifying dragon roar shook the surroundings. The two war banners shattered at the same time, and a startling force exploded where they stood. The two war banners turned into a horrifying pillar of energy soaring into the clouds. In the next moment, the ground cracked open. A black hole appeared, and everyone fell into it uncontrollably. After everyone fell, a strong suction came from the hole, making it even more difficult for those who struggled to get out. They could not resist this mysterious suction at all. Chapter 1962. Inside the mysterious cave, Xiao Chen and Yen Songming did not give up on fighting. As the two descended, they continued to search for opportunities to severely injure each other. The two executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, exchanging moves in the average-sized cave, fighting intensely. The Heaven Dragon's Dragon Might and the Death Dragon Might clashed, neither giving way. Dragon roars rang out. Xiao Chen showed a grave expression, feeling shocked. To think that someone could rearrange the Supreme Dragon Fist like him. In reality, if the other party used resentment to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist, it would be even more mighty. However, like Xiao Chen, Yan Songming saw the flaws of the Supreme Dragon Fist and switched to the Death Dao to drive the Supreme Dragon Fist. The other party's comprehension of the Death Dao was much stronger than Xiao Chen's Massacre Dao. Xiao Chen's killing qi had been tempered in the Great Thousand Realms for many years. Although it was vast and dense, it barely advanced to the level of will. Xiao Chen was still a long time away from truly comprehending the Massacre Dao. In reality, few of the thousands of cultivators, even divine vain sovereign emperors, could comprehend such a great Dao that surpassed attributes. The process was painful, arduous, and long. However, once one comprehended it, one's strength would be extremely horrifying. Within the same cultivation realm, one would be unrivaled. The Yan Songming before Xiao Chen was such an existence. To think that he comprehended the Death Dao. If not for Xiao Chen using the 7-kill seal to drive his killing qi, Yan Songming's Supreme Dragon Fist would not be able to hold his own. However, Xiao Chen did not know that Yan Songming was even more shocked than he was. The other party should not have come into contact with the Supreme Dragon Fist for long. However, the comprehension ability that he showed was already no weaker than Yan Songming's. How did you cultivate the Heaven Dragon Forbidden Art? Xiao Chen asked as he looked at the other party. Compared to the other party's horrifying strength, this question was even more serious. Yan Songming retorted coldly, "When I came into contact with the Supreme Dragon Fist, you had not even grasped it yet." Boom. The two exchanged moves again, and the effects of the 7-kill seal on Xiao Chen slowly weakened. In the clash of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Yan Songming slowly fell into a disadvantage, losing his aura. "This is not enough for you to be arrogant in front of me." Yan Songming grabbed hold of this opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Xiao Chen before he landed. However, Xiao Chen suddenly discovered that Xiao Chen's aura had become erratic. Xiao Chen had clearly locked onto the other party, but Xiao Chen was unfathomable, like a fish in water. Bang! Xiao Chen punched out, only to find that he missed. The terrifying might of the fist exploded, but it did not hurt Xiao Chen at all. Heaven Dragon Profundity. You actually comprehended the Heaven Dragon Profundity. This greatly startled Yan Songming. Theoretically, a Flood Dragon human could become a Heaven Dragon. Yan Songming had studied the Heaven Dragon's mysteries for many years. Even though he could comprehend the Death Dao, he could not make any headway. Not only that. Xiao Chen snorted coldly in the darkness. The substantial Heaven Dragon's mysteries merged with the Supreme Dragon Fist's final move. When Yan Songming sensed Xiao Chen's aura, he recognized this move. It was the Supreme Dragon Fist's final move, "Only I am Supreme." Without even thinking, Yan Songming used his strong Death Dao's mysteries and his mental cultivation technique, which he was far more familiar with than Xiao Chen's, to launch this punch first. Supreme Dragon Fist, "Only I am Supreme." When Yan Songming punched, an unparalleled tyranny burst out from his body. That was the intense confidence of being the only one in the entire world, everywhere and everywhere. What was a supreme? Until the end of time, a supreme would not age. Even after a long time, a supreme would not die. This heart would not die, these words would not be regretted, this body would not die. At first, Xiao Chen's fist move was the same as Yan Songming's. However, later on, it gained an even more distant state. Supreme Dragon Fist, "Only I am Supreme." Although it was only in embryonic form and not complete, when Xiao Chen merged the Heaven Dragon's mysteries with it, Xiao Chen's punch became well prepared. In that instant, Yan Songming's might drowned out Yan Songming's. The instant the two fists clashed, Yan Songming's aura shattered. He vomited a large mouthful of blood as he went flying. Why? They were both using the Supreme Dragon Fist's final move. Even if Yan Songming grasped the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, the other party's 7-kill seal was no longer effective. Yan Songming should be slightly stronger. However, why did the might of Xiao Chen's only I am supreme completely drown out Yan Songming's? They were not on the same level at all. Yan Songming, who flew back in pain, felt very confused. However, before he could think too much, Yan Songming, who had been severely injured by the punch, lost control of his body and fell down. Withdraw! Xiao Chen opened his fists and retracted the scattered dragon might, negating the might of Yan Songming's punch. There was no one else in the darkness. Silence reigned. Yan Songming had been defeated. However, he could not continue his pursuit in this mysterious cave. Caught off guard, the others had already fallen somewhere. Only the two of them could control their falling speed. Now that Yan Songming was defeated, only Xiao Chen remained, able to control his body somewhat. This cave in the depths appeared rather abruptly. This was worth thinking about. Why would such a cave appear near the center of the city? Xiao Chen calmed his mind and entered deep thought. Then, he opened his heavenly eye and did his best to see his surroundings. However, the situation was only a little worse. He could only see some blurry light in the darkness. There were also flickering spots of light on the walls. Wait, there seems to be some pattern to these spots of light. Are they talisman scripts or ancient characters? Xiao Chen did his best to control his body. Then he arrived before the wall. As he descended, he imprinted the flickering characters into the depths of his mind. He compared them with the memories that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left behind, hoping to gain something. These are divine characters. Xiao Chen finally confirmed that these were divine characters, the characters that the heavenly realm's martial gods used back then. Compared to ordinary characters, divine characters contain the energy of the divine Tao. After they were written, they naturally contained laws and supreme truths. Xiao Chen felt like this was a record of some cultivation technique. Unfortunately, whenever he tried to recall it, the divine characters imprinted in his mind would quickly slip away. After that, he had no recollection of them. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen felt something under his feet, and he landed. The huge impact nearly sent Xiao Chen tumbling down. Fortunately, Xiao Chen had been doing his best to control his body. Although the impact was strong, it was still within his control. After stabilizing his footing, Xiao Chen controlled his body and walked forward step by step. After opening his heavenly eye, he could see divine characters that others could not. Xiao Chen was strangely obsessed with these divine characters. Although he could not truly remember them, Xiao Chen found them very wondrous as he walked along the flickering divine characters on the walls. My soul energy? Suddenly, Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that the originally faint sun and moon shining together in his soul pool actually glowed. A bright moon and a blazing sun competed for brilliance. Although the light was not dazzling, it flickered, giving this mysterious phenomenon its original form. Originally, Xiao Chen's soul energy had to advance by at least 5 or 6 layers to reach this level. However, just by observing these divine characters, he managed to achieve such an effect. This helped Xiao Chen save a lot of time. Interesting. If I continue to observe these divine characters, will I be able to bring out the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon in the end? Xiao Chen thought joyfully. Originally, he had only just advanced to the Holy Venerate realm. His soul energy had been extremely weak. After all, he had not cultivated any soul energy secret manuals. Previously, he had only been a star venerate. His usage of soul energy had been very crude. Wanting to bring out the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon without reaching the sovereign personage realm was like a fool's dream. Those outstanding talents of rank 7 sex had been nurtured from a young age and received pointers from experts. That was why they could bring out mysterious phenomena at the Holy Venerate realm. However, along the way, Xiao Chen had relied on himself to fumble about unyielding perseverance to achieve this. Xiao Chen, who came from the abandoned land, was much weaker than many people in the Great Thousand Realms. With this anticipation, Xiao Chen immersed his consciousness into the divine characters, following the traces left by the divine characters as he chased after them. He did not notice that the space he was in had already turned blurry without him realizing it. Whoosh! Murong Yen was the first to come out of the cave. Soon after, Lu Ruyun, Wei Hongfei, and the others came out one after another. How piercing! The first reaction of these people, who suddenly came out of the darkness, was to close their eyes involuntarily. When these people got used to the light, they were horrified to discover that they were under a pink screen of light. There was a mirror made of light under their feet. They could not see the exit at all. Where's Xiao Qin? Lu Riyun suddenly thought of this question and asked the others, appearing somewhat flustered. I don't know. He and that flood dragon human should have fallen in first. Logically speaking, they should have arrived earlier than us. Did you not see him? I was following behind you. I thought that Xiao Qin came out long ago. Just as the group felt confused, Sidu Changfeng said, at that time, I felt that Xiao Qin and that flood dragon human continued fighting after they fell in. Since that flood dragon human Yan Songming has not come out yet, Xiao Qin should not have come out so early either. Upon hearing this, Lu Riyun and the others relaxed slightly. Soon, Yan Songming and Zhen Yuan appeared together. However, there was still no sign of Xiao Qin. Damn it! What did the two of you do to Xiao Qin? Why is he not out yet? Lu Ruyun shouted when she saw the situation. This startled Yan Songming. He thought to himself, shouldn't this fellow have come out long ago? However, Yan Songming remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations. He smiled coldly and said, why are you so concerned about that fellow? You are a noble white dragon. Did you fall in love with a mixed blood dragon? He already died at my hands. You can rest easy now. Lu Ruyun and the others immediately became enraged. They prepared to activate their great desolate Ian bloodlines and fight to the death with Yan Songming. Upon seeing this scene, Zhen Yuan frowned slightly. These people activating their great desolate Ian bloodlines was problematic. He said coldly, Xiao Qin is not dead. We do not know where he is either. Before you make a move, look at your surroundings first. Everyone is looking at us like fools. Chapter 1963. Xiao Qin followed the flickering divine characters on the walls and walked all the way. When he startled awake, he discovered that he was in a strange world. Where am I? Where are Lu Riyun, Murong Yen, and the others? Xiao Qin felt suspicious. He felt that there was only one path in the cave, and he had walked for a long time. After walking for so long, even if Xiao Qin was at the very back, he should have met someone else or left the cave he came from. Or perhaps Murong Yen and the others had already arrived here before him. However, after looking around the place, he didn't find anyone else. The strangest thing was that Xiao Qin discovered that the path he came from had been cut off. It looked like he had arrived in this strange space for some reason. This place was filled with pink crystal walls that flickered with a dazzling luster. Xiao Qin did his best to recall. Unfortunately, he had been immersed in the divine characters earlier and had no recollection of them at all. Of course, the divine characters that captivated him had all slipped away. He could not remember a single one of them. The only thing that proved their existence was that Xiao Qin's soul energy had increased significantly. The mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together in Xiao Qin's soul pool had become increasingly distinct. The silhouettes of the sun and the moon appeared clearly. Not only did they flicker with light, but they also shed a faint radiance on the ground. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. With a thought, he sent out his holy venerate will. Boom! In that instant, the mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together appeared in Xiao Qin's soul pool. The bright moon and the blazing sun appeared at the same time. The entire space and the surrounding crystal walls reflected off each other, looking very beautiful. Xiao Qin revealed joy on his face. I succeeded. The increase in Xiao Qin's soul energy allowed him to finally bring out the mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together. In the future, even if he faced a sovereign personage's will of soul, he would be able to hold his own. Xiao Qin would no longer be in a predicament like when he was a star venerate, feeling a headache every time he faced a holy venerate's will of soul. After withdrawing the mysterious phenomenon, Xiao Qin frowned slightly. Returning to reality, where exactly am I? After searching for a while, Xiao Qin's expression slowly turned grave. There was no exit. The entire space was like a maze, crisscrossing and confusing. There were crystal walls all around him that emitted pink radiance. They were filled with an energy he couldn't understand. That energy was unfamiliar and powerful, causing people to feel reverence. It was somewhat similar to the divine text, but this was tangible energy. Xiao Chen knew very well that he did not absorb it. Bang, bang. Punch after punch landed on the crystal wall. Xiao Chen's hands hurt a little, but the crystal wall didn't move an inch. It was as if it had existed for eternity and would never change. Was he going to be trapped here for the rest of his life? Since he could get in, he could definitely get out. Xiao Chen calmed himself down and began to search for the divine characters that had drawn him in. The light of the crystal wall covered the light of the divine characters. Xiao Chen's eyes were dazzled, but he still didn't discover anything. He had to think of a way to make the divine text appear. With a thought, Xiao Chen said softly, "Demonic cloud heaven swallowing art." Within his 9-star primal core, the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art slowly circulated, and strands of black demonic chi emanated from his body. The demonic chi thickened and stuck to the walls, covering up the light of the crystal walls. The originally flickering space turned pitch black. Xiao Chen circulated his energy and nimbly controlled these demonic clouds, making them thinner. With Xiao Chen's continuous effort, flickering divine characters finally appeared on the crystal wall. In this dark environment, these flickering divine characters gave off a faint light, appearing exceptionally eye-catching. Xiao Chen activated the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories to see if he could dig out more information about the divine characters. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was only one step away from becoming a true martial god. Although Xiao Chen could not write divine characters, he could still recognize them in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Xiao Chen knew that the original deities of the heavenly realm had a complicated relationship with the peak factions of the Great Thousand Realms. In reality, in every war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, the true masterminds behind the scenes were these deities of the heavenly realm. Be it the righteous Tao or the demonic Tao, they all had the support of the heavenly realm's deities. However, the deities had not expected that the last great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions would involve a variable like the Black Dragon King, bringing the flames of war to the heavenly realm. The chaotic war between the deities resulted in the heavenly realm's destruction. From then on, the heavenly realm no longer existed in the Great Thousand Realms. However, when the deities of the heavenly realms still existed, the decrees they passed down were written in divine characters. The various major factions all had people who could read the divine characters and clearly understand the decrees of the heavenly realm's deities. Naturally, the divine dragon empire had a backer in the heavenly realm back then. Those dragon races that advanced to martial god would definitely take care of their own races in the central great realm. As the ruler of the divine dragon empire, the blood-soaked dragon emperor naturally could read the divine characters. After some hard work, Xiao Chen finally obtained some simple techniques for reading the divine characters. However, these techniques were limited to letting Xiao Chen understand the divine characters. They could not leave an impression in his mind. Divine characters were different from ordinary characters. The meaning of one divine character might require thousands of ordinary characters to describe. Xiao Chen's eyes quickly scanned these divine characters, searching for a way to escape. Since Xiao Chen came to this place because of the divine characters were definitely his only chance to escape. It was very possible that he had accidentally touched one of the characters while reading those divine characters, which resulted in him being sent here. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived before a divine character. After hesitating for a moment, he gently tapped on it. Perhaps he could use the same method to send himself out now. Boom! A huge force shot out, and Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. This divine character recorded a flame, containing the supreme principles of the Fire Tao. It was berserk and merciless, inflicting severe damage on Xiao Chen's physical body and soul. Xiao Chen did not complain. After he stood up, he continued to read these obscure and unfathomable divine characters. After trying many times, Xiao Chen felt like he was on the verge of death, killed by the energy in the divine characters. Xiao Chen thought about giving up. However, if he gave up, he might really be trapped here forever. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth, feeling mentally fatigued. Then he touched another divine character. If Xiao Chen understood this divine character correctly, it described big. There was no way to count on a beginner like Xiao Chen to understand the complete meaning of this divine character. It was already extremely difficult for him to comprehend a rough state. This divine character contained a state that Xiao Chen could only comprehend to big. Boom. After Xiao Chen touched the divine character, the entire crystal wall started to tremble slightly. The flickering divine characters vanished, hiding within the crystal wall. Xiao Chen did not know what happened. He withdrew the demonic clouds in the surroundings, and the space regained its brightness. That is, in the center of the crystal wall, Xiao Chen discovered a beam of light encasing a stone steel. Bush. Xiao Chen was certain that before he touched the divine character that represented big, this stone steel had not appeared. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He quickly walked over and looked carefully. Then he muttered, "Divine Universe Steel." Just as Xiao Chen finally obtained an opportunity to leave this mysterious place, Murong Yen, Lu Riyun, and the others found themselves in trouble. They followed Jin Yuan's instructions and looked around. Then they all showed stunned expressions. At the moment, they were in a certain barrier, and beneath their feet was a pink mirror that was as bright as if it had been washed. Outside the barrier was a group of cultivators so shocked that their jaws nearly fell off. These people were the 4 rank 6 sects and the Heavenly Lodging Palace branches upper echelon and elite disciples exploring the center of the ancient city in search of the greatest fortuitous encounter, the divine crystal. Aside from these people, there were also many sovereign personages, loose cultivators in ancient desolate town who were confident in their strength. These loose cultivators cut their way through the pressure of the divine crystal, crossed many restrictions, and killed countless corpses. After paying a huge price and going through a lot of trouble, they finally arrived here. After that, they discovered to their frustration that the divine crystal was right before them. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not break the barrier of the divine crystal. Even with the combined power of several soul tools, they could not shake this barrier at all. In the hands of a sovereign personage, a soul tool could bring out 50% of its might, perhaps even 100%. Compared to the might that Xiao Chen and the others could bring out with soul tools, it was on a completely different level. However, even under such circumstances, they still could not break the barrier. Looking at the divine crystal right in front of them, yet they couldn't get their hands on it, anyone would go crazy. Just as they were about to despair, Murong Yen and the others appeared inside the barrier. How could they not be shocked? Damn it! Did I see it wrong? There are actually people in there? I did not see wrongly. I saw it too. How did this group of people appear? Quickly come over and tell us how to enter. Otherwise, everyone will die. After the upper echelon of the 4 rank 6 sects recovered from their shock, they rejoiced and shouted. After the initial shock, Murong Yen and the others discovered that this group of people could not enter. So, they ignored this group of frantic sovereign personages. Lu Riyun looked at Yen Songming and demanded, "Where is Xiao Chen? If you do not give me an explanation today, I will not let you off." Yen Songming's and Zhen Yuan's gazes were already fixed on the sky. A pink crystal floated there quietly. This was the divine crystal that the group of people outside yearned for. This divine crystal gave off an awe-inspiring energy that they could not comprehend. A fanatical look flashed in Yen Songming's eyes for only an instant before he calmed down. Given Yen Songming's current cultivation, snatching this divine crystal would be pointless. Not only would he not be able to comprehend it, but it would also bring him a lot of trouble. Upon hearing Lu Riyun's words, Yen Songming recovered his wits. He smiled and said, "I feel that you should not worry about Xiao Chen at this moment. You should worry more about yourself and the people around you." When Murong Yen and the others heard the meaning behind Yen Songming's words, their faces immediately sank. They stepped forward and shielded Lu Riyun. "Zhen Yuan, you don't mind helping me block the attacks of these people with their great desolate Ian bloodline, right? I am very interested in this young lady. Her value might surpass our imagination." Yen Songming had great insight. When his gaze fell on Lu Ruyun, a sinister look flashed in his eyes. As you wish. Jin Yuan felt somewhat displeased. However, since Yen Tsangming insisted, he could only agree. Boom! In that instant, Zhen Yuan ignited the demonic nature that the Black Dragon King left in his body. His black hair immediately fluttered about, and his eyes flickered with a pitch-black light. His expression twisted, and his demonic might flourished. Chapter 1964. Yen Tsangming had sharp eyes. He determined that Lu Riyun had an extraordinary background and was extremely valuable. Even if Murong Yen and the others activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines, the two of them would have to pay a heavy price. He still felt that it was worth a try. Zhen Yuan had been in the Central Great World for some time. He knew how terrifying the martial practitioners with the 8 Overlord bloodlines were after they activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines. If he were to lower his guard, he might very well lose his life here. Without hesitation, Shao Chen ignited the Black Dragon King's demonic nature that he had absorbed and refined. His body immediately erupted with a demonic might that rivaled that of a sovereign personage. However, this was because his cultivation was not high enough and his body could not withstand it. The Black Dragon King's demonic nature could display even more terrifying might. However, now, it was already frightening enough. The moment the demonic might appeared, Murong Yen and the others trembled in fear. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, Entering Hell. Zhen Yuan drew his saber and shouted ferociously. A black saber light instantly materialized, a horrifying scene of purgatory. Zhen Yuan turned into the Kasayapa Buddha in hell, exuding boundless demonic might. The demonic smoke materialized thousands of malicious spirits circling above Murong Yen and the others. They bared their fangs and claws, giving off ghostly cries and wolf howls. From time to time, the spiraling demons and monsters would transform into sharp saber chi. They rained down like a torrential storm, each and every one of them lethal. They carried fear and resentment, and very quickly, they messed up their formation. As expected of a Buddhist forbidden art. If you can learn the 7-kill seal, TSK, its power will be unimaginable. However, this move can actually be more perfect. I'll bring you to the real Azura Blood Sea to train some other day. Yen Tsangming silently spread out his death Dao's mysteries. Black smoke lingered on his body, wriggling like tentacles. Zhen Yuan said in a deep voice, "End the battle quickly to avoid any accidents." As Yen Tsangming looked at the somewhat disheveled Murong Yan's group, he smiled casually. They are just a group of outer sect disciples. If they were the Dragon's Gate's inner sect disciples, it would be somewhat problematic. However, it was true that he had to end the battle quickly. Accidents were bound to happen. Death like wind. With a wave of his hand, it was as if autumn had arrived in an instant, bringing with it gusts of autumn wind that were suffused with a bleak feeling. It arrived mercilessly, sweeping away all the fallen leaves in the world, bringing with it a sense of desolation and withering. The wind of autumn, the wind of death. This move was so brilliant that it made people gasp in amazement. He had actually merged the Death Upanishad into the wind invisibly. One would not be able to sense where the death force was hiding. While it appeared to be empty, it was actually like a shadow following one's body. What a terrifying young man, to have mastered the Tao of death to such a level. Outside the barrier, the sovereign personages of the various sects, who were shouting earlier, all showed grave expressions when they saw Yen Tsangming make a move. He is Yen Tsangming. So, it is him, the strongest outstanding talent of the Flood Dragon humans. According to rumor, when he fought a sovereign personage, he managed to retreat unscathed. This group of Dragon Clan juniors are going to be unlucky. Against him, they would have to be at least at the level of the 7 sons of the Divine Dragon to be able to suppress him. However, this guy is truly terrifying. I've never heard of him comprehending the Tao of death before. This fellow holds a great grudge against the dragon race. The dragon race cultivators that run into him usually do not have a good ending. Some sovereign personages recognized this Yen Tsangming. It turned out that he was not a nameless person. We have to break this Azura purgatory first, or we'll all die. Sidu Changfeng shouted and arrived at the front. When he saw the death wind, his expression turned grave. Then he attacked decisively. 1,000 clouds stacking cliffs. In an instant, a heavy cloud will emerge from his body, stacking layer upon layer like a cloud mountain. The wind follows the clouds. This young man is very decisive. He wants to attract the wind of death to himself, creating an opportunity for his companions. But, can he withstand it? The eyes of many sovereign personages lit up as they figured out Sidu Changfeng's intentions. Boom boom boom. Murong Yen and the others activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines one after another. Without hesitation, they each sent out a move at the Azura hell trapping them. Amidst the horrifying dragon roars, several people attacked at the same time. The Azura purgatory immediately shook, looking like it would collapse soon. If I don't go to hell, who will? Just at this moment, Zhen Yuan shouted, and the demonic might on his body turned into a horrifying Buddhist might. A black swastika appeared under his feet. The full might of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, entering hell, was displayed. Block him. The expressions of Wei Hongfei and the others changed drastically. This was the greatest danger they had faced since they started cultivating. They all focused and did their best. Heaven-burning rage. Golden light cauldron. Falling leaves filling the sky, sounding like voices. Boom! The few attacked at the same time, clashing with the horrifying saber move that Zhen Yuan executed after he ignited the Black Dragon King's demonic nature. However, after Zhen Yuan ignited his demonic nature, he executed entering hell. This could not be viewed with common sense. This saber strike knocked Murong Yen, Lu Ruyun, and the others back one after another. Their auras plummeted, and blood leaked out of a corner of their lips as they fell to the ground. Zhen Yuan turned around and took 3 steps back before he stabilized himself. The demonic might on his body slowly receded. Bang! On the other side, Sidu Changfeng, who was blocking Yen Songming's killing move alone, finally could no longer hold on. The 1,000 clouds stacking cliffs shattered, and the mysteries of death entered his body. Sidu Changfeng's life force immediately drained away. His expression turned grave as he resisted the endless mysteries of death in his body with much difficulty. Whoosh! Come with me then. Yen Songming brushed past Sidu Changfeng and charged at Lu Ruyun, preparing to send Sidu Changfeng flying. However, something strange suddenly happened. A horrifying aura burst out of Lu Ruyun's body. Despite moving later, she arrived first and soared into the air. Yen Songming revealed an extremely horrified expression because of Lu Ruyun's aura. At this moment, it completely suppressed Yen Songming. His body even turned somewhat stiff, and fear welled up in his heart. Lu Ruyun blew away the death chi on Yen Songming's body with a palm strike. Then, she instantly stabbed the saber with her right hand into Yen Songming's chest. A horrifying saber intent surged out. Even the injuries that Yen Songming suppressed when he fought with Shao Chen erupted at the same time. At the crucial moment, Yen Songming landed a palm strike on Lu Ruyun and quickly bounced back. Situ, are you all right? Lu Ruyun landed and looked at Sidu Changfeng with guilt on her face. Had Sidu Changfeng used the strand of aura that the White Dragon King left in his body earlier, Sidu Changfeng would not be in such a predicament. If Lu Ruyun used this strand of aura, her father, the White Dragon King, would know that she had snuck out. The dragon race had extremely strong life force. The innate energy that their bloodline gave them made them different from other cultivators. They had strong recovery abilities and strong life force. When facing the corrosion of the Death Dao's mysteries, they should have strong resistance. However, this Yen Songming seemed to have modified his Death Dao, making it especially effective against dragon race cultivators. Sidu Changfeng's current situation did not look optimistic. Damn it! You 2 bastards! The others struggled to get up. After checking Sidu Changfeng's situation, they glared at the 2. So, that's how it is. I know who you are now. After Yen Songming fell to the ground, he executed a strange hand seal. Then, the death chi on his body suddenly soared, forcefully suppressing his injuries. Yen Songming's gaze turned even more fervent as he looked at Lu Ruyun. It is not just him. All of you will not be able to escape death today. In your next life, don't be a dragon race cultivator. Yen Songming roared, and a terrifying demonic flame continuously appeared behind him. Even the smooth mirror under his feet looked down on it. Reversing the Death Tao's mysteries. He is really crazy. His talent is also startling. His comprehension of the Death Tao puts even the older generation demonic Tao experts to shame. When the many sovereign personages outside the barrier saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Yen Songming's gaze locked on Lu Ruyun. Aside from her, everyone else was a dead person to him. Bang! Right at that moment, a strange change occurred. Cracks began to appear on the spirit formation barrier, and frightening power began to leak out non-stop. Just as everyone felt confused, the floating divine crystal in the air suddenly exploded. A white figure floated down from the sky. The divine crystal exploded. Furthermore, a person flew out of it. This person was Xiao Chen, who had found an opportunity to break free. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows when he saw Yen Songming, who exuded a terrifying death Tao. Holy venerate will, sun and moon shining together. With a thought, Xiao Chen brought out his holy venerate will. A bright moon and a blazing sun rose up at the same time. Moonlight and sunlight intertwined. As Xiao Chen slowly descended, he let his will of soul encase Lu Ruyun and the others. This immediately suppressed Yen Songming's Death Tao's mysteries, causing him to feel a huge resistance. Yen Songming's way forward immediately became restricted. Damn it! At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen suddenly appeared. This instantly drove Yen Songming, who had suppressed all his trump cards, crazy. The negative effects of reversing the Death Tao started to appear. Black demonic patterns appeared on Yen Songming's face, and pain appeared in his eyes. Yen Songming's Death Tao's might continuously weakened. Zhen Yuan shouted anxiously, "Yen Songming, it's time to go." Damn it. A great opportunity is gone, just like that. Xiao Chen can only let them off today. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The tyrant saber, which had not appeared for a long time, instantly appeared. Xiao Chen drew his saber. Before Yen Songming, who had just thought of retreating, could react, a cold saber light flashed. Then, Yen Songming's head flew into the air. His head separated from his body, and blood spurted out. He's dead? Zhen Yuan, who had already taken a few steps back and waited for Yen Songming to retreat, was stunned when he saw this scene. Chapter 1965. The tyrant blade was unsheathed, sealing the marquee with blood. For some reason, Zhen Yuan suddenly recalled what Xiao Chen told him. It was not that Xiao Chen did not want to draw his saber, but that when he drew his saber he needed to see blood. That saber! His gaze fell on Ba Dao, and his face instantly became solemn. Zhen Yuan had seen that saber before. However, now that he saw it again, he felt like he had been reborn. Tyrant blade. He was very clear about the origins of this saber. Back then, he had a great chance of obtaining this saber as well. Unfortunately, it still fell into Xiao Chen's hands by chance. At first, it was not particularly scary. However, now, the feeling it gave Xiao Chen was one of fear. If Xiao Chen had used this saber back then, he would have died. He might be caught off guard and lose his life without any mental preparation. This was what happened to Yen Songming before Xiao Chen. He died a wrongful death. Despite being severely injured, he still managed to reverse the Tao of death. When he saw Xiao Chen, he hesitated for a moment and did not retreat on the spot. When the profound of death started to devour him, he wanted to retreat, but Xiao Chen didn't give him the chance. Clang. After sheathing his saber, Xiao Chen landed beside Sidu Changfeng and checked on his injuries. Xiao Chen frowned. What the horrifying death profound. The death energy in Sidu Changfeng's body was invisible and formless. However, it continuously tortured Sidu Changfeng, corroding his life force. He was like a bright flower slowly withering. If he wanted to treat Sidu Changfeng, he would have to find the mysteries of death in his body. Of the group, Duan Fei, who was the most skilled, had already tried but could not find a solution. He directly said that only the elders of the Green Dragon Palace had a solution. However, based on Sidu Changfeng's current situation, he would not be able to last that long. Xiao Chen, Is there any way to save him? Murong Yen asked sullenly, feeling extremely grave. He simply did not wish to see Sidu Changfeng die. Xiao Chen pondered and nodded. Don't worry. I have a way to stabilize his injuries first. If anyone has any medicinal pills that can excavate the power of the bloodline, give them to Situ. With the toughness of the dragon race's bloodline, it can slightly slow down the loss of vitality. This was only to strengthen Sidu Changfeng's life force foundation so that his life force would not drain away so quickly. Xiao Chen treated the symptoms and not the root cause. However, as long as he could endure this period, Xiao Chen would have a way to temporarily suppress the power of death in Situ Changfeng's body, allowing him to last until he reached the Green Dragon Palace. Given the strength of the Green Dragon Palace elders, it would not be difficult to remove Situ Changfeng's death energy. I do. Me too. The few of them rushed to take out their treasured medicinal pills and handed them to Situ Changfeng. Xiao Chen, is there really a way? Lu Ruyun's eyes turned red. Her valiant face looked somewhat heart-wrenching. This time, the stimulation this child received was still a little too big. For Xiao Chen and the others, they had experienced the parting of life and death a long time ago. No matter how fierce the competition was within the sect, it would not result in death. However, once they left the sect, death was all too common. At every moment, there would be cultivators falling on their way to the peak. You can trust me. Xiao Chen looked seriously at Lu Ruyun. Lu Ruyun, who always trusted him, nodded, feeling somewhat relieved in her heart. Carrying Sidu Changfeng on his back, Xiao Chen looked around. Cracks appeared in the barrier, looking like it would collapse at any moment. Thousands of divine crystal shards hovered in the sky, attracting the attention of the various cultivators. No one had expected Xiao Chen to come out of the divine crystal and kill Yan Songming with one saber strike. All the more, no one had expected the divine crystal to explode, producing so many shards. Some people rejoiced and some people raged. The people rejoiced because the divine crystal had shattered into so many shards. The loose cultivators would have a chance to fight for them. The people raged were the stronger ones. With the divine crystal exploding, the complete true God's mysteries would no longer exist. Even if all the divine crystal shards were pieced together, their value would be far from comparable to a complete divine crystal. Let's go. This place will turn chaotic soon. We should leave this troublesome place first. With the shattering of the barrier, blood would flow like a river because of the divine crystal shards. Boom. Indeed, someone quickly used a soul tool to shatter the barrier. Many sovereign personages soared into the sky, heading for the divine crystal shards in the air. Xiao Chen and the others had already retreated to the periphery. The moment the barrier shattered, they quickly left. However, the group did not notice that Yan Songming's headless corpse on the ground silently turned into a clump of black smoke. After the black smoke of death formed a formation, it infused into a divine crystal shard. The divine crystal instantly turned black. Amid the chaos, it flew toward Zhen Yuan. Zhen Yuan felt slightly stunned. He received the divine crystal shard, feeling confused. Then he revealed a confused expression. When Zhen Yuan saw a strange talisman seal in the divine crystal shard, he revealed an expression of understanding. I just knew that you would not die so easily. After putting away the divine crystal shard, Zhen Yuan carefully sized up the surroundings before leaving quickly. Brats, stop right there. On the other side, Xiao Chen ran into trouble. Someone had been targeting them for a long time. The moment the barrier shattered, a sovereign personage elder from the ruling sword gate was sent to block Xiao Chen. This was an initial perfection sovereign personage elder. His cultivation was about the same as Lu Yuanzong, whom Xiao Chen interacted with. However, this sovereign personage came from a large sect. He should be slightly stronger than Lu Yuanzong. When a sovereign personage blocked their path, Murong Yen and the others showed grave expressions. In the earlier battle, Murong Yen and the others had activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines and could not put up a fight at all. Even if they did, it would not be of much use against a sovereign personage. It would not make much of a difference. You killed Qi Yunfeng, right? The old man said with a sullen expression as he looked at Xiao Chen. Clearly, There had to be a reason why this old man sought trouble for Xiao Chen while the other sovereign personages chased after the divine crystal shards. You speak too much nonsense. Xiao Chen knew that he could not resolve this peacefully. He did not overthink. The moment he appeared, the god shadow bow appeared in his hand. A spot of heart flame burned on Xiao Chen's fingertip and spread to the arrow. Then, a simplified version of heart force merged with the arrow. Xiao Chen drew the bow and drew the bowstring. Veritable essence energy and soul energy continuously poured into the bow. When facing a sovereign personage, Xiao Chen showed no intention of holding back. Aside from activating his bloodline power, he brought out the god shadow bow's full might. A soul tool. Interesting. This old man looks forward to seeing how much might an insignificant holy venerate like you can bring out. The old man showed a calm expression as he smiled faintly. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. The old man was very clear on the strength of a soul tool and the requirements to use it. A holy venerate would not be able to bring out much of its might. Boom! However, as the vast might and pressure from the god shadow bow soared up, the sovereign personage old man gradually turned grave. Damn it! The old man cursed after clearly seeing the grade of that soul tool. Then, he turned to leave. Without a doubt, even a sovereign personage would not dare to clash head-on with Xiao Chen using the god shadow bow at full power and the heart flame. However, by the time the old man flew over and blocked Xiao Chen, it was already too late. The god shadow arrow had never missed before. The instant Xiao Chen let go, a miserable shriek rang out. There was no way to dodge. After the arrow struck the old man, it did not lose any momentum, continuing forward ferociously, destroying countless buildings and carving out a path. Let's go! With the significant increase in Xiao Chen's soul energy, he still had some strength left over after executing the god shadow bow at full power. It was no longer like before, where he would run out of energy after executing the god shadow bow once more. Then, Xiao Chen carried Sidu Changfeng on his back and quickly led the others away. Right now was far from the time when the danger was over. Xiao Chen, thank you. Sidu Changfeng, who was on Xiao Chen's back, was in a daze. His mind was somewhat unclear, sometimes awake and sometimes asleep. At this moment, Sidu Changfeng endured the dizziness and the loss of life force before he finally managed to say a complete sentence. Xiao Chen understood Sidu Changfeng's state the best. The death energy suppressed his life force. He could only watch helplessly as his life force drained away. Even in such pain, Sidu Changfeng still had to thank Sidu Changfeng. This made Xiao Chen feel somewhat uncomfortable. He replied softly, "Sidu, don't speak. Conserve your strength." On Xiao Chen's back, Sidu Changfeng said in a somewhat daze, "I can't. I have to say it. Otherwise, I won't have a chance to say it. That would be too regretful." Murong Yen felt a lump in his throat, and tears indeed flowed out. As he cried, he thought, "Stop talking. Xiao Chen said that he can save you, so he definitely can." Murong Yen thought of many things. He had known Sidu Changfeng for much longer than Xiao Chen. Many times, Sidu Changfeng would step forward without hesitation. Murong Yen thought of demonic venerate Mu Yun in Violent Flame Desert. Sidu Changfeng had saved his life when he was in danger. Now, if not for Sidu Changfeng blocking Yen Songming's death like wind, all of them would have died. They would not have lasted until Xiao Chen appeared. Sidu Changfeng was always so kind. Most of the time, Murong Yen was heartless and did not overthink. He did not even say a word of thanks. Sidu Changfeng's words were unbearable for Murong Yen. He should be the one thanking Sidu Changfeng. Wei Hongfei and the others showed unsightly expressions as well. Their eyes even turned somewhat moist. Xiao Chen showed a grave expression when he felt the weight on his back. It was not because Sidu Changfeng was really heavy. Instead, it was because he felt his responsibility. He felt everyone's anticipation of him saving Sidu Changfeng's life. Xiao Chen killed Yen Songming with one saber strike and knocked back a sovereign personage with one arrow. To others, these actions looked casual. However, who knew how much effort, soul energy, and veritable essence energy Xiao Chen put into them? Xiao Chen did not say anything. He silently carried Sidu Changfeng on his back as he killed the guards along the way. After making one round, Xiao Chen returned to the place where he fought with Yan Sangming. He wanted to go to the southern city, to the herb garden in the southern city. Whether Sidu Changfeng could survive or not depended on Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen faced the guards blocking his way, he did not hold back on his veritable essence energy and soul energy, which he did not have much in the first place. It looked like hope was right before him. Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. When he looked up, he saw a white-clad monk and a mysterious person shrouded in a scarlet shadow standing on the roof in front. Ming Xian, Xiao Chen said through clenched teeth as he stopped walking. He had not expected to run into this person at this moment. Chapter 1966. Black Lotus Church's Holy Son, Ming Xian. He had actually appeared at a time that Xiao Chen would never have expected, and in a place that he would never want to see him. This caused his heart to sink for some reason. Who is this person? Upon seeing the Holy Son Ming Xian and the mysterious person shrouded in blood, Murong Yan and the others were stunned, feeling somewhat worried. Based on the auras that the two gave off, it was clear that they were not ordinary holy venerates. Xiao Chen looked at Ming Xian and said, Ming Xian, I had a chance to kill you before your master died. However, I spared your life. Now, can you return this favor? I'll stay and let my friend leave. The current situation was not suitable to fight with someone like Ming Xian. In his life, Xiao Chen rarely gave in. Even if he was weaker than the other party, he would never beg the other party to let him go. As for those of the same generation, there was no such thing. Xiao Chen was alone. At most, he would die. At worst, the result would be nothing more than that. He was not too afraid. But now, it concerned Situ's life and death. Xiao Chen still wanted to fight for it. Of course I can agree. The Holy Son Ming Xian had a calm expression as he spoke softly with a smile. Just based on his expression, it was hard to imagine that he had a deep grudge with Xiao Chen. But I won't agree. The mysterious person shrouded in a bloody shadow beside him said in a hoarse voice. Based on the Holy Son Ming Xian's expression, it was like he knew that the other party would say that. He shrugged and said, Sorry, I can only represent myself. I already repaid your favor. Please don't say such things in the future. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen could not help feeling enraged. This Ming Xian was simply toying with him. He had no sincerity at all. He had never thought of letting the people around Xiao Chen go. I can still shoot another arrow. However, the current Holy Son Ming Xian is somewhat unfathomable. It was unknown whether or not this arrow could kill the other party. What was even more difficult to deal with was that there was another person beside Ming Xian. That person's aura was even more terrifying than Ming Xian's. Don't worry. A person's death is like an extinguished lamp. Everything becomes empty. What worries will there be? From the center of the ancient city, he chased after them in secret until now. Ming Xian would definitely not give up on such an excellent opportunity to kill Xiao Chen. He would not have such a good opportunity the next time they met. How could Ming Xian give up? Xiao Chen had never been afraid of fighting, but at this moment he really yearned for a way to solve the problem in front of him without fighting. When Ming Xian saw the unresigned expression in Xiao Chen's eyes, he smiled and said, Still not giving up. Do you think that someone will come and help you? Accept your fate. Just at that moment, a piercing bird cry suddenly rang out from the horizon. It carried a sliver of arrogance as it resounded through the heavens recklessly. Xiao Chen was very familiar with this voice. It was the demon blood vulture. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked up and saw that in the sky. The demon blood vulture spread its wings and soared high into the sky. It did not know what fortuitous encounter it had, but flames covered its entire body, making it look like a blood phoenix filled with divinity. Xiao Chen, that stupid bird of yours is here. Murong Yan rejoiced when he saw the demon blood vulture turn into a flaming cloud, covering the sky and sun as it charged at Ming Xian. Without saying anything, the demon blood vulture, whose strength had increased explosively, moved like scarlet lightning. The smile on Ming Xian's face froze. Then he said sullenly, What the heck is that? Quickly scatter. The mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows at the side said quickly when he sensed the extraordinariness of the demon blood vulture. However, the instant that voice rang out, the demon blood vulture crashed into where Ming Xian and the mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows stood. A loud explosion rang out. Pillars of flame soared into the sky. The two did not have time to dodge at all. They were thrown into disarray, not knowing what was going on. The two appeared to be in a sorry state amid the flames. They did their best to charge out, but they appeared increasingly flustered. Let's go. With the demon blood vulture appearing to block these two, Xiao Chen could relax. Carrying Sidu Changfeng on his back, Xiao Chen ran wildly, killing the damned servants in his way. For hours later, the herb garden they were in earlier reappeared before Xiao Chen and the others. However, Sidu Changfeng, who was on Xiao Chen's back, was already fainting. The death qi had corroded away all the life force in his body. Sidu Changfeng's body grew increasingly lighter. However, Xiao Chen felt his footsteps getting heavier. Quick, 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 quick. The group returned to the herb garden in a fluster. Xiao Chen quickly put Sidu Changfeng down. Then he looked at the coiling dragon tree, which had stopped growing. Without thinking, Xiao Chen leaped down along the roots. Look after Sidu Changfeng. Wait for me to come up. Xiao Chen showed a grave expression as he descended along the roots. The medicinal spring was already close to drying up, having been absorbed by the coiling dragon tree. Xiao Chen's descent was much faster than before. Right now, Xiao Chen placed all his hopes on the great desolate 10,000 beast pill, the little bird that he left here with the life bestowal spell. He saw the scene of the coiling dragon tree successfully suppressing the pill demon. The surging demonic nature scattered, turning into filth and scattering everywhere. Right now, the great desolate 10,000 beast pill should have been washed clean of impurities, leaving only the essence. As long as Sidu Changfeng consumed it, it would continuously consolidate his life force, strengthen his bloodline, and unearth an endless stream of life force. The vast medicinal energy of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill was more than enough for Xiao Chen to rush to the Green Dragon Palace. Boom! Soon, Xiao Chen arrived at the medicine cauldron. Even though the coiling dragon tree had already absorbed most of the flames, using them as nourishment, the coiling dragon tree still had not recovered. The flames in the medicine cauldron were still frighteningly powerful. Xiao Chen used his true essence to protect his body. He didn't care about anything else as he ran through the fire. He searched for the great desolate 10,000 beast elixir in the raging fire. Alas, the space within the cauldron seemed to be a world of its own, vast and boundless. Flames filled the entire area. Where was the great desolate 10,000 beast pill? There was no way to find it. How could this be? Xiao Chen felt very anxious. According to his understanding, a medicinal pill at the level of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill would not be able to withstand it. Even if most of the medicinal properties had been shaken off along with the demonic nature, it was still as dazzling as the stars. It should not be difficult to find. Where is the divine pill? In the depths of the blazing fire, Xiao Chen calmed himself. There would definitely be no results if he searched blindly. Since it was a divine pill, no matter how weakened it was or how much the medicinal properties had been demonized, that strand of divine nature should still be there. I got it. Although the pill demon had been shaken off and its demonic nature eliminated, its divine nature and intelligence still remained. The pill demon knew that Xiao Chen was looking for it, so it hid. If Xiao Chen could not figure this out, he would never be able to find this great desolate 10,000 beast pill. I will only lend you 10% of the medicinal properties to save my friend's life. I will not destroy your intelligence or take away your divine might. Xiao Chen shouted from within the medicine cauldron. He knew that the other party would definitely understand what he meant. However, the flames in the surroundings did not move or respond. Xiao Chen tried to persuade Xiao Chen with kind words, but the other party did not put on any pretense. Xiao Chen could not help getting enraged. He said sullenly, "Since you do not dare to show yourself, it means that your divine nature is weak and cannot withstand a single blow. If you continue wasting time with me, even if it takes 10 years or 100 years, I will sweep away the flames in the sky and find your hiding place. Why are you still not coming out and offering up 10% of the medicinal properties?" Boom, boom, boom. The ice snow divine flame in Xiao Chen's left hand and the primal chaos heavenly flame in his right hand. One was yin, and the other was yang. No flame in the world could break free from these two attributes. Xiao Chen let go, letting the ice snow divine flame and the primal chaos heavenly flame continuously absorb the flames in the medicine cauldron. Immediately, the flames in the medicine cauldron surged like waves, roaring continuously. Xiao Chen remained unmoved, showing a calm expression. After a while, a bright light suddenly flew over to him. It was a great desolate 10,000 beast pill containing heavy medicinal properties. However, it did not have any spirituality or divine might. The true great desolate 10,000 beast pill must have listened to Xiao Chen's suggestion and used 10% of its medicinal properties to refine it into a pill. Xiao Chen stopped absorbing the flames in the cauldron and snorted coldly, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He shouted, "If you waste my time, I will settle the score with you later." Whoosh! After obtaining the medicinal pill, Xiao Chen flew up on a cloud and arrived at the surface of the herb garden. When the others saw Xiao Chen, they were greatly startled and could not bear to look at him. Xiao Chen could not care less about his doubts. He took out the medicinal pill and handed it to Lu Ruyun. "Feed it to him." Lu Ruyun was stunned for a moment. Then, she received the medicinal pill and fed it to Situ Changfeng. Murong Yen asked nervously, "Xiao Chen, will this medicinal pill be effective?" "It should be." Xiao Chen felt somewhat uncertain. After all, there was only 10% of the medicinal properties. He could not guarantee anything. Who knew? Right after the two spoke, the great desolate 10,000 beast pill took effect. A vigorous life force surged out of Situ Changfeng's body. His complexion recovered, and his lips turned red. This directly pulled him back from the gates of hell. Such a strong medicinal pill delighted the group. They were already in despair. To think that Xiao Chen could still pull Situ Changfeng back from the brink of death. "Xiao Chen, what medicinal pill is this?" Wei Hongfei sighed somewhat. "Why do I feel that the aura of his bloodline is becoming increasingly stronger? What exactly rank is this medicinal pill? Even the rank 6 heavenly pills that I once saw could not strengthen the bloodline so quickly." No matter what, Situ Changfeng managed to keep his life, even profiting from a disaster. As for what the medicinal pill was, naturally, Xiao Chen would not say. If the matter of the divine pill spread, it would result in huge trouble. The demonic Tao cultivators had a vicious method of refining human blood into a medicinal pill. This increased the risk for Situ Changfeng. Xiao Chen relaxed slightly. Then he sized up his surroundings, the pill river, the herb field, the coiling dragon tree, and that heaven-supporting medicine cauldron. In the past, there were no suitable treasures to collect. However, the divine universe steel that Xiao Chen obtained from the divine crystal seemed to be able to collect everything. Chapter 1967. After a lot of effort, the group arrived at the herb garden. Outside the ancient city, a person wearing robes with pictures of the 26 constellations used his soul energy to rush over from the distant heavenly lodging sect's headquarters. The blood sand that lingered in desolate God Valley all year round and the harsh environment did not seem to affect this person at all. It was like he was walking on a boundless plain, looking down on everything. All the storms, sand, and horrifying ferocious beasts did not exist before him. Or rather, they were not worth his attention at all. He simply ignored them like air. The terrifying blood sand storms scattered before this person. Before the horrifying ferocious beasts could show their ferocious side, the blood sand storm had already shattered into pieces. Not even a corpse remained. This person simply walked over, looking down on everything, feeling suffocatingly strong. No one knew where this person's destination was in the vast, desolate God Valley. His eyes scanned the surroundings as if he was searching for something. From time to time, he would close his eyes to sense, and a trace of worry and hidden anger appeared between his brows. That hidden anger made everyone who had seen his strength not want to become his enemy. After confirming a direction, the old man quickly headed over. However, when he reached his destination, he found nothing. In this desolate God Valley, even someone as strong as this person experienced interference with his soul energy. After a few attempts, The old man continuously corrected his direction. His hidden rage reached its limit. Finally, a 2-star heaven suspending war chariot hovering in the air appeared before the old man. Then the old man truly stopped moving. Boom! The old man threw a palm strike, and the 2-star heaven suspending war chariot exploded in the air. The heavens suspending war chariot was like a toy. The defensive formations that the Pirate Alliance put in so much effort to create were not worth mentioning before this person. The heavens suspending war chariot exploded, and a figure fell. The old man's figure flashed and firmly caught this figure. Naturally, this person was Hua Qingyun, whom Xiao Chen and the others had been restraining. The old man casually removed the restrictions on Hua Qingyun and sent in a strand of astral energy. Hua Qingyun slowly woke up. When Hua Qingyun saw the old man's face, he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Grandfather!" This old man was Hua Qingyun's grandfather, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's sovereign emperor, Hua Qin. When Hua Qin saw that Hua Qingyun was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then he asked sullenly, "Who did this to you? They are truly audacious. They even dare to bully my Hua Qin's grandson. The people of this branch in ancient desolate town are all trash." The appearance of Xiao Chen and the others immediately appeared in Hua Qingyun's mind. He said, "It's a group of people from the Divine Dragon Empire. I only remember their appearances. I don't know who they are." "That's enough. Leave the rest to Grandpa. Whoever hurts my grandson, no matter who it is, must pay the price." The anger on Hua Qin's face seemed to be enough to make one's soul tremble. In the herb garden, Sidu Changfeng recovered at a visible speed, and his complexion became better. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Situ Changfeng had profited from his misfortune. Not only had he recovered from his injuries, but his bloodline had also been strengthened. "Xiao Chen, what kind of medicinal pill does Situ eat? Give me one as well." When Murong Yen saw that Situ Changfeng was fine, he relaxed and said with a smile, "Get another one?" It was estimated that the pill spirit would fight with him. There was not much medicinal power in the first place, and Xiao Chen seized 1/10 of it. If Murong Yen took another 10th, the pill spirit would definitely go berserk and try to take him down with it. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. After all, the pill spirit had divine nature. Murong Yen could not casually offend it. Xiao Chen smiled and ignored Murong Yan's request. He looked up at the sky, wondering how the demon blood vulture was doing. In reality, Xiao Chen was not too worried about the demon blood vulture's life or death. The demon blood vulture was very crafty and strangely fast. Even if it could not defeat Ming Xian and that mysterious person, it would not have difficulty fleeing. Xiao Chen did not know what fortuitous encounter the demon blood vulture obtained, but it looked like a burning blood phoenix. Speaking of fortuitous encounters, Xiao Chen should be the one with the greatest fortuitous encounters in this ancient city. Xiao Chen did not fight for the shattered divine crystal fragments. However, he vaguely sensed that the divine universe steel he obtained was even more valuable than the complete divine crystal. The 4 directions were called the universe, and the ancient times were called the Aeon. The divine universe steel was a space-related miraculous item. However, Xiao Chen had not had the time to investigate its mysteries. As for its origins, Xiao Chen found only some clues and a few words in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. It was mysterious and unfathomable. There was no real explanation for it. During the primal chaos epoch, before heaven and earth were separated and order was not born, the world was in primal chaos, giving birth to countless gods and demons. The primal chaos ended and shattered, giving birth to the great desolate continent. Legend had it that this divine universe steel was born when the primal chaos shattered. Aside from the divine universe steel, there was the even more mysterious divine Aeon steel. However, no one knew how many divine universe steels and divine Aeon steels were born at the same time, and whether there were other items born at the same time. Xiao Chen did not know how many mysteries the divine universe steel had. However, he could understand its simple function of storing things. The herb garden should be safe for now. Xiao Chen searched for a quiet place in the surroundings. He took out the divine universe steel, wanting to refine it and merge it with his physical body. However, after trying for a while, Xiaochen was shocked to discover that he could not refine this divine item at all. Even leaving his own spiritual mark on it was extremely difficult. After thinking about it, Xiaochen felt that he needed divine energy to truly refine it. He had to settle for the next best thing, merging a strand of his will of soul with the divine universe steel to achieve simple control. This made Xiaochen feel somewhat weak. Without a spiritual mark and without refining it, he could not leave it. If someone snatched it away, it would easily become someone else's treasure. Simply put, even if someone snatched away the tyrant saber in his hand, he would not worry at all. Others would not be able to use it at all. They might not even be able to draw the saber out. Sooner or later, it would belong to Xiaochen. After a strand of his will of soul merged with the divine universe steel, Xiaochen's spiritual sense entered the divine universe steel's inner space with a whoosh. The inner space was vast and boundless, with primal chaos at the edges. Deep inside, Xiaochen felt very different from the immortal spirit ring. This was a real world. Can I enter with my physical body as well? Just as Xiaochen wondered this in his heart, he felt something solid under his feet after a moment of distraction. He actually really entered. Where's Xiaochen? The sudden disappearance of Xiaochen quickly attracted the attention of Murong Yan, Lu Ruyun, and the others, greatly startling them. When they rushed over, they saw a stone steel radiating a horrifying might and pressure hovering where Xiaochen cultivated. Divine Universe Steel. After the group read out the ancient words on the stone steel, they revealed doubtful expressions. They had never heard of such a stone steel before. Could it be that Xiaochen entered the stone steel? Murong Yan's guess startled him. If that was true, then this stone steel was rather heaven-defying. A spatial treasure that could store a living person definitely surpassed a soul tool. People had only heard of such a divine item, but few had actually seen it. As though to verify Murong Yan's guess, Xiaochen silently appeared before the group while holding the divine universe steel in one hand. Wei Hongfei exclaimed in shock, "What is Xiaochen doing?" Xiaochen smiled as he replied, "This is the divine universe steel that I obtained after deciphering some divine characters in the divine crystal. Right now, I do not know how useful it is." The group felt shocked at Xiaochen's luck. After congratulating him, Wei Hongfei said with a grave expression, "Xiaochen, don't casually reveal this treasure. I believe that even a sovereign emperor will want to kill it if they see it." Xiaochen nodded. Even if Wei Hongfei had not said so, he would not have dared to casually take it out. After all, he had not even left a spiritual mark on it. The divine universe steel did not belong to him yet. After separating the group, Xiaochen arrived before the Pill River and infused his soul energy into the divine universe steel. After a while, the entire Pill River soared up like a dragon, flying towards the divine universe steel. When the Pill River was completely absorbed into the divine universe steel, Xiaochen wobbled somewhat, and his complexion paled slightly. Many people had set their sights on this Pill River. However, at best, they could only collect some of it. It was not even a drop in the ocean. However, Xiaochen waved his hand, and the divine universe steel activated, storing the entire Pill River in it. Murong Yan and the others were flabbergasted at this sight, feeling incredibly shocked. After resting for a while and recovering some of his soul energy, Xiaochen held the divine universe steel and stored the coiling dragon tree and the gargantuan medicine cauldron into it. Xiaochen nearly overdrew on his soul energy. If not for reading the divine characters strengthening his will of soul significantly, he would not have been able to collect the Pill River and the coiling dragon tree. Even with the divine universe steel, Xiaochen believed that he would not be able to collect the Pill River and the coiling dragon tree. This made Xiaochen realize that the divine universe steel was not omnipotent. When collecting treasures, it exhausted a startling amount of soul energy. As Lu Ruyun and the others looked at Xiaochen, they all felt somewhat afraid. Right now, Xiaochen's wealth was comparable to that of a sovereign personage. Even a sovereign personage would pale in comparison. There was a Pill River that could feed a rank 6 sect, a 7-colored coiling dragon tree, and a spatial divine item that could store a living person. Lu Ruyun suddenly recalled that when Xiaochen obtained the coiling dragon tree sapling, he said that he would not hand it over to the Dragon's Gate to exchange for a reward. In that case, what was the point of keeping it for himself? A divine item like the coiling dragon tree could bring out its greatest value in the hands of a sect faction. It would benefit the sect disciples and quickly strengthen them, ensuring that the sect's inheritance would not be destroyed. To an individual, the only thing they could obtain from it was the coiling dragon fruit. At most, they could eat 4 or 5 of them, and there would not be much of an effect. Lu Ruyun thought for a while but could not figure it out, so she stopped thinking. She revealed a faint smile. She should be happy for Xiaochen for having such a fortuitous encounter. Situ Changfeng is awake. Murong Yen discovered that Situ Changfeng had opened his eyes at some point in time and stood up. Situ Changfeng stood up and looked at Xiaochen with gratitude in his eyes. Situ Changfeng knew better than anyone else what kind of medicinal pill Xiaochen gave him and what kind of changes it would bring him. Situ Changfeng had not expected Xiaochen to give away such a precious medicinal pill instead of consuming it himself. Xiaochen nodded slightly. He could tell what Situ Changfeng meant by his eyes, telling him not to mind. Situ's sorry. If I had used the strand of will that father left in my body earlier, you would not have suffered so much. Lu Ruyun stepped forward and apologized to Situ Changfeng. This young lady had been feeling guilty all this time. Situ Changfeng smiled casually and said, "You should learn from Murong Yen. I saved this fellow's life several times, but he did not say a word of thanks." Clearly, Situ Changfeng did not mind Lu Ruyun's teasing and did not blame her. Lu Ruyun giggled. Only then did she feel relieved. Strangely, Murong Yen did not retort. Everyone looked around. Be it Wei Hongfei, Duan Fei, or Xiaochen, they all revealed smiles. After a calamity, one would understand many things. How fortunate was it to have such a group of friends and brothers to take risks and live together. Chapter 1968. In the ancient city, after Qin Outyen's group died and only 3 people remained, they finally escaped the pursuit of the flood dragon humans. Those people seemed to have retreated. Zhongli said cautiously as he sized up the surroundings after not seeing any movement for a long time. Beside him, Lu Yunfei's shoulder was bleeding profusely. His injury was terrifying. "Junior brother, is your arm okay?" Zhongli asked sullenly. Of the White Dragon Palace disciples that came with him, only Lu Yunfei remained. The price he had to pay for this opportunity was a little too high. Most importantly, they didn't get any fortuitous encounters at all. After entering the city, they took the wrong path and entered the East Gate. Not long after, the group ran into Yan Songming and Zhen Yuan. These 2 freakishly strong people managed to injure the group within a few moves. As for Qin Outyen, Zhongli could only say that he had been blind to think that Qin Outyen was someone important. He had inherited Dao artifacts and grasped several great Daos at the same time. Before he met a true expert, he was truly boundlessly strong. Xiaochen felt that he was practically unrivaled among holy venerates. He gained many fortuitous encounters in desolate God Valley. However, Qin Outyen did not last even 10 moves against Yan Songming and veritable essence energy. Qin Outyen ended up severely injured within 10 moves, losing all his aura and being scared out of his wits. If Xiaochen had all these inherited Dao tools, not to mention defeating Yan Songming, he would at least be able to protect himself. Thinking about himself, he did not even have a decent inherited Dao tool. This fellow was really lucky. Zhongli. Just as Xiaochen was examining Lu Yunfei's injuries, Qin Outyen suddenly walked over and grabbed Xiaochen's collar with a sullen expression. "Qin Outyen, what are you doing?" Zhongli turned pale with fright. He even saw a trace of killing intent in Qin Outyen's eyes. Qin Outyen demanded coldly, "Tell me, what is your relationship with that white-robed bladesman? Why did he help you block Qin Outyen?" After recovering from his shock, Zhongli's expression slowly calmed down. He did not reply and only pointed his finger. In an instant, the tip of his finger shone with a cold light and was extremely sharp. Qin Outyen was slightly startled, and he let go and retreated. Zhongli said indifferently, "Qin Outyen, don't get touchy with me. I do not know the person you are talking about." Qin Outyen smiled and said, "You are actually playing dumb with me. But it doesn't matter. Since I already know his name, I will find out his identity sooner or later." Zhongli found this strange. Just what kind of enmity did this fellow have with Xiao Chun for him to endure for so long? After confirming that there was no danger, he immediately erupted. Boom! Just at this moment, an aura enveloped them. Qin Outyen, Zhong Li, and Lu Yunfei were immediately restricted, unable to move. Their hearts were filled with fear, and their eyes were filled with terror. Is it them? Looking carefully, he discovered that the source of all this aura was an old man wearing a constellation robe on the opposite roof. Beside him was a young man. The young man shook his head and said, "Not them." For some unknown reason, when the young man said that it wasn't them, Qin Outyen and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. There are two auras of dragon race cultivators in the city. Since it is not them, it should be another group of people. Just as the sovereign Emperor Huaqin was about to leave, he suddenly waved his hand in the air, and a portrait of Xiao Chun appeared clearly before the three. Do you recognize him? The expressions of Zhong Li and the other two changed slightly. However, at this moment, even Qin Outyen could not be stupid enough to say that he knew Xiao Chun. The three shook their heads and denied it. Hua Qingyun smiled coldly and said, "What clumsy acting skills. Since you know this person, grandfather, just kill them." Qin Outyen and the other two immediately felt like crying. What was going on? This was especially so for Qin Outyen. He cursed all 18 generations of Xiao Chen's ancestors in his heart. Xiao Chun offended a sovereign emperor for no reason at all. What exactly did he do? Hua Qin remained expressionless. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Qin Outyen like he was a little chick. All Hua Qin needed to do was squeeze gently, and he could kill Qin Outyen like he was squashing an ant. Qin Outyen was so frightened that tears leaked out of his eyes. He felt a chill in his pants. He had actually lost control. Hua Qin revealed a look of disgust in his eyes. However, just as he was about to make a move, he sensed a trace of a pure golden dragon royal bloodline in Qin Outyen's body. To think that the purple gold dragon emperor's bloodline has such a cowardly descendant. How laughable. The sovereign emperor Huaqin revealed a disdainful expression as he tossed Qin Outyen back to the ground. When Hua Qingyun heard that, he could only give up on killing Qin Outyen. He looked towards the center of the city and said, "Grandfather, there seems to be some fortuitous encounter there." The sovereign emperor Huaqin replied indifferently, "It is just a pile of divine crystal fragments. They are not of much use. After I deal with the matter at hand, I will get them to spit them out." The incomplete divine crystal did not hold much attraction to Huaqin. However, it would be a pretty good reward for a sovereign personage of the sect. Whoosh! The two's figures flashed, and they left this place. Am I dead? After Qin Outyen was tossed to the ground, he still had not recovered his wits. It was like he was scared silly. Zhong Li and Lu Yunfei heaved a long sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, they relied on the clan behind Qin Outyen to survive. However, the two felt somewhat embarrassed and did not look at Qin Outyen. "Senior brother, senior sister Ryun is still with Xiao Qin," Lu Yunfei said when he thought of something. Zhong Li looked in the direction that the sovereign emperor left and said, "Let's follow and take a look. If we can find senior sister before this sovereign emperor, we might still make it in time." "Let's go." The two knew Lu Ruyun's identity. Earlier, they left her behind because they felt that she would not die if she was with Xiao Chen and the others. However, now that a sovereign emperor was here, the situation was different. As cultivators of the white dragon race, the two still had some conscience. However, while they had good intentions, how could they be faster than a sovereign emperor? Back in the herb garden, Xiao Chen sensed that the demon blood vulture had already shaken off the holy sun Mingxian. He relaxed and decided to leave the city immediately before meeting up with the demon blood vulture. Aside from Xiao Chen, everyone else in the ancient city had gained something and was already satisfied. Everyone agreed to the suggestion of leaving. "You want to leave just like that?" Who knew? Just as the group left the herb garden, a familiar voice rang out from the roof in front. "Watching Yun." When the group saw the source of that voice, they were greatly startled. They had clearly worked together to restrain this person. At this moment, Hua Qingyun should be in the heavens suspending war chariot outside the city. Why was he in the ancient city? Xiao Chen's heart sank. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Then he said, "Let's go." Murong Yen and the others did not understand why they should fear Hua Qinyun. However, since Xiao Chen said it, it was better to listen to him. At this moment, Xiao Chen could only place his hopes on that person. He was greedy for the divine crystals in the center of the city and did not come with them. Bang, bang, bang. The group soared into the air. However, they crashed into an invisible barrier in the air and bounced back. Xiao Chen landed firmly on the ground with a grave expression. He knew that the thing that he did not want to happen the most had happened. Since Xiao Chen learned of this Hua Qingyun's identity, he had thought about how to deal with this person. Originally, he wanted to release this person after leaving ancient desolate town. Xiao Chen thought that a sovereign emperor expert would not make things difficult for them, the juniors. If Hua Qinyun came to seek trouble, he would just be seeking his own humiliation. There was no need to worry. Unexpectedly, that mysterious sovereign emperor cared so much about Hua Qinyun that he personally came to seek trouble. When Hua Qinyun saw Murong Yen fly up in disbelief and get knocked down again and again, he mocked, "Go ahead and fly. Aren't there a bunch of dragons? Why are you all not flying anymore?" Even without Xiao Chen's reminder, the others already felt that something was wrong. Xiao Chen looked around and said indifferently, "Senior, just show yourself. Since you are already here, why are you still afraid of embarrassing yourself before us juniors?" Pumph! A cold snort rang out. Xiao Chen and the others felt like they were struck by lightning. Their souls trembled, and their qi and blood surged. They could no longer endure it and vomited a mouthful of blood, their complexions paling. Hua Qingyun slowly walked out and looked coldly at Xiao Chen and the others, not saying anything. A sovereign emperor! Despair surged in the hearts of Murong Yen and the others. This old man was definitely someone who surpassed sovereign personage. The pressure he gave off was too strong. There was no way around it. Interesting. To think that a mixed-blood dragon has more backbone than the purple gold dragon emperor's descendant. When the sovereign emperor Hua Qin saw that Xiao Chen remained standing, showing no intention of begging for mercy in his eyes, he revealed a trace of appreciation. "However, I like to torture people with backbone the most." The sovereign emperor Hua Qin flicked his finger, and two cracking sounds rang out. Xiao Chen's calves shattered, and he fell to his knees. Amid the intense pain, Xiao Chen clenched his teeth in silence. He stabbed the tyrant saber into the ground with his right hand and supported himself on one knee. "Xiao Chen." Lu Ruyun rushed over and supported Xiao Chen, glaring at Hua Qin. However, Xiao Chen's gaze remained incredibly calm, not showing any fluctuations. The sovereign emperor Hua Qin asked, "Don't you hate me? I am not as skilled as others. What is there to hate? However, I will take responsibility for my own actions. I killed the heavenly lodging palace's people. It has nothing to do with others," Xiao Chen said, enunciating every word as he looked at the sovereign emperor Hua Qin. "If you dare to touch him again, I swear that I will make you pay the price." Lu Ruyun supported Xiao Chen as she looked at the sovereign emperor Hua Qin. Her valiant face looked somewhat scary. The White Dragon King's descendant? The sovereign emperor Hua Qin looked at Lu Ruyun. When he saw the royal white dragon bloodline in her, some surprise flashed in his eyes. However, Hua Qin soon smiled coldly. "I just killed a mixed-blood dragon. Do you think that the White Dragon King is your father? He only has a royal bloodline. At most, he can guarantee your death." Having a royal bloodline did not mean that one was a direct descendant of the royal bloodline. It was just like how Qin Outyen was definitely not a descendant of the purple gold dragon emperor. He was just a relative of that bloodline. "Sorry, I am really her father." Faint laughter came from the surroundings. Then, a figure that looked like a white dragon suddenly appeared. This figure clashed with Hua Qin's palm strike. Boom! The shock waves spread out. All the buildings within 50 kilometers that were not protected by special formations turned to ashes. Blood leaked out of a corner of the sovereign emperor Hua Qin's lips. Horror flashed in his eyes as he staggered back a few steps. Chapter 1969. The White Dragon King. It really is the White Dragon King. The White Dragon King wore long robes of alternating blue and white. However, he looked young, handsome, and heroic. If one looked carefully, one would discover that Lu Ruyun's exquisite face, which exuded a heroic air, was more or less inherited from her father. The sovereign Emperor Hua Qin felt somewhat shocked. He could not understand why someone of the White Dragon King's status would come to such an insignificant place. White Dragon King, why are you here? The White Dragon King smiled faintly and said, Hua Qin, you are still the same as before, unable to understand me. Didn't I say that I am her father? Do I have to repeat myself? The sovereign Emperor Hua Qin immediately felt speechless. When he thought of what he said earlier, he wished that he could slap himself. This little girl's father was really the White Dragon King. Xiao Chen had guessed correctly. Hua Qin said sullenly, I don't care if she is your daughter. However, this fellow is just a mixed-blood dragon. He imprisoned my grandson. It is not overboard for me to take his life, right? How frustrating. Boom! The White Dragon King revealed an impatient expression. His figure flashed as he threw 3 palm strikes. Bang, bang, bang. Hua Qin took a step back every time he received a palm strike. After the 3 palm strikes, Hua Qin's face twitched slightly as if he was enduring something. However, he could not endure it in the end. He vomited a mouthful of blood, along with his shattered internal organs. A divine vein realm sovereign emperor already condensed a divine body. Their physical bodies could be considered immortal. However, the White Dragon King's 3 palm strikes actually shattered Hua Qin's internal organs. This showed how great the gap between the two was. The White Dragon King acted like he had not moved at all. He said indifferently, Hua Qin, did you not hear what my daughter said? If you touch him, you will pay the price. You are already so old, but your intelligence is still the same as when you were young. I wonder how you surpassed a sovereign personage. Hua Qin felt humiliated. However, the divine vein realm had a total of 9 divine veins. Each additional divine vein represented a huge chasm. Hua Qin had just advanced to sovereign emperor. Compared to the White Dragon King, he was much weaker. Hua Qin had not expected the White Dragon King to not give him any face, not even letting him touch a mixed-blood dragon. This humiliation reminded Hua Qin of the White Dragon King suppressing him when he was young, making him feel even more sullen. Let's go. Hua Qingyun was stunned. Grandpa, why are we leaving? Can't we even deal with a mixed-blood dragon? The White Dragon King laughed. Hua Qin, your grandson is just like you. He has inherited your intelligence. No wonder you're so protective of your children that you wouldn't hesitate to come to such a small place to attack your juniors. Hua Qin's expression changed rapidly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen picked up Hua Qingyun with one hand and quickly left. If he lingered, even if the White Dragon King did not beat him to death, he would be frustrated to death. Greetings, Lord White Dragon King. Wei Hongfei knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. The White Dragon King nodded slightly. Then his gaze fell on Xiao Chen. He smiled and said, Come. Let me see what the person my daughter is interested in looks like and what his name is. The moment the White Dragon King said that, Murong Yen and the others felt embarrassed. This White Dragon King really spoke without restraint. When Lu Ruyun heard this, she felt even more speechless. Her face filled with embarrassment. You should know my name. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the White Dragon King. Then he clenched his teeth, his voice trembling somewhat. He could not hide the rage and dissatisfaction in his heart. Xiao Chen originally thought that with his mental state, he could hide his true emotions without changing his expression, not expressing his joy or anger. However, when he personally saw the person who erased Lu Riyue's memories, he still lost his composure. The White Dragon King's smile froze. As he looked at Xiao Chen's face, many scenes flashed in his mind. It's him. This was the person whom Lu Riyue could not forget in the abandoned land, the person whom she entrusted her life to. Hence, the White Dragon King had to personally erase Lu Riyue's memories. The White Dragon King had never expected that one day, this person would come from the abandoned land and find his way here, one step at a time. The White Dragon King was very clear on how many difficulties, dangers, and obstacles one had to face to reach this step from the abandoned land. Before Lu Riyue's memories were erased, She said that Xiao Chen would definitely come out of the abandoned land and come to the Divine Dragon Empire to look for her. The White Dragon King laughed it off, not taking it seriously. This was simply impossible. To the White Dragon King, the abandoned land could not even be considered a rank 2 sect. It was too insignificant. However, right now, Xiao Chen truly appeared before the White Dragon King. He looked exactly the same as the person in Lu Ryue's memories. Xiao Chen had a delicate and handsome face, a determined and unyielding gaze, and a hidden sharpness on his face. No words could describe the White Dragon King's shock. The White Dragon King had been a sovereign emperor for many years and had seen many grand scenes. However, he had never shown such an expression before. "You are very good." After a long time, the White Dragon King said these 3 words, which sounded rather strange. The others all felt that the atmosphere was somewhat strange. There seemed to be some karma between the White Dragon King and Xiao Chen. Murong Yen and the others felt that something was wrong when Xiao Chen spoke to the White Dragon King without using honorifics. Even a simple-minded person like Murong Yen knew that one had to use honorifics when meeting the White Dragon King. It was impossible for Xiao Chen not to know. However, everyone found it hard to imagine what grudge there was between Xiao Chen and the White Dragon King. The difference in strength between the two was too great. There should not have been any interaction between them. In reality, no matter how hard they thought, they could not imagine that the White Dragon Holy Daughter was Xiao Chen's lover. The White Dragon King had erased his lover's memories. The somewhat stunned Lu Ryun also felt that something was wrong. She knew more than the others. At this moment, she finally confirmed that Xiao Chen was the person in her elder sister's painting. The scarier thing was that Lu Ryun saw a trace of murderous intent on her father's face. No one noticed this trace of murderous intent. Only Lu Ryun knew that her father would show such an expression only when he really wanted to kill someone. Even when the White Dragon King attacked the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin with a horrifying momentum earlier, he did not show any murderous intent. Lu Ryun felt some fear for some reason. She said, "Father, what are you saying?" Quickly reattached Xiao Chen's leg. Xiao Chen rejected. "There's no need. It will heal eventually." The White Dragon King's expression finally changed. He smiled and said, "It's fine. It's just a piece of cake." Upon seeing this scene, Lu Ryun heaved a sigh of relief. The White Dragon King scattered that trace of murderous intent. Whoosh! The White Dragon King did not move at all. He arrived beside Xiao Chen and gently tapped twice. The shattered bones in Xiao Chen's leg healed at a visible pace. Then, the White Dragon King arrived beside Sidu Changfeng and patted his shoulder twice. Strands of black death energy immediately leaked out of Sidu Changfeng's body. The White Dragon King felt it was strange. He said, "What exquisite death energy! Who did it?" With the hidden danger in his body removed, Sidu Changfeng felt much more at ease. He said gratefully, "Lord White Dragon King, many thanks for making a move." This was the Flood Dragon human outstanding talent, Yen Songming. Is he still in the ancient city? A rather clear murderous intent flashed in the White Dragon King's eyes. Clearly, he did not want to leave this disaster alive, so he was rather decisive in killing. He already died under Xiao Chen's saber. The moment Sidu Changfeng said that, he felt that he said something wrong. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. After hearing that Yen Songming died under Xiao Chen's saber, the murderous intent in the White Dragon King's eyes did not fade. Instead, it intensified. The White Dragon King turned around and looked at Xiao Chen. He discovered that although Xiao Chen was disrespectful to him, he was not stupid enough to point fingers at him and ask him to recover Lu Ryue's memories. Unfortunately, the White Dragon King sighed in his heart. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "You are very smart. Unfortunately, I like dealing with stupid people like that sovereign Emperor Hua Qin, like this silly girl, and her mother." The White Dragon King's words looked ordinary, but in reality, they contained a heavy murderous intent. If Xiao Chen were stupid, the White Dragon King would have spared his life like he did with the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin. Xiao Chen could be considered a fatal threat. Lu Ryun pouted, "How am I stupid?" "How are you stupid?" The White Dragon King retorted in frustration. Naturally, Xiao Chen understood the meaning behind the White Dragon King's words. he replied calmly. However, I like to interact with smart people. Smart people think more. The more they think, the more they have to worry. When the White Dragon King heard that, his heart sank. He almost could not resist smacking Xiao Chen to death on the spot. Xiao Chen's words also contained a hidden meaning. He could tell that the White Dragon King had some worries. If he were as stupid as the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin, he would not have any worries at all. He would not have any qualms about killing Xiao Chen with one palm strike. There was no need to think too much. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen was the White Dragon King, not the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin. Brat, you have guts. The White Dragon King felt incredibly frustrated. He did not want to remain here any longer. He pulled Lu Ruyun and said, "Come back with me." However, Lu Ruyun continued to support Xiao Chen, grabbing Xiao Chen's arm. She feared that if she left, her father would turn around and kill Xiao Chen. She lowered her head and said, "I'll go back myself." The White Dragon King laughed in frustration. He said helplessly, "I said that you are stupid, and you still refuse to admit it? You should have known long ago that a girl cannot be kept at home. It would have been good if you gave birth to a son. No, if you gave birth to such a stupid son, you would really be frustrated to death." The White Dragon King's words made everyone flabbergasted. Murong Yen and the others could not help laughing, but they did not dare to. The White Dragon King let go. Shaking his head, he did not linger and left. As the White Dragon King walked, he suddenly felt very sullen, even more sullen than the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin. About 7 minutes later, the sovereign Emperor, Hua Qin, led Hua Qinyun, rushing out of desolate God Valley. Along the way, Hua Qinyun complained endlessly. However, Hua Qin showed a sullen expression, pretending not to hear anything. Suddenly, Hua Qin stopped, and his expression changed slightly. At some point in time, the White Dragon King blocked the two's path with a smile. The sovereign Emperor Hua Qin felt goosebumps from the White Dragon King's stare. He asked somewhat weakly, "White Dragon King, why are you blocking my path? Are you trying to kill me?" The White Dragon King smiled happily and said, "Indeed, it is more comfortable to deal with stupid people. The moment they speak, they can make others laugh. What is the point of me killing you? I just feel somewhat sullen and want to vent it on someone. No, that's not right. It's exchanging a few moves. Come. Let me beat you up." "Screw you." Hua Qin felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He cursed and turned to run, not even caring about Hua Qinyun. "Ha! You are still not getting any better. Don't you know that my principle for beating people up is that the farther you run, the harder I beat you up?" The White Dragon King laughed loudly. Before he left, he glanced at Hua Qinyun, leaving behind something that Hua Qinyun found strange. "It is better to have a daughter. She is cute when she is a little stupider. A stupid son would really be frustrated to death." Chapter 1970. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, giving off a resplendent light. Desolate God Valley was covered in blood sand all year round. It was rare to see such a clear blazing sun. After the White Dragon King left, Xiao Chen and the others followed. 1 hour later, they arrived outside the city. When the group looked back, the ancient city glistened under the sunlight, giving off a different kind of light. Even the blood sand in desolate God Valley could not hide the beauty of this city. It was time to leave. The group had gained a lot on this trip to the ancient city. They all felt confident of successfully entering Ancestor Dragon City in the competition between the 7 outer palaces half a year later. Xiao Chen looked at the group and asked, "What are your plans after we return?" Murong Yen stretched lazily and patted his mouth with his right hand. Then he yawned and said, "I will probably sleep for a while and properly refine the accumulations during this period. After that, I might make a trip to the Red Dragon Palace to see if I can find the inheritance." The Red Dragon race's inheritance might be the same as the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance that Xiao Chen obtained in the Blue Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palaces of the various races all had similar inheritances to test their juniors. Xiao Chen recalled some of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories of the Red Dragon Palace. Then he said to Murong Yen, "The Red Dragon Bloodline's inheritance palace has a total of 9 stages. If you want to go further and obtain a better inheritance, I suggest that you make up for some wind-attributed martial techniques and mysteries and train your eyes. 9 stages? The stages of the Inheritance Palace have always been a secret. I heard that others only made it to the 6th stage at most. Furthermore, what the test is a secret. How did you know, Xiao Qin? The laziness on Murong Yan's face vanished, replaced by shock. Xiao Qin smiled and did not say anything more. Murong Yan scratched his head and said, I'll listen to you. In any case, there is no loss. Xiao Qin, what are your plans after you return? Sidu Changfeng asked. Xiao Qin thought for a while before replying, I have not thought about it yet. I am already confident of entering Ancestor Dragon City. I might consider some things after I enter Ancestor Dragon City. The others felt embarrassed. While they were still thinking about how to enter Ancestor Dragon City, Xiao Qin was already thinking about what to do after entering Ancestor Dragon City. However, no one doubted that Xiao Qin indeed had this ability. A sharp bird cry came from the sky. When the group looked up, joy appeared on their faces. The demon blood vulture. The silly bird is back. Murong Yan said joyfully, this is great. There is no need to walk back. The group soared into the air and landed on the demon blood vulture one after another. It was time to go back. Xiao Qin took one last look at the ancient city, deep in thought. This was a city created by the martial god after his death. Every cultivator had such a city in their hearts. It was dreams, it was youth, it was pride, but in the end, it couldn't resist the mercilessness of time. In the face of time, everything became nothing. The city was still there, but the people were not. Time has taken away our city, but it cannot take away our pride, just like the city in front of us. Even after so many years, when the sun shone on it, it still glistened, showing the glory of the past. There was such a person who once worked hard, had dreams, and fought hard. In the end, he became a martial god and left behind a city in this desolate god valley. That was enough. Let's go. Under the sunlight, the demon blood vulture, which looked like a scarlet phoenix, carried the group of people into the distance. There was no protection from the ancient city there. Blood sands spread everywhere, and the environment was harsh. Day after day, year after year, it was the same, dull and unchanging. However, who cared? Battles were still going on in the ancient city. However, more and more people were walking out of the city. The remaining fights were a game between sovereign personages, which had little to do with them. Zhen Yuan came out of the western city, holding a black divine crystal. When he turned his head back to look, his expression turned grave. Soon, many flood dragon human cultivators gathered here. Where's the young master? The flood dragon humans asked somewhat anxiously when they saw only Zhen Yuan and not Yan Songming. Whoosh! The black crystal left Zhen Yuan's hand, and black smoke spread out, slowly materializing a vague silhouette. Although the silhouette was not clear, the flood dragon humans immediately recognized it. They exclaimed excitedly, "Young master!" Don't worry, I'm fine. The Dragon Man race doesn't even have a place to stand. How can I die so easily? That blurry silhouette and face were indistinct. Only a pair of eyes flickered with a resolute expression. This time, it was a blessing in disguise, and he'd managed to survive in the midst of death. It actually allowed him to comprehend a trace of the profound meaning of life that was even more difficult to comprehend. He had to say that he had to thank Xiao Qin. I hope the next time he sees me, he won't be too surprised. Let's go. With Zhen Yuan leading the way, the group of flood dragon humans started their return journey. On the other side, the Black Lotus Saint and the mysterious person shrouded in a bloody shadow walked out from the east gate. There were a few wounds on Ming Xian's body from the demon blood vulture's poison. The Buddhist light flowed in the wounds, and the black toxins were constantly being cleaned out. What a pity! If I miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to kill him next time. The mysterious person shrouded in the blood shadow sighed and said softly. At that time, the two had clearly sensed that Xiao Qin was already in a rather weak state. At best, he could bring out 30% of his usual strength. Unfortunately, the demon blood vulture had appeared out of nowhere, delaying the two. They had clearly knocked back this demon blood vulture several times. Who could have imagined that after circling around, the demon blood vulture would craftily appear again? That demon blood vulture did not seem like a beast at all. Its high intelligence made the two clench their teeth in frustration several times. Holy Sun, where are you going next? Since they missed the opportunity, so be it. The two had a pretty good harvest in the ancient city. This was especially so for Ming Xian. He had unexpectedly obtained some divine blood. In the future, his strength would soar rapidly, and the benefits of the divine blood would slowly reveal themselves. Ming Xian said softly, I will break through to sovereign personage first. After that, I plan to go to the Shuawu dynasty. During the Black Lotus Church's most glorious period, it was the state religion of the Shuawu dynasty. Now, there are many believers there. If I develop properly, I will definitely be able to make a comeback. The mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows said after some thought. However, I heard that the Shuawu dynasty is now filled with demonic Dao sections. Back then, the Azure Lotus Church killed most of the Black Lotus Church's believers. If you go, you will definitely clash head-on with the Azure Lotus Church. The Holy Sun Ming Xian said indifferently, where there is a will, there is a will. Master told me that the Black Lotus Church still has some seniors in the Shuawu dynasty. As long as I find the ancestral court, I can officially wield the sect master seal. As for the Azure Lotus Church, I have long wanted to meet that Azure Lotus holy daughter. A trace of confidence appeared in the Holy Sun Ming Xian's words. As he looked at the mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows, he asked, What are your plans? Are you coming with me? How can I go? I do not even have a physical body. When I find the 5-element divine lightning and condense the 5-element divine body, I will meet up with you. The mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows sighed softly, a trace of loneliness flashing in his tone. All right, I'll wait for you. The two parted like this, agreeing to meet up in the Shuawu dynasty in the future. 7 days later, two people in white battle armor landed in the sky above the ancient city. The battle armor flickered with a crystalline light, radiating a faint divine nature. This battle armor actually contained divine might. Although it was very faint, it was bona fide divine might. If others saw this, they would definitely be greatly startled, feeling extremely confused. However, if a divine vein realm sovereign emperor were here and saw the insignia of the sun, moon, and stars carved on the battle armor, they would not reveal an expression of understanding. Another true god that lost to time. Just look at the size of this ancient city. I wonder how horrifying it was when it was alive. Stop sighing and get to work quickly. The major characters in the holy domain are all waiting. Yes. As the two hovered in the air, they continuously formed extremely complicated hand seals. Immediately, the divine energy hidden in the ancient city activated. The cultivators still exploring the city were prepared to send this divine energy all the way to the ends of the world. Then they left for some reason. After a while, the ancient city floated up. The two actually lifted the ancient city with their bare hands and flew into the sky. From a distance, it looked like the two were not holding up a city but a gravestone. Their expressions were solemn and respectful. At this moment, Xiao Chen had just rushed back to the Divine Dragon Empire's Heaven Dragon Palace and had not had time to rest. Many elders sent word to him at the same time, saying that the first palace master had been waiting for him for a long time.